English translation 722nd Contact. Part 1, Thursday, the 8th of August, 2019, 20:07 hours.
Here I am, Ptah, dear friend. Greetings, my son. You are here early, but that is good, because it means we can go outside for a little while, where I want to show you something.
Greetings also, Edouard, dear friend. Then let us go at once.
Our little walk did us good, but now I have some things we should talk about. You know that my childhood friend Ernst Mayerhofer is still traveling the world in his old age. I thought he had died somewhere in Brazil. The last time I heard from him was when he telephoned me from there. Now, however, I have received a letter from him from Idaho, USA, namely this one, which I would like you to read.
Dear friend Eddie, greetings. Old warhorse. Today I am still in the USA. Tomorrow that I will probably already be in Canada, but I would like to say something once that you should please publish in one of your bulletins and on the internet, because I think that what I want to mention is necessary and should be brought to the public. Again and again, I have the opportunity to follow everything that you and your comrades in arms publish on the internet, and I think that I should also contribute something, like the following, which you can use as you wish. This must once be said: all the natural disasters, contempt for humanity, irresponsible leadership of all states, terror and crime, inhumanities and religious and governmental madness that is happening on Earth today and will also happen in the future, will inevitably have very bad consequences in the coming years and decades. And everything has been triggered so far and will also be triggered in the future by overpopulation and its destructive actions on the Earth planet, on nature and the entire plant and animal world. And this is equivalent to the destruction of the Earth. In addition to the mass population, all destructions are preceded by the wrongly pursued politics worldwide, as especially by the world greed addiction of the USA and the EU dictatorship. It is mainly the dictators and the wrong leadership of the states, by the government incapable state powers, and politicians of all states of the Earth, who should bear the responsibility for everything, but who bear the greatest guilt for the whole disaster. Already in the 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s, as well as again and again since then, Billy has tirelessly written warnings to countless media in the world, as he himself has publicly spread warnings and predictions. For this, he was only laughed at, and instead of thanks, he was given ignorance, as he was also insulted and slandered, and moreover, more than 20 times attempts were made to assassinate him. Deliberately, his prophecies and warnings were thrown to the wind because no one wanted to deal with the truth, and so it is today, because no one wants to hear the truth. It is the case that everything he prophesied through his predictions for the first time already 70 years ago and again since then has been coming true for quite some time now. And also today, because everything is currently being fulfilled and will also be fulfilled in the future. Billy and his warnings are still disregarded and frowned upon today, while little Greta Thunberg is listened to and climate demonstrations are carried out for her sake. Although neither this child nor those demonstrating because of the climate really know what they are actually demonstrating and shouting about and causing a lot of damage. This proves that these demonstrators are all not only pathologically simple-minded and stupid, but also completely ignorant, blind and completely blinded to the real facts. All of them have no idea of how and by what manifold donkey acts. Everything on Earth, including the climate, has been ruined by the massively overpopulated Earth. The reality is that the small and ignorant Greta Thunberg from Sweden and all the stupid demonstrators she has stirred up who are campaigning for climate protection that is incomprehensible to them, or who are simply running along and shouting along because it is fun for them, do not have the slightest idea of what the actual causes of climate destruction are. In fact, it is not climate change, but actual climate destruction. That's why the authorities and scientists should provide comprehensive information to clear the air for the demonstrators, but that's probably not going to happen. And what I want to say to you now, because it will just be the case that neither the authorities nor the scientists will do anything of this kind. Dear friend Eddie, I ask you to uncover the truth about this for once, which you can certainly do best by talking to your friend Ta about it. He and you know best how reality looks, and what is the real truth hidden in everything. What you have explained to me in this regard, you should really also discuss with your friend Ptah, and also make it public. Stay healthy and well, and greetings from your friend, Ernst Meyerhofer, currently still in Idaho, USA.
What your friend writes regarding the climate demonstrators and Greta Thunberg is of correctness, to which I also have something to say, namely that I have made an effort to observe the child, the demonstrators, and various government figures in order to judge their attitude, nature, and behavior. Unfortunately, my observations in this regard are not of the good, because in the meantime Greta has fallen prey to a delusion of importance and arrogance, which was to be feared from the beginning, as you also predicted yourself. Neither the child nor those demonstrating about the climate have any idea what they are actually going out on the streets and shouting about. The same applies to those in power who are now only agitating, talking big and making themselves important because they are afraid of being verbally or physically attacked by the demonstrators' protests, or that they might lose their well-paid office, their prestige, and their power. In fact, it is as Ernst writes, which is why it is important to talk about it in an enlightening way, as he urges you to do.
I was also thinking that, but I would like to ask you something first. Namely, whether it would be appropriate, and you could agree to cite something of your father Svath's predictions first, before we get to the actual conversation. Moreover, you said the other day that the time is now approaching when Svath's early statements will also begin to be fulfilled in this relationship, which also relate to epidemics and pandemics. In this connection, moreover, insects, vermin and animals etc. are to be introduced into Europe by means of goods transports by lorries, passenger cars, parcel post, ships, railways and aeroplanes from Africa or the south of Europe, as well as from the American continent and from Asia, which may cause diseases, epidemics and infections, etc. While these are predictions that I have known since the 1940s from Svath, which I have also written about, and which will inevitably come true. My interest is really in what you think about this in terms of what is circulating, that all exotic plants are to be destroyed and eradicated in Switzerland. And that includes all those that are not invasive and have been established in Switzerland for decades, or for 1, 2, or 3 centuries and are thriving without proliferating.
That is indeed the case, as you say, because various insects, animals, plants and creatures, etc. have been introduced into Europe. Just as legally non-invasive plants, such as shrubs, bushes, and trees, have always been introduced and are thriving in Switzerland and also throughout Europe, and are not causing any invasive problems. And this is so contrary to the untrue claims of InfoFlora, whose claims and information I consult from time to time at InfoFlora, which is the National Data and Information Center of the Swiss flora, which keeps a blacklist of plants that are alleged to be invasive or otherwise harmful to native flora. What InfoFlora calls invasive neophytes does not always correspond to reality, but to unfounded illogical assumptions and unreal fears, as well as hysteria and stupidity due to a misunderstanding of the laws of nature and the concerns related to rampant invasive neophytes and exotic plant genera and species. To want to destroy and eradicate non-invasive neophytes, which have long since become accustomed to the Swiss and European climate, and which are harmless to the indigenous flora and thrive well, is absolutely ill-considered and nonsensical, especially because these plants will find new places to grow in Europe in the coming times as a result of the unstoppable change in the climate. And this will happen through a natural seed flight and a natural immigration through the bringing in and carrying or transferring by likewise immigrating exotic animals, birds and creatures, etc. of various genera and species. For this reason, too, it is nonsensical to destroy and eradicate non-invasive alien or exotic plants that have already settled, because change and natural resettlement will sooner or later occur inexorably. The nonsense of destroying and eradicating non-invasive plants, such as bushes, shrubs, and trees, which have been thriving in Switzerland and throughout Europe for a long time and have become accustomed and acclimatized, is based in a pathologically founded hysteria and stupidity of not using reason and rationality.
Thanks, then that is also clear. But now why I wanted to talk to you today. And I will do so now. Concerns on the one hand what my friend Ernst would like me to do, and for that I could cite some of what I learned from your father Schwath in the 1940s.
What my father taught you at that time regarding the emerging climate change, which is now actually emerging in a worse way that should indeed come up, and I would like to add something to that from his annals. His predictions, as he taught you in this regard, have long been proving the correctness of his warnings, which I know from his annals. With regard to all the destruction to and on the earth, to nature and to all life of the fauna and flora, the atmosphere and the climate through the irresponsible machinations of the far too abundant mass of Earth humans or overpopulation, damage has occurred which cannot be repaired. And all these Earth human irresponsibilities continue unabated, and what is more, are getting worse and worse, with every single new Earth human being that is born. Therefore, it is urgently necessary to state facts about this for once, which are denied by a certain part of irresponsible climatologists. Environmental protection organizations, geologists and agrologists, etc., who deny reality and its truth because they do not treat the facts or treat them only superficially.
You can, of course, recite something from the annals of your father Schwath if you like.
I will gladly do that and recite what you corrected together the other day if you can find it for me from your computer and I can recite it aloud.
Of course, just a moment. This is what you mean, or...
Yes, but let me look for it myself. Yes, it must be on these pages somewhere.
This is from May 1946, that's when...
Yes, and I have already found what I am looking for. So I will read it out right away.
Note: Bernadette Brand. Excerpt from Contact Conversation with Schwath, the 5th of May 1946. Pleiadian Pleiaren Contact Reports, Volume 15, pages 150-153.
In the future, a great many human beings will become enemies among themselves, as well as more and more incapable of living and indifferent in every way, from which also work shyness, fraud, and thievery will arise, and many criminals will become burglars, murderers, and robbers. Others again, as in ancient times, are afflicted by boundless hatred against acquaintances, friends, their own family members, and against neighbors, people of other faiths, foreigners, and other peoples. The racial mania built up in the Nazi Empire will continue in an expanding manner and be carried far into the third millennium, whereby a great many innocent human beings will continue to be murdered worldwide by the most diverse racial mania movements. In the coming decades, and also far into the third millennium, many human beings will become degenerated, blind, fanatic believers and followers of religions and sects, bloodthirsty, dehumanized, and murdering family fanatics, as well as murderous mania believers of terrorist organizations operating worldwide. And from these will also emerge many murderers, especially from the 1990s and well into the third millennium, who, as individuals or in groups, will carry out assassinations, murder campaigns, as well as suicide bombings, and in this way murder masses of innocent human beings. Women, children, juveniles, and men of all ages. In this way, terrorism will spread worldwide and bring many deaths upon uninvolved and innocent human beings, which will briefly affect many of earthly humanity in their thoughts and feelings, but will not really make them reflect, as has always been the case. Even the most gruesome, murderous, and catastrophic events and occurrences will touch, seize, and stir human beings in their thoughts and feelings for only a short time, as has always been the case, after which everything will be quickly forgotten again without any real profound stirring and shaking in their senses, which could lead them to do something, at least tentatively, to counteract the evils. And this also refers to the fact that human beings live indifferently into the day and into time and do not give any serious thought to life, to all events, to everything that exists, as well as to all life importances. On the other hand, it also refers to the fact that in the times to come, far into the third millennium, as a result of the rapid passing away of thoughts and feelings concerning bad events and facts such as catastrophic human deformities, deadly and destructive events, and degenerating machinations as a result of overpopulation, ever worse consequences will result. And due to the unstoppable increase in overpopulation, vicious, dramatic and mutating changes, as well as deadly and destructive factors, will occur in the future on the planet, the seas, and all continental waters, as well as on the land and all forms of life. The health and behavior of human beings will also degenerate into disease and harm and lead to many and varied deaths, just as the climate will also be affected and catastrophically altered by the effects of irresponsible machinations arising from overpopulation. And with regard to the entire fauna and flora, with regard to the planet itself, and with regard to all things of life and the existence of all things, it results that finally the destructive effects in every respect can no longer be controlled, can no longer be reversed, and can no longer be stopped, and thereby the entire earthly existence is called into question. And if the humanity of Earth is not brought to stop the growth of the degenerating overpopulation in order to avoid further disaster in this way and to reduce the already existing one, then the final catastrophe of doom will be unavoidable. But if catastrophic events now occur, such as acts of murder and mass murder by individuals or by groups of terrorists, or by depressed, jealous, hateful, criminal human beings with mental or consciousness disorders, then many rulers and other responsible persons of all states will also be affected by them. But their majority will, as since time immemorial, only utter dishonest, unrelated and hypocritical expressions of sympathy and other big words when murderous acts are carried out by individual human beings or murderous actions by whole groups. It will not matter whether the deeds are carried out by depressed or otherwise mentally or psychologically ill perpetrators, the confused, the hate-stressed, racists or terrorists, because, as a rule, as has always been the case, the condolences and sympathies of those in power and those otherwise responsible will be nothing but lies, deception and pretense, and alien to sincerity and honest compassion. So the appearance and presence of the rulers, state powers, and responsible persons at terrible places of events will only be of use to them and for the preservation of their office, as will their words and promises, which for those affected by suffering will only be deceit, trickery, lies, deception, and empty words, as this has been the case since time immemorial. And just as the majority of those in power in the state and all the other people in positions of Responsibility will only make empty promises and make stupid speeches in the case of the many murder incidents that occur by individual perpetrators or by terrorist groups. This will also be the case in many other relationships. So it will happen in the same way in the coming decades and far into the third millennium, when the natural catastrophes already in the offing today will occur, the origin of which will be traced back to the nature as well as planet and climate-destroying machinations of overpopulation. All this will be irreparable and will also claim countless human lives, cause enormous destruction, and ultimately lead to hardship, misery, diseases, epidemics, lack of space, food and water spreading over the entire earth and humanity in such a way that nothing can be done to stop it. And when this time comes, if earthly humanity does not return to the path of sound mind and reason within a foreseeable and useful period of time, then there will be no more help. But this also means that if the growth of overpopulation is not stopped and rigorously reduced by birth control and brought to a normal and planetary level in the foreseeable future, if a worldwide state of peace, extensive freedom and comprehensive security for the planet and its nature, as well as for all life, is not finally created, then an end to the advanced civilizations of earthly humanity will be inevitable. It will take time until then, but it will be inevitable if overpopulation and everything else that endangers the entire earthly life of the planet and all living beings is not stopped. Unfortunately, however, this will not be the case in the coming decades, and also far into the third millennium. And this will not be the case even if you compose your letters and send them to all governments, media, and important organizations. But if you do your work, little by little, people will come together, group themselves, and learn your teachings worldwide. Endeavor to follow them, learn to live them, and begin to spread them, from which the hope will arise that in 800 to 900 years, very many human beings will slowly endeavor to use their intellect and reason quite consciously and turn to the teachings which you will henceforth write down on a large scale, spread them, and teach them to human beings. But you must know that this will be an exceptionally heavy and very difficult task and work, which you will have to fulfill in a world that is very hostile to you with regard to your mission, because in this world human beings are misled, unfree, enslaved and enslaved by religions and sects, but also addicted to know-it-alls, habits, self-importance, vices and addictions, as well as vanity, delusions of grandeur and delusions of faith in many respects, etc. And as it has been up to now, it will also be in the future, and to an ever-increasing degree, as a result of the unstoppable increase in overpopulation for a long time to come. It is clear that in the coming decades up to the third millennium, as far into the future, there will be an increasing number of people as a result of the overpopulation, which will continue to increase inexorably for a long time to come. More and more human beings will become addicted to alcohol, drugs, and jealousy, greed for money, violence, sexual abuse of children and women, rape, and also prostitution, which will be permitted and taxed by the state in the future. And all these degenerations will become major problems. In the future, there will also be more and more human beings who are confused in their consciousness, as well as suffering from severe depression and many other diseases of a damaged consciousness and a damaged psyche. The origins of this will be rooted in the many effects and things of the exuberant overpopulation, such as in fanatically degenerating political, religious, sectarian delusions, religious and sectarian superstitions delusions, alcohol and drug-induced delusions, fantasies and illusions, unrealities, illusions of the senses, deceptions, delusional visions, wishful images, mirages, and suggested erroneous and confused inspirations of unscrupulous seducers. The rapidly increasing overpopulation will also have a very lasting and detrimental bad and evil effect on the morals as well as on the behavior, illnesses and sufferings of human beings as will result. For example, with regard to anancastic neuroses, impulsions, morbid passions, as well as with regard to manias, immoderate desires, and addictions, whereby also frenzy, raving madness, foolhardiness, rage, obsessive-compulsive disorder, obsessive-compulsive neurosis, and obsessive-compulsive disorders, etc., will be included. And overpopulation will also bring with it an effeminacy of thought, feeling and psyche of the body generally spreading in mankind, as well as an unsteadiness of life, so that even small strains and exertions will lead to hot flushes, fever, delirium, and collapse. But it will also result in strange imaginings, delusional phenomena, fantasies, unrealities, and vertigo. In the coming decades, and far into the third millennium, countless human beings will succumb to morbid thoughts, feelings, and thus confusions of consciousness and severe mental disorders, which will result in the future in a reduction of life control and quality of life, namely through a softening of life, also a lack of interest in life, a lack of courage to face life, and a weariness of life will become widespread and lead to many suicides. Also, a widespread indifference and lack of interest in the development of one's own consciousness, personal values of well-being, education, self-knowledge, and self-worth will become the order of the day, especially among many younger human beings. And what will be related to one's own personality in terms of indifference will also be transferred to others, and will increasingly prevent connecting relationships between human beings and finally dissolve them. This will not only lead to a lack of relationships in society, but also in families, acquaintances, friendships, and partnerships, whereby human beings will become strangers to each other, meaningless and indifferent, and will consequently all go their own ways. In the future, however, it will also be the case that many human beings will succumb to a non-control and atrophy of intellect and reason, as a result of a degenerating, destructive change in the ability of the consciousness to comprehend, understand, and process. And this will already begin to happen in the course of the next few decades, which will have a particularly detrimental effect on young and younger human beings in terms of their negative lifestyle and degeneration.
This is the text I wish to introduce into our conversation. This is because there is something else about it in this part of my father's annals that is off topic, but which you have not called up, and that is the following.
Your life will be a struggle, for there will be repeated attacks on your life, but you will have to be anxious to parry them yourself, for no one will be able to help you. In between, many adversaries will publicly try to cover you up with lies and slander, while they will superficially pretend to you, but insidiously try to frame you with lies and deceit dishonesty, and unrighteousness. Unfortunately, this will also be your wife, although you cannot avoid marriage with her, because only through this union, which you do not want, will you find the final step towards the fulfillment of your task. And through this, you will learn many things which you will then need for this. This will be the real reason that will break through to you again and again, unstoppably in memory, and drown out all your inner distress, cover it up and distract you from everything that will then constantly overload and fill you up and be ever present. But only through this will you then be unstoppably ready to break through that heaped up confusion and show, even if it is sometimes only hinting at it, your smile and your humor, which will stand above everything and make you invulnerable and sublime, whereby you can look down on everything without evil impulses. As your wife humiliates you, but turns herself into dry dust, and for a long time will no longer be able to bear her own created misery, and will flee in cowardice.
What is more, this refers to statements made by my father Svath to you in the autumn of 1948, which you then wrote on a Saturday and Sunday in 1949 as predictions, elaborated them, and sent them to several newspaper editors. The date was 13th and the 14th of May. I want to send you these predictions the day after tomorrow, Saturday, so that you can call them up and write them down and then perhaps publish the whole thing. Even then, as I have read in my father's annals, through his help you also gained insights into many false machinations of those unjust people in the governments and authorities who have worked and continue to work to the detriment of the people. And I think you should also say something about this in this day and age, because since 1949, things have got much worse in this respect.
I am aware of what you said earlier, but the one about, well, I did not want to write that down. I can still remember my prediction from 1949, and perhaps it is good if you pass it on to me and I can write it down. And perhaps it is also good if I follow your advice and once again talk turkey about it, as I did in 1949 and sent it to various newspapers, which of course never published anything because, as usual, they were too cowardly to do so, just as they did with my predictions. But as far as what you have read out is concerned, I think it is good that you have repeated your father's predictions. But the majority of stubborn earthlings talk into the wind of the desert, because they are only concerned with themselves, their own well-being, their own pleasure, their own possessions and fortunes, and with every personal advantage. However, little or no thought is given to the well-being of all human beings. The earth, its nature, fauna and flora, the atmosphere and the climate, nor to the well-being of the next human being in one's own family. This is also the reason why more and more family quarrels are taking place, whereby whole families are more and more frequently being wiped out by murder and manslaughter. Besides this, we have elements in the leaderships of states worldwide that are incapable of governing, such as in the EU dictatorship in particular and also in Germany, although the worst creature in this respect is currently ruling in the USA, namely Donald Trump, who is bringing the whole world into extremely threatening turmoil, just as most of his predecessors did. And if this madman and psychopath, who provokes political unrest worldwide and damages the financial and commodity economy, as well as spreading threats and creating mischief and spreading terror, is not stopped, then this lousy guy will manage to cause a huge war on Earth. This, however, will obviously not be noticed or even tolerated by all those who are obsessed with power around him, as it is also the case on the whole chain of countries on Earth, because all of them are equally obsessed with their power. In truth, there are only a few in all governments of all earthly states who really do not bask in obsession with power. But they hold back and do not dare to openly express their true opinion because they are afraid of losing their office. And while I'm at it, I can talk about what you think I should say about this again, as I did in 1949. In the meantime, I have learned a lot more about the same thing, which I will now explain as follows. What I have to say now will not please the majority of all rulers and authorities all over the world, because as usual I do not hold back with what is reality and truth, not even towards the rulers and authorities. And when I take aim at the majority of power-obsessed, self-important, arrogant, mendacious, alien to the people, and effectively incapable of governing government officials and authorities, and talk turkey about them, then I am effectively referring only to those fallible people who belong to this majority. So I am by no means talking about the people-oriented, righteous people of any government and authority officials who do their best and are unfortunately in the minority compared to the unrighteous. The righteous, who unfortunately do not get a chance among the unrighteous power-hungry and have to parry, so to speak, cannot do all that they want to do in the good and the best, because they are disregarded by the power-obsessed and prevented from acting in a way that is correct in terms of understanding, reason, and logic, as well as in terms of the people and the government. It must also be clear, however, that all the fallible members of the clique of unrighteous rulers and officials of both sexes dare to pretend to be righteous and close to the people in order to appear as belonging to the righteous minority. And they do this for their own personal advantage by deceiving the electorate, by pretending to be close to the people, good and progressive by means of lies, deceit, and empty as well as false and irredeemable promises, in order to get to the helm of government or to a civil servant's helm. And if they succeed in their fraudulent hypocrisy, then they use their one position contrary to what they have promised the electorate in a populist, liaristic manner, and have made them believe in acting, which is very easy for the power-obsessed. Because the majority of the people go along in psychological educational poverty and in ignorance and become obedient to the power-hungry for their empty and fraudulent mendacious promises. As a result, all the anti-people, anti-freedom and unrest, discord and lack of freedom as well as tax burdens among the people will regularly find themselves at the helm of government and in civil service positions and can work away as they wish in a damaging and anti-people manner. Of course, it will be the case that all the unjust, power-mad and autocratic people in governments and civil service, who, as usual, are good believers in religion and God, will find my words offensive and dispute them, because they do not want to stand by the truth and admit it, which undoubtedly corresponds to their rotten character traits and is rightly objectionable. This is exactly what I am doing with regard to all those rulers and heads of authorities who, as such rotten elements, exercise their might and self-importance to the suffering and harm of the citizens and the entire state population, but who also, as a result of their incompetence in financial matters, accumulate senseless mountains of debt, which then have to be paid for by the people. The fact is that the states and their populations are largely misgoverned by those incapable of governing, just as many of those incapable of governing are not capable of performing their duty in the manner demanded by the peoples. Instead of striving for peace and treating all human beings equally, they, like the majority of the peoples, are vicious and deceitful towards those of other faiths in their religious delusion and live out their personal and also communal religious hatred. And they also do this with regard to their xenophobia, namely in the name of their delusional God and his alleged love, as well as their alleged love and fellow humanity, which they greasily play on the outside, but immediately allow their hatred and all their evil violence against people of other faiths, other colors and foreigners to break through as soon as even something extremely minor happens that does not suit them. And the more profoundly they are addicted to their delusion of God, the more viciously and badly they rev up their hatred against people of other faiths, other colors and foreigners, resort to weapons and violence, and do not shy away from murder and manslaughter. And their role models are the unjust, power-hungry rulers and officials they have elected, who create strife, unrest, lack of freedom, and more tax burdens for the people in their own country. This, while in their delusions of grandeur and power, which are coupled with cowardly fear, they have nonsensical walls and death fences built around their states, either to prevent their own people from leaving the dictatorship in their own homeland, or to prevent people of other faiths, colors, and other foreigners from entering the country. In their own country, the civil and political rights of their own people are stifled by the unjust and power-mad rulers and officials, and the economy and trade with the rest of the world are also affected. Furthermore, social and cultural human rights are either impaired or completely stifled, which also includes freedom of speech and expression, etc., which is why hardly anyone or no one dares to openly say and describe what corresponds to the effective reality and truth. This is the case in many states, especially with regard to policies which, like many government decrees and court decisions, are directed against the freedom of individual human beings, or even against the whole people, as well as against justice. However, all unjust rulers and officials also use their obsession with power to terrorize other states, to threaten them, to insolently impose demands on them, and to drive their peoples into the greatest misery with trade and economic wars, as is done with punitive tariffs and sanctions. Sanctions in particular are to be understood as particularly criminal and inhuman machinations, because they are not only directed against the rulers who are in a clinch with another government imposing sanctions, because basically the entire people is always affected, who effectively have done nothing or can do nothing to bring about or lift this nonsense. And such sanctions are not only mindless, unreasonable, and inhumane, but clearly and distinctly to be described as crimes, because the populations of sanctioned states are deprived of their rights to acquire necessary necessities of life. Therefore, it is a fact that only criminal and inhuman and humanly degenerate elements, as miserable rulers, use their delusions of power to impose sanctions on other states. And if we look at all earthly governments and organizations, which are usually led by religious delusionists and believers in God's delusion, then we realize that these rulers or despots live out their desire for revenge against other state leaders who do not comply with the demands but preserve their own freedom of choice. And for this they are punished by the despots with sanctions, which in no way affect the rulers of the foreign states, but rather their populations, who in no way have anything to say and are not involved in governmental power, and are therefore innocent of the whole thing. Effectively, sanctions are dirty political machinations of coercion trivialized as punishment. The point is that foreign states to which unfulfillable demands are made disregard these demands, and are then forced by sanctions to comply with the foreign state's demands and fulfill them. This criminal behavior, which is politically described as a course of action and negative reinforcement of the demand, corresponds to nothing other than a malicious coercion, and thus an unparalleled injustice, which also creates malicious enmity. The despots of the USA who are incapable of governance, the elements of the EU dictatorship who are also incapable of governance, as well as the despotic leadership clique of the UN Security Council or the United Nations are mainly responsible for the exercise and imposition of sanctions, namely with regard to the decisions taken within the framework of the Common Foreign and Security Policy CFSP. A sanction corresponds in its basis to an embargo, which is founded on a state prohibition that no trade may be conducted with a certain state, which is to be forced to fulfill a demand by means of a sanction. By imposing sanctions, however, a state also withholds or confiscates foreign property, especially merchant ships. Now, in the above-mentioned relations, I am talking exclusively about those rulers and authorities who can be classified in the above-mentioned category, and whose actions and activities give cause for complaint. In doing so, I can, of course, only object to and despise their rotten thinking, their dishonesty, their wrong actions, their selfishness and self-importance, as well as their entire inhumane behavior, and thus their misguided, lousy and miserable character image, but not them as human beings, whom I have to respect, honor, and appreciate, and never condemn, and must also never do so. In contrast to those character image damaged and egoists who stand in the governments and authorities and do their wrong for their personal addiction to the exercise of power, self-exaltation and self-adulation, stand the righteous. These are all the others, but as a minority, namely the righteous and honest, who exercise their offices in honor and dignity and for the good of the people, and these are on the one hand to be considered as duty consciously elevated above the unrighteous, dishonest and people-damaging, and on the other hand also worthy of great thanks being expressed to them in an honorable and dignifying manner. As a rule, the majority is only eager to indulge in the exercise of power, self-importance, loudmouthness and adulation and acclaim by its followers. This is because the majority are incapable of fulfilling their governmental or official duties, because they have neither the necessary knowledge of governing and state management, nor the know-how of the authorities, nor the necessary expertise. And since this is the case, it costs all taxpayers immense state expenditures for the stupidity and lack of expertise of the majority of the government and public authority officials. And this is because this majority, broken down into individuals, are nothing more than rivets and zeros in their simple-mindedness and lack of leadership qualities, as well as in their lack of important expertise. This, however, is made up for at the expense of the taxpayers by hiring lobbyists who, for horrendous salaries, act as advisors to the incompetent in government and the authorities. This is because, as a rule, those in power who are elected by parties and not directly by the people are absolutely incapable of governing and deciding for the good of the people, as is true of all governments and authorities around the world. It is therefore the case that the majority of those who exercise governmental power and authority are, on the one hand, hugely mismanaging, but on the other hand, can only be at the helm because lobbyists act in an advisory capacity as saviors in times of need, and are actually those who, in truth, are basically the governmental and official conductors. Because of their ignorance of government and official leadership, they have no choice but to consult the lobbyists who advise them, who ingratiate themselves with the government and officials, and are in fact the actual government and officials. And for this they are paid unbelievably high compensation from taxpayers' money for their consultations, which ultimately run into millions. This is precisely because the parties, etc., and the peoples in their stupidity catapult rivets and zeros into the governments and authorities, who in their stupidity could only thresh empty straw, if they were at all capable of doing so, if it were not precisely a matter of mad dictatorial powerful people who indulge in despotism from the bottom up. Governmental and official rivets and zeros, however, even if they are so loudmouthed, self-important, powerful and arrogant in their stupidity, such as the old and new EU dictatorship powers, especially those in Germany, France and the USA, can only hold their posts, keep them, and collect high salaries because they squander millions of euros of state money in order to keep their personal office through their expensive lobbyist advisors and also have their state governed. Whether it is the top state leaders themselves, such as an autocratic EU dictator president or his equally green-eared zero, who has already spent millions of tax euros on her advisors as a result of her incompetence as war minister in Germany, it is all the same. This is also the case with her next loser, who is just as useless and who is nevertheless supposed to ascend to the chancellorship one day, which is why she has been elevated by the chancellor to the post of defense minister or even war minister, because as the still state powerful she lives under the delusion that she has to bring about a matriarchy in Europe with regard to the powers of the state. Now, I have a few things to say about the whole disgracefulness that the zero-value rulers and people of the authorities, etc., are incompetent zeros, but I do not want to attack or include in any way the just and righteous rulers and members of the authorities who do the best possible in their offices. My attack is only directed at those who understand nothing at all about the whole of governance, but only want to shine in their self-importance. So I am only talking about the majority of those who abuse their position of power and can only hold it, but cannot govern themselves, because they have lobbyists and advisors who are paid horrendous sums of taxpayers' money and act as the actual rulers. And all that is left to say is that these kind of loud-mouthed rulers sell the people as stupid, but the people know nothing about it and therefore cheer all the ineffectual zeros and rivets. Unfortunately, no citizen, or only very few, dare to talk about it in public, because they have to fear official reprisals, so that the majority of the so-called rulers and authorities can continue to work within the same framework. But it does not matter to me because I still dare to speak out and state the facts, even if people want to get on my back about it. It is true that this will also not change anything, because the people simply live laxly into the day and let the rulers and officials do to them what they want. I would also like to say that I respect, appreciate, and pay tribute to all righteous rulers and members of the authorities, and that I am also genuinely happy that these human beings do their best according to their abilities and possibilities. I value their attitude, their actions, their behavior, and their sense of responsibility just as highly as I value them as human beings. And I do so even if they can do little or nothing against the nonsense and the betrayal of the homeland by those who work maliciously and treacherously against the well-being of the people, as well as against the freedom and peace of the homeland, as we unfortunately also have such elements in the government, in the authorities, and among the people in Switzerland, who, due to stupidity and lack of intelligentum, or being intelligent, want to shamefully sell out our homeland to the enslaving EU dictatorship, with 0 sense and 0 reason. That, my friend, is what needs to be said about the present time. However, the way I now assess Trump, well, not as a human being, because as such he is taboo for me. Absolutely unassailable and with integrity. In terms of his mindset, his character, and his behavior, he is obviously not only contradictory in public, but also within himself. In addition, he is also a confused loudmouth, and is unable to assess what he is doing to other peoples, and thus also to their religious faith with his insane orders, commands, threats, and racist insults. All his behavior in this regard is not only stupid and simple-minded, but so degenerate that not even human beings who still live as savages and primitives somewhere in the densest bush and have no idea whatsoever about civilization. Trump is, moreover, a mind deceiver who plays the powerful and strong man in government and in public, but at the bottom of his being is an absolute coward, and in his private life is small and ugly and pretends to be bland and decent because he is cowardly afraid that he could be attacked and suffer any harm. And that he is creating mischief in the USA through his racial hatred and his xenophobia and his otherwise stupidly primitive views, opinions, utterances, and speeches, he cannot grasp. So he also cannot understand that he drives his morally unstable followers of both sexes, who are incapable of understanding and reason, into an unthinking hatred through his idiocy, who then go berserk and in their madness of hatred senselessly and ruthlessly murder innocent human beings if possible en masse. But the obviously logic-deficient megalomaniac, in his self-conceit, is unable to assess this, because in his imbecility he believes he is above everything and perhaps even the great savior of U.S. America, or the creator of the universe. And that in his primitive mind and in his manifold hatred, which, however, he mendaciously denies and moreover wants to exterminate other haters by the death penalty, he conjures up evil calamities he is incapable of understanding, let alone even recognizing. In his catastrophically degenerated, stupid, and impudent behavior, he also includes the refugees who migrate from South American countries and want to reach the USA via Mexico. This, however, creates immense misery and causes many deaths that have to be accounted for on his conscience, which, in his indifference to the welfare and well-being of his fellow human beings, neither concerns nor burdens him, because he regards these human beings only as vermin that have to be trampled on. Basically, Trump puts only his own well-being above every well-being and woe of every other human being. And thus he makes it clear that he also puts his personal well-being above all the well-being and woe of all Earth humans. Therefore, this is also at the forefront of his politics, and especially in the context of U.S. aspirations for world domination, and America must be great and powerful, which is why he is also harassing other states with his crazy and unpredictable demands, false accusations, threats, and with idiotic tariffs, and putting at risk worldwide the otherwise already fragile world peace.
Trump is a comedic actor. And as you describe him, that is also exactly true, as is the great danger he poses to the entire world. Yet all his supporters are stupid and do not recognize his dangerous unpredictability. The man is not only an actor, but also a hypocrite, who pretends to be conciliatory, affable, and peaceful in order to make good weather for himself. As you are wont to say, yet he is imperious and willing to destroy the still existing weak approach to world peace and the entire, still partly existing world order for his lust for power. He is ready to plunge the world and Earth humans into hopeless ruin, as was also Hitler's intention, but which he failed to implement. In this sense, Trump also promotes racism, hatred of nations, hatred of religion as well as left-wing and right-wing extremism, violence and degenerations with armed force, etc. But we should not be talking about that now. We should be talking about what your friend brought up, which I think you should speak up and then also publish the whole thing. What you have learned from my father Schwath is more than I now know, for I have now first of all the duty to familiarize myself with his annals, as I also have to look around in our new library and still have much to fathom and learn. Since our last conversation on the 14th of June, I have not been able to get away from it and have spent all the time possible to me in fathoming many things and acquiring new knowledge, which is completely new and immeasurable to me. And when I think that you have known all this all your life, but that at my age I have to learn much of it, then I can only bow down before you, Edouard, dear friend. And the new learning of the immeasurably extensive knowledge has only now become possible for me, as also for our peoples, because you have made known to us the sign how we could find and open the entrance. Since we have been in contact with each other, you have kept silent about it, which is why I only came across the whole of your real task when I began to study the annals of my father Schwath at your request. What I have learned in the library since the 14th of June, at least what I have been able to explore and learn so far, far exceeds my expectations. So I also think that you are now, with your knowledge, which you already learned from my father as a boy and also explored a great deal yourself, as I know from my father's annals, better able to explain the facts we have addressed regarding earthly overpopulation and its destructive manipulations of the planet, its nature, fauna, and flora, the atmosphere, and the climate.
Ptah, for my part, I do not have a monopoly on omniscience, nor do I have absolute wisdom. But nevertheless, I will endeavor to state and explain the pertinent and authoritative facts. Some of it I can still pull out of my memories, but I must honestly admit that not everything is familiar to me anymore, which is why I have to pick it out of my memory bank. And what Schwath taught me or what I get from my memory bank, I naturally form according to my own use of language and in relation to the present time, but I try not to add my own interpretations to what Schwath said, but to stick only to what he said. Before I begin, however, I would like to ask you a question, if I may.
You know you can always ask.
Of course I know that, but what I want to ask would be purely private.
You know that since we've had our friendship, we've never kept secrets from each other.
Good, thanks. Well, how can I say yes? When you ended our conversation so abruptly on the 14th of June and walked away, it was really abrupt. The look on your face was strange, to which I would like to say that it seemed so perplexed to me, just as if you had been struck and affected and fallen from all clouds.
As usual, you are good at putting things into words and explaining them as they are. So you also observed me correctly and judged my sudden mental state at that time correctly, because what you said last affected me. In fact, I was stunned and perplexed, as you put it. It was a bit much all at once, and moreover, I was not prepared for it because
That's good, thanks, Ptah. That is clear to me now, so we do not need to talk about it anymore.
English translation, 722nd contact, part 2. Thursday, the 8th of August, 2019, 20:07 hours.
But what I want to bring up now is the false peace sign in relation to the Death Rune. The Death Rune and its meaning all the evil, violence, depravity, pleasure-seeking that has degenerated today, as well as everything relating to indifference of every kind, environmental destruction, hatred, revenge, vice, addictions and retaliation, as well as murder, manslaughter, fraud, criminality and crime, war and terrorism, etc., are founded in origin in the false peace symbol / peace sign circulating as the Death Rune, which is supposed to cause death and destruction. If since the time when this rune was created by the Nazis in 1929, it was then misused, and in the end they actually spread death and ruin with it, then this cannot and must not be attributed to the rune itself, because as such it is simply a neutral symbol without any energy or power. That, however, which human beings make of it is bad, evil, blasphemous, criminal, evil and destructive, etc., and also triggers all that is nonsensical, disastrous, deviant and depraved, about which some importance must be said, which cannot be explained in a few words but only in detail, so that everything may be correctly understood and, accordingly, comprehended. What has been wrongly conceived around the world by the human beings of the earth, and continues to be wrongly conceived, precisely in relation to the Death Rune, that from this itself allegedly malignant swinging waves are caused and are supposed to emanate, this corresponds to a fairy tale. This is on the one hand due to the misuse of the Algiz rune in connection with the murderous, criminal and destructive machinations of the Nazis from 1929 to 1945, and on the other hand as a result of insufficient explanations regarding the description of the Death Rune and its meaning. Just by seeing, looking at or talking about the rune, the Earthlings, through their assumptions, presumptions, thoughts, feelings and memories, etc., create associations or cause and effect relationships. Associations or causal links and ideas regarding Nazi crimes are evoked in Earthlings through their assumptions, presumptions, thoughts, feelings and memories, etc., which have imprinted themselves in the subconscious of humanity. Although I am not a rune specialist and therefore not particularly knowledgeable about runes, I have tried to find out what effectively relates to the Death Rune, which corresponds to an evil corruption. With the help of Pleiadian annals, I was able to familiarize myself with the doctrine of the correct rune, the Algiz rune, and memorize its real meaning, which on the one hand is absolutely contrary to what was falsified in 1929 as the so-called Nazi rune, and in 1958 the false peace sign was created from it and spread worldwide. Meaning of the upside-down Algiz rune. The real meanings of the Algiz rune, which were precisely recorded by Pleiadian records at the time of the Germanic tribes, correspond, like all other runes, to completely different or similar values than those assumed and claimed by today's scientific rune research, but which will certainly be denied by the know-it-alls, because they are so clever and have researched everything scientifically and know better. But I will explain this later, because first we must talk about the Death Rune. The truth is that the false peace sign is the Algiz rune =, correct Y, which was already falsified and misused by the Nazis, and which, when turned around, was interpreted as the Death Rune =, false X. However, this first happened in the early 1900s, and then even more so in 1929, when death and destruction were attributed to the rune, and it is still interpreted in this way today. And this is because the use of this inverted rune by the Nazis, precisely since the new design and then further on through the false peace sign, actually caused immense unspeakable suffering, misery and hardship, as well as death, crime, mass and genocide, extermination and destruction millions of times over. This, the Death Rune, will be explained later. For now an interpretation is necessary in order to clarify the reverse rune, which is misused for evil, but which also in this way means neither death nor destruction. The Algiz rune Z, it is turned upside down on the head key Bu means, as I know from a Pleiadian instruction, the following: there are many dangers lurking on the path of life. Always be mindful and give an equal sign present. Always use your own protection of your inner creative power. Always recognize the given and the true equal sign reality and truth. Always be on guard, watchful and careful. Avoid all haste and haste. Also take time and rest. Never be susceptible to any negative influences, persuasion, indoctrination, faith. In general, beware of all physical violence. Overcome the evil forces within you before they push forward equal sign outwards. Gather your thoughts in good power and use them for success. The wrong peace sign with the inverted Algiz rune Q was thus quickly called a Death Rune, although the correct but misused rune Z is a Germanic protection rune. Since the creation of the Nazi symbol made from the Algiz rune, very negative and maliciously degenerated unvalues have been created among the Earthlings through a wrong use of thought-feeling memory in relation to the inverted rune image. Because this rune, which correctly has nothing to do with death through murder, ruin, and the like, was misused by the Nazis on the one hand, but on the other hand was moronically falsified for a false peace sign in 1958. The inverted Algiz rune is used to foment and carry out an enormous amount of nonsense and stupid conspiracy nonsense, spreading fear and terror. The Algiz rune, also the wrong, inverted one on its own, is in itself completely harmless and does not embody anything negative or positive for any human beings, that is to say, neither good nor evil. The rune is simply there and in itself completely harmless, whether drawn, chiseled, carved, or as a photograph, etc. Basically. It is always up to the human being alone how he views a symbol, what he associates it with through his ideas, what he associates it with and what he makes of it in his thoughts, feelings, actions, and behavior. For all earthlings, let it now be said that the Algiz rune correctly corresponds to a rune that cannot be reversed or turned in any other way. Consequently, it can be turned neither to something good nor to something evil, and therefore also not to a death rune. What nevertheless only occurs symbolically in runeology, as the doctrine of the runes is called when translated into the German language in a play-aron way, exists only imaginatively symbolically in the Algiz rune of protection, and only with the meaning of the upside-down Algiz rune described above. Basically, the Algiz rune is simply a symbol of protection, but not of evil, death, and destruction. In principle, this rune stands for normal death and rebirth, among other things, but especially also for a certain fertility, and thus also for one's own rebirth, as well as for the emergence of new life in general. As I was able to learn from the play-aron annals, the runes are interpreted somewhat correctly by the so-called rune experts, but really only somewhat, whereby they are assigned to false omnipotence because the relevant meanings are misunderstood and misinterpreted. Consequently, I will take the liberty of explaining what needs to be explained according to the play-aron annals. Clearly, the Algiz rune, as I have already said, is first and foremost a symbol of protection, whereby it is also shown and interpreted precisely in the sense of the runic doctrine, that the human being will find protection if he entrusts himself to the energy of creation and its power, which animates him, but in which he also seeks protection. It does not matter to which thought-feeling direction he belongs, whether he is religious, worldly, philosophical, ideological, atheistic believer, or whether he is turned towards the real reality and thus purely realistic truth thinking. It must also be understood that the whole of the rune does not mean that a god, etc., holds his protective hand over the human being, or that an angelic being, a good spirit, something holy, a higher power, or the like is watching over him. Basically, another meaning of the Algiz rune is that the human being should not devote himself faithfully to an illusory authority, or might that is superior to him, but that he should open himself to the creative energy and power within himself. So the actual basic meaning of the rune represents the creative energy and power that animates human beings themselves, and through which they are able to absolutely determine themselves and to be lord and master of themselves. So the meaning of the Algiz rune is about the human being spreading his own hands over himself as if to embrace the energy of creation within himself that flows through and animates him. But the rune also contains the meaning that the energy of creation and creative power not only serves to protect one's own personality, but also for other human beings and for nature and all life of fauna and flora in general. Consequently, it should also be used for this purpose. And finally, the Algiz rune teaches the certainty that the energy of creation, which animates the human being and all existences in general, endlessly gives sufficient energy and power to create peace, freedom, and harmony, and to preserve these values, as well as to constantly pass them on helpfully and to protect everything, if the good of the energy of creation working in the human being and animating him is used. Each individual symbol has a certain meaning for itself, but assigned to it by the human being who imagines something under it and connects it with his thoughts and feelings, which then also gives him something, but which he creates out of himself, which he then, however, if he thinks unrealistically and connects the symbol with a belief, wrongly ascribes to an effect of the symbol which this is to radiate and realize. This is also the case with the Algiz rune, which is why it is also true with regard to it. Faith makes blessed. As said, this rune is probably a protective rune, but only among other things, but in no way about something negative or about evil death, as well as not somehow about the fact that through it a human being is or is to be consciously led into ruin. If, however, something like this happens, it is absolutely certain that it is not due to an effect of the Algiz rune, just as this is never the case with other symbols of any kind. But if something does happen, then in no case by a symbol etc. radiating a corresponding energy and power and thus bringing about something. Because if something happens in connection with a symbol, as also with a horoscope, with fortune-telling or with a belief, then it happens out of pure stupidity on the part of the human being, because he uses neither intellect nor reason, but believes in the nonsensical, and thereby acts purposefully and unconsciously in such a thoughtless way that what he believes in comes about and is fulfilled. If the human being believes in symbols, is addicted to a religious faith, or subscribes to horoscopes or fortune-telling, etc., then at a certain moment he thinks and acts completely unconsciously and carelessly exactly according to the meaning he assigns to the symbol, the horoscope or the fortune-telling, because he believes in it, as a result of which what he imagines will become and prove to be reality inevitably comes to pass and is fulfilled. And then everything actually comes to pass in the imagined way, and it does not matter whether it is in origin an alleged energy or power of a rune, some symbol of some form, a horoscope, a thing or a prophecy, etc., because it is believed in, then it inevitably comes to pass, and exactly in the way that the human being assigns to it meaning and expects from the whole. Of course, the old meanings that this rune, like other runes and symbols, etc., has received over the centuries also count, for they gave them much might and energy through the faith of human beings, but truly not to the rune or any other symbol, but to themselves. This is precisely because it was thought and continues to be thought and deeply believed, but erroneously assumed, that the rune or the symbol possesses power, energy and strength in itself, which, however, is illusory and fundamentally false, because only the human beings themselves create these in themselves, and thus bring about what they ascribe to the rune or other symbol, and believingly expect from it. So everything happened and happens and is realized only because people simply believed in the might, energy and power of the runes or a symbol, as it has always happened and also continues to happen through every believing human being. Basically, it is only up to the person who uses a rune or a symbol or something else according to faith, for the way in which everything can and does work through the faith of human beings themselves, works only through their faith if they are believers, but otherwise through the true knowledge of their intellect and reason. If a negative or positive meaning is attributed to something, then at that very moment the human being converts his expectation according to his thoughts and his feelings into an energy and power, which he then carelessly builds up in himself in such a way that, whether consciously or unconsciously, everything in him aligns itself according to faith in such a way that it then also inevitably happens as a result of the power of his expectation and his faith. Every symbol, every horoscope, every rune, every divination as well as every worldly, philosophical, ideological or religious belief lives from the energies and forces that human beings devote to it, as well as with the meaning that they ascribe to the corresponding thing and believe in it. Just as in relation to a symbol, horoscope, rune, divination or something else etc. that they trust in terms of expectation and belief. Every human being should think about this carefully, and not simply worship and believe in something as a given truth in a naive or imbecilic way. Just as one should not worship and believe in an alleged peace symbol that is not really a peace symbol but which, when looked at, evokes in the majority of human beings admonishing reminiscences or retrospections, or even memories of the World War of 1939, 1945 with the Nazi atrocities. And these reminiscences, which have been deposited in the collective subconscious of the majority of the human beings of the earth and have effectively eaten into them, have the effect that a Stockholm Syndrome effect comes into effect, whereby the human beings influence their attitude accordingly and begin to act in the same way as they are mentally and imaginatively conveyed to them by their retrospections. But the whole thing leads much further, for through the reminiscences, especially when the so-called Death Rune is viewed as a false symbol of peace, all the malignant and unmastered, deprecating, low-grade, negative, destructive, sinister, as well as wicked, rotten, and degenerate character traits buried in the deepest character come to the surface. In this way, all evils are generated, become rampant, increase and continue to be generated, spreading more and more throughout the world and continually bringing more and more evil. The whole effect of the Stockholm Syndrome, however, has another bad effect, namely that the behaviors develop in such an antisocial way that they collectively affect the mind of human beings and influence them subconsciously in an uncontrollable way. And this happens, as Schwath taught and thoroughly explained, in that a wave of opinion, so to speak, arises and spreads uncontrollably and has a collective indoctrinating effect on every human being who is susceptible to it as a result of his immaturity of consciousness. Consequently, he then adjusts his attitude and his behavior and actions, etc. accordingly. And this then happens without the human being still being confronted with the original events in terms of memory. The change of mind thus arises collectively in the human beings, and works by the corresponding swinging waves having a hypnotic effect, and the mind being formed accordingly, which is then reacted to. All in all, an urge to imitate arises in the human being, through which thinking, behavior and action are controlled, and he, as a follower of others, is magically attracted to participate in everything, whereby mass gatherings of human beings arise, such as demonstrations, parades, entertainment events, as well as gatherings for quarrels, hate preaching, warmongering, race-mongering, and religious delusion meetings, etc. This is because the human being is caught up in the vibrational collective influence and aligns his mind to it, whereby he is carried away by the influence and behaves thoughtlessly, and acts according to the whispers that have an indoctrinating and hypnotic effect, because he cannot control the whole thing. And this, although the Death Rune actually has nothing to do with evil, and in its origin also nothing to do with death and ruin. In reality and truth, this Death Rune symbolizes a principle of life. But in 1929, esoteric Nazi nonsense for Nazi criminals fabricated, used, and spread the opposite, a symbol of death and ruin. Then, in 1958, as a result of stupidity, ignorance, the second imbecility was committed. Namely in England, when a symbol for nuclear disarmament was designed for a demonstration of an organization, and this was elevated to a worldwide spread false peace symbol. However, no attention was paid to the fact that the symbol became known in the Nazi Empire as the Death Rune, which was used as a symbol by the delusional and esoteric Nazi upper classes. As a result, the Nazi symbol, which was designed in 1929, was very quickly spread worldwide and equated with death. Murder, torture, crime, mass murder, rape, inhumanity, and the mass destruction of peoples and religious believers, etc. This was precisely according to the inhumanity of the Nazi symbol. This was precisely after the inhuman criminal actions of the Nazi gangs, who spread disaster as the world had never experienced and seen before, namely death and crime in the worst forms. So it was only a question of time until the whole thing had spread worldwide and thereby triggered malignant, thought-feeling impulses and swinging waves in the human beings, and then began to have an effect very quickly and completely in accordance with the Stockholm Syndrome in the majority of human beings. And this effect brought forth a malignant consciousness, thought-feeling, psyche-swinging wave, which spread worldwide at breakneck speed and has since, as a result of the effect of the Stockholm Syndrome, been affecting the great mass of Earth humans. This drives the majority of the Earth's population to wickedness and addiction, to vices, to greed for money, to crime, deceit, fraud, rape, pedophilia, and to hatred against individual human beings, as well as to delusional racial, ethnic, and religious hatred, as well as to murder, mass murder, family murder, manslaughter, terrorism, to hegemony, and to the exercise of power. And this also gives rise to bloody uprisings, civil war, populism, imperiousness, inhumanity, and all other human degenerations. What is to be said about the misbehavior of the majority of Earth humans also refers to the fact that in the future, all the mischief of all human degenerations will continue worldwide and bring death, ruin, war, terror, and destruction. On the one hand, as before, the blame will be borne by those who exercise their power in an autocratic manner. Namely, those irresponsible rulers who abuse their position to create strife and disharmony in all countries around the earth. And as it is since time immemorial, everything that these irresponsible rulers do is transmitted vibrationally to the majority of the peoples, as a result of which they howl their pro and hooray to the criminal and evil-creating machinations of their rulers, and here, too, the advocacy and imitation in the sphere of the populations bring the Stockholm Syndrome to bear. And this is done while the whole minority of those who are not brimming with stupidity like the pro and hurrah howlers are shouted down and muzzled. This, while the few who use their intellect and reason and thus grasp the evil conjured up by those irresponsible rulers who, for the sake of their might and hegemony, as well as in their religious delusion and in the name of their imaginary god, consciencelessly lead their own people and the world into wars, strife, and terrorism, and thus also lead them to all evil. Hatred and egoism, jealousy, mistrust, revenge and retaliation will continue to increase in the majority of human beings, as will murders in families, in acquaintances and through robbery and assault, etc., as will also the already emerging neglect of character among the younger generations, which will become more and more widespread in relation to the growing overpopulation. And this is and will be the result of the fact that the attitude of the majority of humanity is slipping more and more into character chaos, degeneracy and inadequate behavior, and thus ultimately into a poverty attitude. With regard to what results from faith in relation to the Death Rune in the form of the Stockholm Syndrome as all degeneracy, evil and negativity, it is to be said again and again clearly that it is not the rune or the symbol itself that radiates all degeneracy, all evil, badness, and negativity. And this is so, although in Nazi esoteric erroneous assertion it is stupidly interpreted that the rune itself emits degenerate swinging waves. Basically, the truth is only and always that the rune was misused by the Nazis as a gravestone symbol as well as for death. Murder, torture, genocide, rape, mass murder, political religious madness as well as for war, terror, and a Jewish extermination of the people. And this fact led to a hatred of the rune among the majority of Earth humans, following the Stockholm Syndrome, and all evil and harm was attributed to the rune itself. This hatred produced and continues to produce a corresponding swinging wave with regard to misbehavior in accordance with the evil memories of the criminal events in the Nazi war, as corresponds to the normal course of development of the behavior of Earth humans and their imitation as a result of the Stockholm Syndrome, which is just as not unusual as the fact that this Stockholm Syndrome-induced swinging wave has taken root powerfully in the collective subconscious of Earth humans. And this hate vibration, which has inserted itself into the collective subconsciousness of Earth humans and is directed towards the Death Rune, continues to this day to hold human beings captive in an unwholesome way through corresponding swinging waves of consciousness and steers them into a wrong mindset. As a result of the powerful effect of the Stockholm Syndrome, widespread hate thoughts and feelings result from this, as well as completely wrong, illogical and degenerate, inhumane manifold behaviors, uncontrolled thoughts, feelings, and actions, and from this, mischief of manifold kinds. And from all this, it follows inevitably that all these disastrous degenerations in every respect become continuously and inexorably effective in a glaring way, especially when a human being sees a death rune, or when he sees a false peace symbol with such a rune. And this is inevitably so, no matter where such a symbol is seen, be it on a t-shirt, on a picture, painted somewhere, on a sticker, drawn, or be it on television, on a badge, or elsewhere. Therefore,
Excuse me. What you say about the Death Rune, which was circulated without understanding or reason as an evil, discord-creating, false peace symbol, and has since then spread discord, unfreedom, and disharmony as well as injustice, unrighteousness, and behavioral degenerations among Earth humans worldwide, is indeed true. But in order to really understand this in all its nuances, it is necessary to perceive everything realistically, to fathom it analytically, and to judge it. But so the unfortunate fact is not given to Earth humans. To be a realist in the way you are, who have been instructed in this respect by my father, and have become an unflinching realist, that can probably only rarely be found on Earth in this way. But I want to say something about the false peace symbol that came into being in 1958, and it was designed by a British artist called Gerald Holtham. I'm sure it was for an Easter march from London to the Nuclear Weapons Research Center in Aldermaston, which was the first march or campaign of its kind in the world at the time and caused quite a stir, as you know. Holtham was commissioned to design the sign by the British organization CND, or Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, in order to demonstrate for nuclear disarmament under this sign the incorrectly used rune. As an alleged peace sign, it then found its way into the whole world, and has since brought unimaginable disaster upon the Earth and the entire Earth population. Precisely because it was misused as a death rune during the Nazi era and has since been equated by Earth humans with death, disaster, and crime. The rune with the meaning Death Rune was only developed in 1929 in the so-called Armanen Futhark, whereby it was a purely esoteric delusion and an invention of the Nazis. For this purpose, one of the original Germanic runes was used and its meaning was distorted into the opposite and negative, while other runes were completely reinvented. Since the use of this false symbol of peace, we have been occupied with it by observing, researching, and analyzing in a strictly scientific way the effect of this sign on all Earth humans. Subsequently, we have made a corresponding effort to find out about the origin of the Death Rune, which has led to an infallible result in that the sign, which is considered to be a false peace sign, has created strife, war, terror, racism, and many kinds of mischief in modern times from its very first existence and use, which quickly anchored itself subliminally in a collective manner in the subconscious of Earth humans and spread like wildfire throughout the bulk of humanity. So this fact corresponds exactly to everything you have explained. The degenerate and malignant swinging waves you have mentioned have, since the beginning of the whole thing, created a tremendous amount of seriously degenerate behavior in the bulk of humanity in relation to the Death Rune, which does not correspond to any such rune. However, the whole disaster is not actually to be found in the rune as such, but as the Stockholm Syndrome, which works in the degenerated attitude in the majority of Earth humans. As a result, up to the present time, the attitude and the entire degenerated behavior of these people have become more and more out of control in every respect and have become chaotic, wild and degenerate, whereby everything has got out of hand. As a result, there is no decency, no order and no peace, no justice, no compassion and no togetherness among Earth humans today, but all around only evil, degeneracy, and indifference to the point of depravity. You are also right that the Death Rune does not correspond to such a rune but to a life rune, which, as an Algiz rune, means elk, but also defense. However, this was misused early in the last century by a Jew-hating folk esotericist named Guido von List, whose correct name, however, was Karl Anton List, born in Vienna in 1848 and died in Berlin in 1919. The new sign, which was not created until 1929, and which then found its way into the collective subconscious of Earth humans as the Death Rune, is still used today in right-wing extremist neo-Nazi circles, although the sign is regarded as the Lebensborn, but is forbidden as a man rune. The fact that the Volkish esotericist and Jew-hater List had interpreted the rune to mean defense, etc., was then exploited during the Nazi period by the confused Nazi esotericists. who used the rune as a much-appreciated Nazi propaganda sign, which was also highly stylized for Aryan National Socialist womanhood, which was urged to be concerned for Aryan offspring. However, the man rune was also used as a sign for pharmacists as well as others. According to the Nazi interpretation of the time, the man rune or death rune, which had been shaped by Liszt and later by early Nazis in 1929, was interpreted in an esoteric sense in such a way that the symbol represented a man with divine might, whose outstretched arms symbolically embodied the power of the German people and the Völkisch movement. For right-wing extremists, especially for nationalist-minded neo-Nazis, the runes represent something special, with certain runes playing a special role in the right-wing extremist scene because they have a special meaning for them, especially for practicing the old religion. Even the National Socialists like to use the runes, especially in connection with a veneration of Germanicism, seeing in them the originality of the Völkisch ideology. Furthermore, the death rune in particular symbolizes a turning away and a malicious hatred directed against the modern world and, above all, against Judaism, but also against Christianity and Islam. In contrast to this, however, is the turn to Germanic esotericism. Consequently, those who deal with runes in a National Socialist framework are undoubtedly also right-wing extremists. Of course, the context of this must always be considered, for the effects always depend on how they are given. It already became apparent in the Third Reich that runes were misused for other malicious purposes, namely for delusional religious purposes, as well as for the punishment of evildoers, who were very often tortured and not infrequently murdered as a result of trivial offenses, but this never became public. For all rune believers of that time, who formed special groups, which still exist today in a secret way, and whose members were not neo-Nazis and who also are not today. It was and is a sacred duty under threat of death to keep silent about it in order to guarantee that nothing about it gets into the public domain. And this has continued to the present day, since runic murders are still being carried out which, due to the secrecy of the members of these runic sects, do not find an explanation, especially because these murders are invariably staged or arranged and carried out as accidental deaths or suicides of all kinds. The Algiz rune experienced.
Excuse me, because I would also like to say something again about this. Namely, something that I learned from your father Svath, and that seems important to me. Namely that, as he said, the death rune, or man rune, will continue to be used in the neo-Nazi field even today. This symbol will have a connection with the SA, or Sturmabteilung, or Uniformed Armed Political Fighting Force as an organizational unit of the NSDAP, or National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party, until well into the third millennium. This would namely be secretly continued underground, but in connection with a crazy organizational and ideological as well as heterogeneous movement of the Reich guarantors. By this is meant a movement which is not homogeneous and not orderly in its internal structure. Consequently, it also has a non-uniformity and non-uniformity, which is uneven, and consequently is therefore not homogeneously composed and is disorderly and loosely structured, which can precisely be called a heterogeneous movement, group, mass or stratum, etc. When I think about Svatha's explanation in this regard, I think it is the Reichsbürgerbewegung in Germany today, which is a scene that is actually made up of lunatic, insane and unaccountable crazy individuals and small groupings, not only in Germany but also in Switzerland, Austria, US America and Russia, and so on. These lunatics, who crazily also hope for a return in relation to the Third Reich, can partly also be described as political sectarians who are suspicious of the existence of the Federal Republic of Germany, and who do not recognize it but deny it as a legitimate and sovereign state. This is of course also connected with the open rejection of any legal system, because this is a fact of the ideology of the so-called Reichsbürger, who also frown on any kind of democracy. This also includes the rejection of historical revisionism, as well as the denial of the Holocaust, whereby strong anti-Semitism is also present, as well as ideological elements of right-wing extremism. And as I know, these crazy human beings also have a negative attitude towards an open and pluralistic society. Respectively, they vehemently frown upon any coexisting different worldviews and life concepts within a population. Furthermore, the members of this movement refuse to pay fines and taxes, just as they do not recognize court decisions and administrative rulings, but often rebel against them, also by force of arms, claiming that they are Reich citizens of the Third Reich, and that only the German Reich, instead of the Federal Republic, is responsible for them. And if I add what I know from television programs, it follows that for these lunatic elements, according to their crazy ideology, either the borders of the German Empire or those of 1937 still apply. It was also explained that this movement as an organization was represented by a provisional Reich government, KRR, or similar, whose powers the often competing groups would each claim for themselves. This scene is also associated with the so-called self-governors, who have increasingly appeared in the 2010s, stubbornly vegetating in their delusion that they, as citizens of the Federal Republic of Germany, could simply leave the Federal Republic and its legislation as a German citizen through a unilateral declaration on their part. Maddeningly, they sometimes also refer to the universally valid human rights, which means that they do not necessarily and only refer to the German Reich, but also to the fact that they are universal citizens. However, I must also mention that the NSDAP was a political party founded in the Weimar Republic under the leadership of Adolf Hitler in the Third Reich, which was so called from 1933 to 1945, and should have lasted 1,000 years as the Thousand-Year Reich. Even today, through the crazy neo-Nazis in this direction, terms for coexisting, different worldviews and concepts of life within a population can be found. The toleration of partly contradictory values and strongly divergent lifestyles allows the individual person great scope for personal development. The whole thing also harbors Hitler worship, whereby these lunatics and brainless elements may actually still believe in the thousand-year Third Reich. This was actually basically brought up and prefabulated by a nationalist-minded historian called Muller. He appointed the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation as the First Empire, then the Empire of Bismarck as the Second Reich, to then name a coming, fictitious Third Reich, which as such was then to be established as the Greater German Empire in a Volksgemeinschaft. When the Third Reich was then actually brought into being and existed from 1933 until the end of the war in 1945, the vision and wish of the visionist and Jew-hater list was thereby fulfilled. But the Thousand-Year Reich did not endure. And not even that he thought he had to realize the Thousand-Year Reich of the Holy Spirit, with the Third Reich and Great German Reich, according to the faith of the Christians. But the fact is that the Nazis and the National Socialists effectively called their reign from 1933 to 1945 the Third Reich, and they also used the term Third Reich for their National Socialist propaganda. And indeed, the Nazis then also reinterpreted the term Third Reich according to their meaning as the Reich of the Holy Spirit. In 1939, the term Third Reich and Thousand-Year Reich were indeed banned again, to which Svath said that the Nazis did this for propaganda reasons, because some opponents had ridiculed the term and brought another term of a Fourth Reich into play, because the Third Reich was supposed to have already ceased to exist or something. However, its existence in relation to the Thousand-Year Reich was then fortunately brought to an end sooner and faster than the insanity-stricken Nazi greats and their vassals and murderous war servants could have dreamed of, but which ultimately cost more than 65 million human lives worldwide, and brought untold suffering and destruction to practically the whole world.
There would be a lot more to explain about that.
That is so, but I actually wanted to address a different topic. As usual, however, the wrong peace sign, the so-called Death Rune, slipped into my thoughts, so I brought it up, which was certainly a good thing. But now that this is also cleared up, I can also talk about what you and my friend Ernst think is necessary. It must be clear, however, that I cannot list and explain everything that needs to be said in its entirety, because everything is so extensive that a comprehensive book would have to be written about it. I will now begin my explanations by saying first of all that you have explained that your Plejaren clarifications with regard to global warming produce a completely different result than our earthling climate, experts claim, consciously or through stupidity or simply according to incompetence as a result of a still inadequate technology. Because according to your clarifications, the average total earthly warming has already risen to 1.4 degrees, if I have understood your last statements correctly?
That is correct. But that the data of the terrestrial climatologists do not agree with our findings. That probably results from incorrect records, which are incorrect due to the total local heat values at wrong local measurements. Earthly climate research and its heat recording technology, as well as its knowledge and understanding, are still in development. Consequently, all measuring techniques, prognoses, and necessary local measurement knowledge, etc., are insufficient. Therefore, unfortunately, even today, wrong average calculation results are obtained, which is why meteorology and climatology always falsely claim, which is repeated every few years, that the respective summer of this or that year was the hottest summer since the meteorological and climatological recordings were made, and so on. And for this fact, the fault is found in the fact that earthly climate research and its heat recording technology still and just as much remain in a state of ignorance as also their findings and understanding. This results in errors, especially with regard to the necessary knowledge of local measurements, etc., which are unavoidable if a heat average is to be calculated. This error of the missing necessary local measurement knowledge was already made in the 1940s and was not corrected, which is why there are still no records from the pan-European meteorology for the fact that in 1947 a temperature of 47 degrees Celsius prevailed in many places or in various areas in Switzerland and in the whole of Europe during the midsummer period. This is also stated in my father's annals, as the fact of this temperature at that time was also confirmed to you and Silvano by various persons in Schmidruti and Germany. But what is still to be said about this is the following. The deniers of climate destruction form a power that negatively suppresses and distorts the truth and permeates the media as lies, leaving the entire Earth humans in the dark about what is actually happening to the climate, the atmosphere, nature, its fauna and flora, and to the planet Earth itself. It is also to be said that the so-called experts in this field, such as climatologists, have still not grasped the true nature of the entire state of the Earth and the effective facts of climate destruction in every respect. But on the other hand, they produce false results of knowledge and due to ignorance of the effective real truth, unconsciously as well as consciously spread lies and deceive the Earth's population. The truth of the whole requires a spark to ignite the truth, which is a struggle against the truth deniers and truth falsifiers as well as against the fantasized unreal, confused and untrue assertions, as well as against the consciously invented conspiracy theories, etc., which serve the purpose of money-making. As a result, Earth humans fall prey to a belief similar to their delusion of faith in God and drift around with confused ideas, under the delusion that the nonsensical proposals of simply reducing CO2 would solve all climate problems and make them null and void. In this way, not an iota of recognition arises, neither with regard to the intellect nor with regard to reason, because the real reality and its truth, against the lies and confusion of climate denial and, moreover, against the delusion of religion and faith that a God will or has already straightened everything out for the good, already destroys every recognition in the reason. Through this delusion, Earth humans direct every struggle indirectly against themselves, for they are dominated by their delusion and by their religion, against which they are unable to defend themselves. This is also because they are held captive all around by delusional preachers, etc., through their faith lies, to which they themselves are hopelessly addicted and incapable of perceiving even a tiny iota of truth. But this also means, because every delusion of faith is dominated by egoism, that the majority of Earth humans cannot and will not perceive that only a birth stop and birth control can lead to a solution to the problem of climate destruction. Because where understanding and reason lie fallow, nothing can be planted.
All the explaining and talking is of no use, because on the one hand, as you say, equally false average values and individual values were calculated through incorrect local measurements, and on the other hand, hardly anyone today can remember the weather conditions of 1947, while moreover most of the human beings of that time have already died and can no longer bear witness to the whole of that summer. This means, however, that meteorology and climatology can and will continue to deny that the average temperature in 1947 was 47 degrees Celsius, and also that from March to November, not a drop of rain fell. This, just as it was also concealed that the whole of this hot summer was based on the criminal U.S. atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This was precisely because, as Svoth explained, the structure of the atmosphere was thrown into turmoil by the huge atomic explosions, which meant that the whole of this atmospheric disturbance, on the one hand, spread out and moved around the Earth to reach Europe after 2 years. On the other hand, as a further effect, the climate was also influenced, which then resulted in the 1947 heat summer.
This is exactly how it is listed in my father's annals, because at that time he, along with other Plejaren working with him in this regard, carried out in-depth studies and research. It is also worth mentioning that at that time, and as early as 1943, the first atmospheric and climatic disturbances were observed, which resulted from the influence of CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gases. These were caused, on the one hand, by the entire war machinery such as personnel carriers, cargo transporters and tanks, etc., and, on the other hand, by the emissions or exhaust gases of all firearms, tank guns, cannons, rocket tests as well as transport, fighter and bomber aircraft, etc. Furthermore, the widespread war-triggered fire raids were also to be taken into account, through which an enormous amount of greenhouse gases were produced, as well as through all crematoria and other extermination plants, which served the genocide to exterminate the entire Jewish people, whereby this enormous genocide was intended for the entire world if the Third Reich or Nazi Empire had spread over the entire earth and could not have been stopped and ended by the Allied Alliance. I have actually wanted to talk to you about this for a long time, because my father took you back to different times in the past, where you also observed acts of war in different ages, but also got to know various persons of different cultures and experienced many things, because you were sometimes able to spend several days or weeks among those human beings. In general, I know from my father's annals, as a boy you often observed or witnessed events that would have been difficult to cope with even for highly experienced adults. But many who experienced and witnessed less terrible and horrible things than you did in your early youth could not cope with them. Many Earth humans who fought in the last World War or who also experienced terrible things outside of direct warfare were unable to cope with their experiences in this regard and became seriously mentally ill and were never free of them again, which is why many sought redemption from their torments in suicide. The same has happened since time immemorial, consequently also with the Iraq wars and the IS, as well as everywhere else where wars and terror prevail. But what I want to say now is that, although I have experienced and learned so much about you from my father's annals, I simply cannot understand how it was and is possible for you to have survived and coped with everything psychologically and mentally without damage and, moreover, to have been able to develop contrary to the human being you have become. Neither my great knowledge nor my training in psychology, and thus with regard to my knowledge of psychology, which is much more extensive than the still extremely deficient earthly psychological teachings, point me to a realization of how you were able to cope with everything, In my opinion, if I consider everything I could glean about you from my father's annals, you would have to be psychologically destroyed and not be as you are. Above all, you would not have to be a human being, because your experiences normally have such an effect on human beings that they develop hatred against everything and especially against other human beings who commit such terrible atrocities as you have experienced so often, and as my father described them in detail and explained that they were horrible even for him and that he could not completely cope with them. But you are a true philanthropist of the greatest order, which puzzles me. For this reason, too, I would like to ask you for a conversation in this regard, in order to perhaps learn to understand what your secret is, which gives me no peace in having to fathom it. If you would please consider this. But now I have deviated from what I was talking about, because during the last devastating World War, my father took you to many theaters of war where you witnessed terrible, inhuman atrocities. Although we should not talk about this in public, it is worth mentioning it because in 1943, as a result of the war activities, we had already made the first observations that greenhouse gases were already having an adverse effect on the atmosphere and the climate. Also, as a result of the already rapidly growing Earth humans, who had already grown to more than 2 billion in 1947, our scientists at that time explained that in relation to the growth of the Earth's population, if the generation of offspring were not restricted, the atmosphere and the climate would be increasingly affected by more and more greenhouse gases. This would lead to the danger of climate destruction within only 50 to 70 years. And these impairments and damages, which at that time were still slowly expanding, have now actually become, with the growth of the total Earth population, what climate destruction is today. This is therefore not of natural origin and has nothing to do with a natural climate change. As such, a climate change occurs in a completely natural way, globally naturally evolutionary change every millennium again and again. But now I want to speak again about what I spoke about earlier, namely with regard to all the wars of the individual states worldwide. I would be personally interested in this, although I have only very vague knowledge about it, and our records also say nothing about it. Therefore, I want to ask you whether you could be helpful to me in this respect, and find out the corresponding data for me, because it would be much too inconvenient for me.
What you have said and explained, I know because, well, actually I do not want to talk about it. So then to your question in relation to data on the incidence of war in the last World War. What do you mean by that? Maybe when each state was invaded by the Nazi armies or something.
Yes, that once, but also the closer circumstances, how it came about, what was involved, etc.
Aha, and what is that good for, and why are you interested in it?
My interest is purely private, and the reason is because according to my father's annals and the places and happenings described therein, to which my father took you and what you were able to observe there, I want to work out a summary in context and archive it and make it available to our peoples.
Oh, I see. Unfortunately, I do not have any relevant knowledge myself, but it might be possible to find something on the internet that could be helpful to you. If you are not in a hurry, then we can search together right now. Maybe something can be found.
My time is not limited today.
Good then, just a moment. Here, this chair can be unfolded. Good, then sit here and tinker around in the computer and do a search on Wikipedia.
The things that can be found there.
Yes, you are right. But we will just keep searching now, because something will probably turn up.
There is something, dear friend, let's read, yes. This could be important, yes, this is good.
I guess you're right about that, if you say so.
Yes.
Did not take long, not even 15 minutes. But what am I supposed to do with it now?
Now I have to transfer it to this little device that is already done. Thanks.
Good. This list is interesting and might also interest our members. What do you think?
It could be, so you might also want to add it right here in our conversation.
Good, I will do that. But I guess I will have to elaborate the list then.
Warring states in the Second World War, power groups around 1943 to 1945, albeit within the limits of 1939.
The majority of warring states in the Second World War belonged to one of the two major alliances. The one led by Germany on the one hand, Axis or Three-Power Pact, or the one that developed from British-French cooperation allies. Some states went to war against only a part of the German alliance, and some changed sides during the war. The following list does not necessarily reflect the actual circumstances. Large parts of the world were colonies at the time, but these countries could certainly be actively involved through troop contingents, India, for example. Other states were formally independent but strongly influenced by a great power commonwealth, Central American states, Croatia, Slovakia, or subject to occupation Vichy France. Although the United States did not officially enter the war until the end of 1941, and even continued to recognize Vichy France until 1942, it had already supported Great Britain with material before then. Other states made a declaration of war, but did not participate in the fighting to any significant extent, and if necessary, were only of some importance for naval warfare. Formal declarations of war are only taken into account if the state of war has not already been established by an attack, as these are then irrelevant. Tripartite pact states and allies.
But it is probably better now if I talk about what I am supposed to talk about, which is the climate disruption of our time, which actually corresponds to an ice age and is called the Cenozoic Ice Age, because the Arctic and Antarctic are snow-covered and iced over, which, when the climate history of the Earth is considered, actually does not correspond to the absolutely normal course, but to a rarity. And now, when I talk about this, I want to come to the things that you are constantly telling me from your researches and results, so I will simply call them Plejaren data, etc. In primeval times, the waters of the seas rose up to 80 meters higher above the land masses of the Earth, which was usually mostly free of ice and only rarely covered with ice during a certain early, progressive, temporary, and decisive stage. At that time, there were completely different temperatures, different climatic conditions, and equally different vegetative conditions on Earth, as well as different animal, beast, and insect, amphibian, and bird life forms, right up to the gigantic dinosaurs that inhabited the Earth world. So I think I will clarify what Svath taught me first, which is absolutely something that the girl Greta Thunberg, who is now apparently addicted to megalomania, should write behind her ears. But the whole thing also applies equally to all those who have also fallen prey to a delusion that they could stop climate destruction and save the world through their climate demonstrations. And this also includes all those government officials, climate researchers, and environmental protection organizations, as well as know-it-alls, etc., who have no idea what is actually going on. All of the big-mouthed zeros are only working greasy jobs in order to be able to keep their office. The majority of climate researchers and environmental protection organizations, etc., are leading the way with their big talk, as are also the majority of those governments and officials who misgovern politically with the biggest mouths. This is the case in Germany with the federal chancellor with her ineptitude for governance, as well as the Minister of War and the coming EU dictator, and also the new Defense Zero and the rest of the majority of all government rivets, who all throw horrendous state or tax money into the mud for their lobbyists and advisors. Consequently, these are the real rulers, because they themselves are useless. With all these, the minority of those who are effectively capable of reason and rationality have no chance of doing anything, although they could achieve a lot of good. This is in contrast to the incompetence in government, who erroneously lie that they have supposedly wanted to do something for the protection of the climate, nature, fauna, and flora, and the entire environment for a long time. But all this is only lies and deception, because the majority of those in power did not care, and is also absolutely incapable of anticipating what will happen and what will be necessary in this respect to prevent disaster. The majority of the leaders with their greed for power do not know the real truth of the catastrophe caused by the machinations of overpopulation, how it effectively looks in a catastrophic way, and what further catastrophes will result from it in the future. Hypocritically, they are only following the respective public demonstration interests, according to which they are now also politically expanding the entire climate protection hysteria that was triggered by the naive little Greta Thunberg and has reached into government circles. In these circles, many governments are now making themselves morbidly stupid and big with some unreal and imbecilic proposals and idiotic measures in order to supposedly want to contain the current climate catastrophe and all the disaster that is still to come, which, however, only corresponds to banal ridiculousness and pomposity and only tyrannizes the people. Effectively, there is only a really small minority in the governments that is devoted to reason and intelligentum. But this minority is not given the opportunity by the majority of the hypocritical power-obsessed to become active and do something sensible. But this is not surprising, because if we consider that the majority of those in power are absolutely incapable of holding office, and that the states entrusted to them are being ruined by their lust for power, then the facts of the matter should be clear. And I would like to say to Greta Thunberg that all the hype about her, which is obviously supported by this naive child, because she feels very important and thinks she is something special because she is now a celebrity, paradoxically has exactly the opposite effect of what she is demonstrating against. Through its unreasonable, ill-considered actions and deeds, together with the masses demonstrating with it and for it, an enormous amount of CO2 is produced along with other greenhouse gas masses, simply by Greta traveling wildly around the country to make silly, childish speeches and make herself important to celebrities of all kinds everywhere. However, neither the naive little Greta nor the demonstrators who, in order to see her or to join her, rush in with cars and buses, but also with ships and planes and with trains, etc., whose electricity is produced by coal-fired power plants, talk about the fact that the whole theater that she organizes or is organized for her emits many greenhouse gases and other poisons as well as more and more CO2 into the air, which can even remain in the atmosphere for 9 to 10 centuries. While journalists from all over the world also fly over the world in aeroplanes to interview the child about his nonsensical actions, etc. But in reality, he has no idea what caused climate change in the first place and what is causing it to get worse and worse. In naivety, the child just rants all around, without knowing that quadrillions of tonnages of CO2 are embedded primarily in limestone, as well as in other rock, in the soil and water, as well as in the atmosphere and in all life forms, and also in human beings themselves, even if only to a very small extent. The naive little Greta Thunberg and all those who demonstrate with her and for her, as well as the big-talking politicians, who are obviously not blessed with intelligentum, with their stupid and impudent ideas, proposals and their mania for regulations, such as punitive taxes on fuels and the generation of CO2 emissions, etc., are also unaware that the largest mass of CO2 has existed naturally on Earth for billions of years. The enormous mass of CO2, which according to Playaran investigations and measurements on Earth amounts to over 96% of all emissions, corresponds in its origin to the cellular respiration of all vegetation as well as to all volcanic activity on Earth, and events such as tundra and steppe fires as well as forest fires, etc., which, however, corresponds overall to a completely natural cycle. And the carbon dioxide produced in this way has always served all vegetation to produce oxygen, while other carbon dioxide was deposited in fresh and marine waters, where it also had to fulfill certain tasks. This also enabled the atmosphere to remain in a constant state. But this has now changed due to the destructive machinations of Earth humans and their overpopulation, and the CO2 content has risen considerably and exceeded the normal constant. And in this respect, it is mainly the machinations of mankind that are to blame, such as the worldwide cutting down of forests, avenues and parks as well as other trees, but also slash and burn and the setting of fires in relation to forests in order to gain building land in a criminal manner. In addition, there is the entire worldwide work and production machinery of the extensive industry and all agricultural, market gardening and industrial food production companies, such as construction and amusement companies of all kinds, etc., etc., which work with innumerable explosion engines and produce huge amounts of CO2, and function with many other greenhouse gases and poisons, and thus have a destructive effect on the climate. And this also includes billions of oil, gas, and coal heaters. This is done by consuming and burning billions of tons of fossil fuels, such as petroleum products and coal, as well as wood and peat, thereby producing many times more CO2 and other greenhouse gases worldwide, and releasing them into the atmosphere. And this happens many times more than the entire Earth. All waters and vegetation can absorb and bind, which inevitably results in all the dangerous toxins accumulating in the atmosphere, and slowly but surely polluting it more and more. And this happens as a result of the fact that, for example, for the past year 2018, according to Plejaren calculations, a concentration of around 42 billion tons of carbon dioxide was produced and blown out into the air. Regarding the naturally occurring tundra and steppe fires as well as forest fires, it is also to be said that such fires are caused by lava eruptions as well as lightning strikes, but also by rain and dewdrops clinging to spindly plants or bird nests, etc., which, when the sun shines on them, act like burning glasses and ignite the arid material. I have seen something like this on television as an original film, as in Africa one morning when the early morning sun ignited a dewdrop on a large and many decades-old weaver bird community nest, and the tree burnt down completely. I then read up on weaver birds and their large communal nests, and found out a bit more about them, so I can explain a bit more about this. In Wikipedia, I also found some pictures of large weaver bird nests, which is why I think I can also copy a picture or two of such a nest into our conversation report if someone helps me with that, because I do not know how that works. Explanation. In weaver birds of the species Siedelweber, Philoteris sociuses or Buffelweber, Bubalornis niger, the males build large communal nests together out of dry grass that last for many decades and can live up to 50 or 100 years. These communal nests are built in trees or on telephone poles and reach a height of about 3 meters and a width of up to about 4.5 meters. The nest is divided into many separate areas and is then inhabited by several hundred birds, with the tube-like entrance holes always located below the nest. Such a common large communal nest, which actually corresponds to a generational nest, is continually expanded over generations, over years and decades, making it larger and larger. It can therefore happen that trees collapse under the weight of such generational nests, or can also be burnt by rain or, as a rule, dewdrops and sunlight, destroying entire generations of birds. With regard to the weight of such large nests, they are particularly problematic when they are made on electricity or telephone poles, which is why the nests then often have to be destroyed by human beings to prevent the pole from collapsing. The distribution of the boiling weaver birds is restricted to central Namibia and the central Kalahari, respectively to the northern Cape Province and southern Botswana, where the boiling weaver generation nests are also found, where the birds live in monogamy. Steppe monitor lizards Varanus exanthematicus, that is to say representatives of the monitor lizards native to Africa, also live in the same place, =, the best known of which is probably the Komodo dragon Varanus komodoensis, a lizard up to 3 meters long from the monitor lizard genus Varanasi, whose range is restricted to the Lesser Sunda Islands of Indonesia. The steppe monitor in the Kalahari is a ground-dwelling diurnal lizard species that primarily preys on various invertebrates, but also hunts small mammals, young or sick birds, and eats eggs and carrion. In captivity, steppe monitors reach a total length of up to 1.5 m, while in the wild, however, specimens over 1 m in length are rare. Settle weaver birds are very lively and vocal, and it is certainly easy to imagine the giant chirping when it is considered that these colony breeders can number from 100 to 300 individuals per nest, or possibly even more, building their generational nests exclusively from grass and quiver trees and on telephone poles. The reason for this is that snakes, which, like everywhere else in the world, prey on birds' nests and their eggs and young, cannot wriggle up the smooth telephone poles and the smooth bark of quiver trees, so the best protection is provided. Some weaver birds first weave the roof on a strong branch when starting to build a nest, after which the pairs involved then build their individual nests on the colony, always with the entrances facing downwards, whereby the installations are used on the one hand as brood chambers, and on the other hand also as roost chambers. The nests are used over and over again, and thus for years, and are built further and further, whereby they become larger and larger over time and are effectively enormously expanded. The growing load often creates such a weight that the branches break, and even the trees are torn down, and the whole nests or parts of them fall to the ground, which not infrequently reach a width of more than 4 meters and even have far more than 100 or more nests, which individually remain unoccupied and are thus used by other weaver birds, finches, small parrots and pygmy falcons, etc. What is now the case with all those demonstrating for and with Greta Thunberg, as well as with those in power, the authorities, environmental protection organizations, who have also seized the opportunity through the actions of little Greta to make themselves big and important with their stupid speeches, ideas, proposals, threats, and money-making new tax ordinances, etc., really knocks the bottom out of all reason. Since power can also be exercised in this regard, this also begins a governmental and official coercion and compulsion against the populations, freely according to the fact that if the human beings can exercise their power, then sheer terror begins. And in this case it is a question of punitive taxes, etc., in relation to CO2 levies on fuels, etc., whereby the money is supposed to be used for climate protection measures, which in the end, however, will only be a lie and deception, because the collected financial means will then be senselessly squandered elsewhere. The same will also apply to the operators of the climate protection organizations, etc., whereby those responsible only have their own position in mind and see that they can keep it. Therefore, they are acting in cowardly fear, because they believe that they could not lose their offices through their hypocritical climate protection howling, precisely if they were to invent stupid ideas, etc., according to the will of the pro-climate demonstrators and act accordingly. As far as the climate demonstrators are concerned, however, I think that in time the whole thing will lead to differences, disagreements, arguments, and damage to property, etc., as well as to police actions, as is inevitably the case sooner or later with such actions and gatherings of people. And this is especially pre-programmed because all the demonstrators, above all the naive child Greta Thunberg, do not have the slightest idea of what the actual causes and the real catastrophic connections are with regard to climate destruction. Several times I have heard this naive child speak on television, whom my friend Ernst has called a brat, and with whom I have to agree, because what I have noticed when this child Greta speaks is the fact that she is absolutely clueless about the effective causes of climate change or climate destruction. Like all those who run after her and howl like little dogs calling for mummy. The naive child is even arrogant and already on the path to megalomania, and stupid to boot, because it is incapable of using either reason or rationality with regard to what it is actually dealing with. The majority of those in power and the members of the authorities, who themselves also go along howling and howling with their nonsensical ideas, are themselves also as stupid as beanstraw and have still not understood, or do not want to understand, or are too cowardly to want to understand because they are afraid of the truth and of losing their offices. That the enormous mass of overpopulation is to blame for all the world's mischief in every respect. This is precisely because of their criminal machinations with regard to the destruction of nature, fauna and flora, fresh waters and the oceans, the atmosphere, the climate, and the planet itself, in order to meet all the needs for food and all the other diverse necessities and luxury goods for the now 9 billion strong human race. And it is especially the rulers who should think further than the general populations, but in their fear, cowardice and stupidity are incapable of doing so, and neither recognize the real reality nor its truth, because in their lust for power, they only care about themselves and their personal well-being, as well as the lasciviousness of their celebrity and their horrendous remuneration. But as far as the necessity of preserving humanity on a planetary scale is concerned, as well as saving the Earth from total destruction by overpopulation and its criminal destructive machinations on the entire planet, including nature, fauna, flora, as well as all land waters, seas, forests, moors, swamps, and tundras, etc., The government powers are in truth not concerned about this. If the people revolt, as the climate demonstrators are doing at present, then the rulers, unthinking and clueless, only hypocritically put forward confused and insane ideas and proposals, or such ideas and proposals are put forward in accordance with the government. When the people revolt, as is currently the case with the climate demonstrators, those in power, unthinkingly and without any forethought, only hypocritically put forward crazy ideas and proposals or implement them stupidly in accordance with government resolutions, without solving or resolving the actual problems. The government only thinks in circles and does not find the crucial point for an effective solution and resolution of the problems, because it does not even look for it. Consequently, also, nothing effective is done against all destruction. Extinction and annihilation of the earth, nature, fauna, flora, the atmosphere, the climate, forests, lakes, rivers, seas, fields, and all lands of every kind. Consequently, no thought is also given to the fact that only if all general demand for necessary food of all kinds, all demand for necessary goods of all kinds as well as luxury goods, etc., is very quickly and radically curbed and reduced, can anything still be saved. However, this requires that the entire exploitation of resources on the planet must be stopped, as well as the depletion of nature and the degenerate destruction, annihilation and extinction of all fauna and flora, as well as the poisoning of the entire environment and the atmosphere and the further destruction of the climate, etc. Only in this way can anything be saved. Only in this way can something still be saved, and also a part of humanity itself. But this can only happen if, through a long-term worldwide birth stop and a following worldwide and permanent birth control, the overmassive overpopulation is reduced and brought to a planet and nature-friendly as well as fauna and flora adapted, just, compatible, and life-friendly population level. What needs to be said and also carried out once about a rigorous birth stop, what has already been talked about for decades, how such a birth stop should also be implemented by governments and authorities worldwide, has basically never been explained, but what needs to be done now, because it is probably necessary for understanding the whole thing. Therefore the following.
Possible rules for procreation. 1. When there is talk of a rigorous worldwide birth stop to be enforced by governments and authorities, this in no way implies that coercion and dictatorial action should be taken in this regard. The basic necessity is that all governments and authorities worldwide must do everything possible to educate all Earth's citizens, even in the most remote and halfway civilized corner of the Earth, about the overpopulation catastrophe and its machinations, with regard to the destruction of the climate as well as the entire nature and its fauna and flora. And this must be addressed to the intellect, reason and responsibility of young and old, of all women and men, with a call and appeal for responsible consideration and a decision to prevent procreation or contraception, as well as personal birth control. This is for the purpose of the absolute least possible procreation of offspring, which should come about in the case of the implementation of a rigorous birth stop, depending on the understanding, reason, and responsibility of many. If, however, procreation is still insisted on, which unfortunately often only happens through lack of reason, unreasonableness, and out of personal egoism and irresponsibility, then it should be limited to only one child, or at most two. 2. In the responsibility of an offspring, it should be clear and taken care of that if indeed a child is brought into the world, it can be cared for by both parents in a correct and proper way, and with all the necessary affection, fed sufficiently and provided with all the needs and necessities due to it. Connected with this must also be a good and correct as well as valuable upbringing and instruction in life, etc., as well as the necessity of working out a behavior that the child learns to fit into the social system of society from an early age, in order then as a juvenile and later as an adult person to take on and fulfill all righteous duties as these are given by society and its laws, guidelines and ordinances. All this also includes learning an honorable way of life, etc. 3. On the part of the government and authorities, all incentives regarding new births, etc., should necessarily be stopped, such as bonuses for conceiving and giving birth to offspring, as well as other monies otherwise paid out in this regard. Such state or company-related financial allowances can effectively be classified as a reward for bringing about a child blessing. On the other hand, financial child allowances encourage many of the less well-off of the proletariat in particular to make childbearing a sport, because they are rewarded for it. For some of them, however, the wages they receive for their work are not at all sufficient to pay for all the necessities of life for their children, which is why they welcome the supplement to their income. At the same time, these additional child allowances, which are supposed to be effectively calculated for children, are very often not used by the parents for them, but consumed elsewhere for purposes corresponding to luxury things and other unnecessary things, as I could personally experience in various working-class families in Switzerland. Explanation: proletariat. This term comes from the Latin language or the word proletarius, whose meaning and value translated actually means concerning offspring, as in a broader sense also belonging to the lowest class of people. In Roman times, progeny meant that human beings belonged to the lower social class or the working class, who were destitute and whose entire property consisted of the wealth of their many children. This was their entire fortune because that was all they had. At the time of antiquity, the proletariat class or working class did not consist of slaves. Consequently, they were all free human beings who had no property of their own. Consequently, they had to work hard for their meager income and had nothing to laugh about.
However, I must now return to this and say more about climate change and the climate catastrophe itself, which cannot be pointed out enough, and must be pointed out again and again, as often as possible. But if I have to talk about it and explain something, then I cannot avoid having a very long monologue, in which it is inevitable that I will also have to talk about other facts and explain them, because they are also connected to everything in a broader sense. So my explanations will be extensive and also detailed.
What has to be, and what is more, it is always necessary. Also, today my time is not limited, so it is of no importance if you have a long monologue because there is a need for it from your friend. On the other hand, however, there is also the need for enlightening and explanatory facts, which you are very good at doing, as this was already convenient for you as a boy, at an age when boys are only beginning to learn the language correctly.
That is good if you are independent of time today, because what I have to say and explain can really become a lot and even longer than the time with all that has been raised and spoken so far since shortly after 20 o'clock HRS. But please keep the flowers to yourself because
What are facts, they may be stated.
English translation, 722nd Contact, Part 3, Thursday, the 8th of August 2019, 20:07 hours.
Please, there are other things to talk about, just in relation to what Ernst wrote and wanted me to talk about. So, following on from your facts, I will begin by saying that the issues raised are to be mentioned in the context that more and more extinctions, destructions and devastations caused by mankind can already be seen worldwide, which are becoming more and more widespread, but against which effectively nothing is done, but only stupid and silly talk is given, whereby equally nonsensical proposals are made which bring no solution at all. Basically, it is the governments and authorities, but also the scientists of climatology, etc., who are not doing the right thing in this matter, but are getting bogged down in individual ideas and proposals of environmental protection measures and CO2 restrictions, which would be necessary, but do not solve the problem and do not even really stimulate a solution. So the rulers and authorities, as well as the climatologists and environmental protection organizations, etc., are incapable of thinking as far as what really needs to be done, namely a worldwide birth stop and birth control. This is because overpopulation and all its machinations are the root cause of climate destruction and all extinctions. Destructions and devastations of the planet, nature and its fauna and flora, with all these degenerations continuing and getting worse with every new earthling born. This also includes the poisoning of streams, rivers, lakes and seas, as well as landscapes, forests and moors, etc. Further, all the destruction of forests, vital cultivated land, and the extinction of diverse life in fauna and flora should also be mentioned in this regard. Everything that applies to governments, authorities, climatologists, environmental protection organizations, etc., that they only talk stupidly and do not know what the real cause of the climate catastrophe is, also applies to all climate demonstrators. And in this respect, it is all those who, spurred on by the naive little Greta Thunberg, now think they are very clever and are making themselves important by putting forward stupid ideas, proposals and demands in order to do something climate and environment friendly, which, however, does not bring any effective benefit and does not solve the problem of climate destruction, but allows it to continue. All the demonstrators and all those in power only make big noises and make themselves important, but they all have no idea or knowledge of what the real causes of the climate problem are, because they all lack understanding and reason. Therefore, in their stupidity, they all feel the same as little Greta Thunberg, because they cannot get it into their heads that the fundamental problem is overpopulation, which is constantly growing, whereby all existing machinations that destroy nature, fauna and flora, the atmosphere and thus also the climate, will continue for as long as overpopulation exists on the one hand, and on the other hand everything will become much worse and more catastrophic, the more and more it increases and becomes more and more extensive in terms of numbers. This is precisely because the mass of the growing overpopulation requires more and more machinations to feed them, to satisfy their need for goods and which can only be obtained, produced and manufactured by continuing and increasing destruction, annihilation and extermination of nature and all its fauna and flora, as well as of all forests, fields, seas, lakes, rivers, mountains, the atmosphere and the climate, as well as the planet itself and everything else everywhere. And this is happening not only through the already existing mass overpopulation, but more and more through each new birth of a new earthling. And once again, it must be said that the climate change that everyone is talking about is in fact not climate change at all, but actual climate destruction. But even the professional climate researchers are not aware of this, which is why they are also of the mistaken opinion that the problem can be solved by half-baked measures of CO2 restriction. That is why, I think, the authorities and those illusion-free, clear, logical and rational scientists of climatology and environmental protection, etc., who are committed to reality, should carry out a comprehensive worldwide education and enlighten earthly mankind about the effective reality and its truth. This should also be done in order to clear the air for Greta Thunberg and all the demonstrators, but this will probably not be done. Well, in principle, there would be nothing to say against all the demonstrations, etc., if the whole thing had a hand and a foot, precisely with regard to the realization of what the actual causes of climate change really are, but of which all the blockheads and knuckleheads of climate researchers, demonstrators, government officials, would-be wiseacres and know-it-alls, etc., in their brainlessness obviously have no idea, or simply in their irresponsibility do not recognize the causes and do not want to know. This is precisely because the absolute basic cause is fundamentally and solely the rampant overpopulation, which for its existence, its weal and woe, its addiction to pleasure, its pleasures, vices and addictions, etc., etc., causes countless and manifold degenerations of the most diverse manipulations and machinations of vicious destruction. These have already reached a level that has not only caused climate change, which is actually climate destruction, but has also led to the extinction of many genera and species of life forms. The poisoning of the atmosphere, the overexploitation of the Earth through the destruction of Earth's resources, as well as the devastating destruction of nature and the continuing extinction of life forms of fauna and flora also correspond to destructions that are already leading to the fact that the basis of humanity's life is increasingly being called into question and will ultimately be completely destroyed. What has been said corresponds to the incontrovertible truth. But nevertheless, even though the problem of climate destruction has recently been on everyone's lips, the stupid Earthlings still do not want to accept the truth that overpopulation alone is to blame for all evils of all kinds around the world, precisely through its entire manipulations and machinations of every kind and kind. And the fact that this incontrovertible truth is of no interest to the majority of the Earthlings, except for a few who use their brain and consciousness to think, is due to stupidity. Stupidity precisely because neither intellect nor reason are used to come to the realization of what is the true cause of all destruction. Extinction and degenerate destruction on and of the earth, its nature, fauna, flora, atmosphere and climate change, namely overpopulation and its machinations. So, on the one hand, it is also not pointed out that earthly humanity must be drastically reduced, and very quickly at that, by means of a one-generation birth stop, which has now already become necessary. This, on the other hand, in that afterwards a strict birth control will firstly further reduce the growth of mankind, and secondly, that thereby also the madness of all criminal manipulations and criminal machinations practiced on everything that naturally exists will finally be ended. This, however, as a result of sheer selfishness and unreasonableness, does not want to enter the skulls of the majority of Earthlings who are dozing off in stupidity, because childbearing is egoistically regarded as an absolute private matter and does not want to be abandoned. But the consequence of this is that the whole disaster, which is already underway and spreading more and more through the destruction of the climate, nature, and the earth, is becoming more and more blatant and unstoppable. And this is happening through the criminal and irresponsible machinations of the bulk of the Earthlings, who are still unwilling to think and do not understand that every single new human being born contributes a great deal to making the whole of the tragedy of the self-destruction and self-extermination of human beings, which is already in the offing, even worse, and to bringing it more quickly to its demise. The simple mass of overpopulation has no idea whatsoever of what is the root cause of the destruction going on all around the earth. And consequently, the majority of humanity also does not think about it, but lives stupidly and thoughtlessly into the day. But this is also what those who demonstrate against climate destruction do, be it the little ignorant Greta Thunberg, the masses who follow her and demonstrate, as well as the environmentalists and the governments, etc., because they do not know where the real trouble is and what is the root cause of all the catastrophes that exist and destroy the world today. In some respects, the first causes began with early industrialization, whereby the generation of greenhouse gases and the production and release into the environment of all kinds of toxic substances formed the first emerging traces of climate destruction and natural disasters. In the first place, industrialization led to the construction of fuel-powered machines of all kinds, such as working machines for a variety of purposes and also various means of transport that could be used on land, in the air and on water, and which already emitted vast quantities of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Then came industrial chemical toxin production, and with it the spreading of many kinds of toxins into nature, fauna, flora, and waters, which gradually, slowly but surely poisoned everything, especially through agriculture, large-scale gardening, and private gardening of all kinds. And this has continued to this day, getting worse and worse with every newborn Earthling up to the present day. For decades now, due to humanity's ignorance and irrationality, the earthly overpopulation has risen to today's figure of almost 9 billion. Which can only be fed by the fact that the necessary cultivation areas for agriculture and large-scale horticulture and for their food cultivation are becoming increasingly scarce, and land has had to be robbed for this purpose for decades. Therefore, the forests, which are mainly important for the production of oxygen, are being cut down and cleared in order to gain new food cultivation areas, which, however, leads to the fact that the oxygen content of the atmosphere is slowly but surely changing, and also the natural course of the climatic regulations is being more and more impaired. which also changes the normal weather conditions in a negative and harmful way. And as overpopulation continues to grow inexorably, more and more food must be produced by agriculture, horticulture, and food producers of all kinds. However, as the amount of land available for growing food is constantly decreasing due to the insane growth of the overpopulation, because new houses and other dwellings, as well as factories and other workplaces, roads and other traffic routes, as well as airports, ship berths and sports grounds, etc. have to be built for them, whereby precious and increasingly scarce fertile cultivated land and forests, etc. are being destroyed. The entire survival of Earth humans is becoming more and more precarious. The production of CO2 is becoming more and more dangerous for all life, and for the production of these greenhouse gases, which have long since polluted everything in such a way that they can no longer be absorbed by the soil and flora, etc. Not only the greenhouse gas emitters in relation to working machines and transport vehicles, passenger cars, trucks, transport machines, ships, and airplanes, but also heating systems, etc. must be mentioned. In truth, the nonsensical sports with motor vehicles of all kinds are also climate destroyers, because they also emit huge amounts of CO2 and thus moronically and irresponsibly impregnate the atmosphere, nature, its fauna and flora, and thus pollute the air that mankind breathes, which is becoming increasingly ill, and many of them are therefore becoming social cases, etc. The disappearance of the necessary arable land, which is needed for the cultivation of food, is also taking on ever worse forms, as are the constantly and rapidly degenerating attitudes and behavior of human beings with regard to racism, hatred, greed for money, violence, inhumanity, insensitivity, indifference, as well as vices and addictions, etc. Everything becomes more and more vicious and worse and ends more and more often in murder and manslaughter. And that also in families, as well as in war, crime, religious mania, religious, racial, and xenophobic, as well as in terror, lies, deceit, and fraud, and so on. That which is now related to the crucial point of origin of the ongoing and ever-worsening climate destruction, namely the cause of the whole thing, which has already been addressed and mentioned on various occasions, no one wants to hear, and especially not as a result of personal egoism and equally personal irresponsibility towards planet Earth. Its nature, fauna, and flora, the atmosphere, the climate, and the entire environment in general. But no irresponsible earthling wants to know that, especially not the younger generations, as a result of which no one also listens to the warnings. So there is only one thing left to do, namely to talk about it again and again and to repeat everything often and practically endlessly, because only multiple repetitions have the property that one day the human being will perceive what has been said, explained, and the warnings, and store them in his memory in order to then think about it and turn to his mind, his reason, and his responsibility. So let it be said once again that neither all the climate demonstrators nor little Greta Thunberg, as well as those in power, know the reality and truth regarding climate destruction, but in their stupidity they moronically scribble around in complete hysteria and spread a doomsday mood. Of course, climate destruction is a given and an effective fact, but idiotic hysteria and doomsday prophecies are completely wrong and out of place. If something were to happen in this way, it would not be due to climate destruction at all, but due to the madness of the Western warmongers USA and EU dictatorship, who could conjure up a new world war with their agitation against Russia, which could then actually cause an earth-wide catastrophe and end of the world, so to speak, through nuclear fire. So the climate destruction hysteria corresponds to a completely moronic idiocy, instigated by the little brat Greta Thunberg, exploited by stupid demonstrators as well as by profiteers greedy for profit, as well as by political parties that manifest themselves as climate rescue freaks and thus try to gain government power. This, while the rulers themselves, at least the unrighteous ones, feel fresh air and use the whole thing to exploit the people through fantasized CO2 and environmental as well as climate taxes, etc. When the little Swedish brat appeared with her climate protection poster and ultimately drove the whole world of stupid people crazy and into hysteria with her mindless and irrational actions, she had no idea that nature cannot simply be appeased by idiotically, stupidly invented bogus measures. Little Greta also did not know that the machinations of overpopulation are to blame for all destruction, annihilation, and extinction in all ecosystems, including climate destruction. She was and is also not aware of this fact today, because she does not know it. It is also unknown to all those who talk big and think that the current climate catastrophe and all the disasters to come can be contained with some unreal measures. Let it be said to all of them some other time that only a long-term birth stop and a following strict birth control as well as an end to all criminal manipulations resulting from overpopulation can still save something. And there is something to be said about this which, in terms of destruction, extermination, and annihilation, dwarfs anything ever done before by Earth humans and which has degenerated viciously. Svath explained in the 1940s what will happen in the future up to the year 2020 through the unreasonableness of Earthlings, about which I am also to inform many media and issue warnings. But what will come inexorably up to that time, that is to say, up to the year 2020 and beyond, if the warnings are not listened to. What will come and happen afterwards, however, I would have to remain ironcladly silent about to the public. I would only be allowed to talk about certain facts within the narrow circle of the core community that I am going to found, but also only with strict caution, and so on. But what I am allowed to say, that I will do now and call what I have learned, the Earth will henceforth change altogether in such a way that it will become a planet hostile to life for overpopulation. Nature and its fauna and flora, and this in cooperation with humanity and its all-destroying machinations. And this will inevitably happen more and more if there is no drastic birth stop and no birth control, which would basically be the responsibility of the governments and the authorities. By continuously publishing month after month and year after year, inviting and appealing to the intellect and the reason and responsibility of the populations for the containment of overpopulation. This would be the governmental and official possibility, in which the governments and authorities would emphatically address the populations with a reminder and call, repeated every month, to call upon their intellect and their reason and to appeal to their conscience and their responsibility to act on a birth stop for a certain number of years and then to exercise a subsequent birth control. The whole thing would have to be comprehensively addressed and explained in terms of the effective reality of the destruction of the planet, of nature and all its fauna and flora, of the climate and inevitably also of the endangered continued existence of humanity. Only by doing what is necessary in this way can success be achieved, and it is a matter of awakening Earth humans to use their intellect, their reason and their responsibility by also appealing to their sense of honor, their insight, their ability to think and their capacity for knowledge, as well as to their intellect, their intelligentum or intelligencein. The rulers and authorities would be responsible for educating their peoples and calling for a stop to births, and for birth control, and for showing that, as a result of massive overpopulation and all its destructive machinations on everything that exists, the creation of offspring is no longer just a private matter, but a huge responsibility of every single male and female Earthling towards all life and all existence of any kind whatsoever, because it affects all of nature, fauna, and flora as well as planet Earth and above all humanity itself. Because if nothing is done about it, then all existence will very quickly come to an end due to the criminal machinations against the Earth, its nature, fauna, and flora caused by overpopulation. The fact is, however, that climate destruction cannot be slowed down or stopped and ended, as Greta Thunberg and her demonstrators as well as the climate researchers, government officials, climate protectors, and know-it-alls etc. elude simply by lowering the CO2 content. This is simply done by imposing various far-reaching restrictions on transport, pleasure, and other ships of all kinds, as well as on small and large aircraft, private cars, lorries and other transport vehicles, etc., and also by imposing CO2 taxes on them, etc. The fact is that if these demands were met, only a small percentage of CO2 would disappear, and this would have no effect whatsoever on improving the climate. Also, with regard to overall environmental pollution, it is not enough to simply separate the waste and dispose of less waste into nature. The forests, the entire country, the fresh waters and the oceans, because this will not solve the pollution problem either. At present, According to Playar and Data, a massive 18.7 million tons of plastic, other plastics and rubbish are irresponsibly dumped each year in nature. On meadows, fields, forests, etc., and in all waters, causing enormous damage, destruction, and devastation, as well as numerous extinctions of plants, animals, and all kinds of other living creatures. But that is only one thing, because all this waste also produces CO2 and other greenhouse gases as well as dangerous toxins, which cause many human beings to fall ill, as well as animals and many other living beings, who may suffer painful health problems for years and ultimately die as a result. An example is PFOA note from chemistry. Perfluorooctanoic acid = a continuously fluorinated perfluorinated carboxylic acid that belongs to the per- and polyfluorinated alkyl compounds, PFAS. PFOA has a toxic effect on reproduction, has oil and water repellent amphiphobic properties, and thus acts as a surfactant, whereby surfactants cause two liquids that are actually immiscible with each other, such as oil and water, to be finely mixed, which is contained in practically all plastic products, etc., such as tableware and children's toys and food packaging, etc. PFOA leaches out of plastic and other plastics and, according to Playar research, is absorbed into the body by human beings through inhalation and through the pores, as well as through foodstuffs that are contaminated with it, and leads to liver damage and cancer, etc. The Playar research results in this respect are not available. The relevant Playar data also speak of the fact that PFOA has an exceptionally long lifespan and has the property of accumulating strongly in the organism, as a result of which the substance is hardly, if at all, excreted from the body and thus inevitably leads to severe damage to health. Accordingly, many human beings also suffer from various diseases caused by PFOA, such as cancer and liver damage in particular, but also from other diseases whose actual cause or the disease itself cannot be defined. This is in relation to waste, which is irresponsibly and criminally thrown away everywhere in a way that damages nature, fauna, flora, land and water, destroys life forms. In the final analysis, all this has a very harmful effect on the health of human beings, as a result of which hundreds of thousands and also other living beings die in agony every year worldwide. In this respect, the most important fact is the extensive poisoning of the entire environment, namely through the enormous and massive spreading of millions of tons of poisons into nature worldwide, namely through the entire agricultural industry, agriculture, large and small gardening businesses, and private gardening. But this also includes official, private and commercial weed killing in undesirable places, such as on pavements, stairs, and in villages and towns, as well as in relation to airports, tramways and railways, etc. Millions of tons of pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, and insecticides, as well as all kinds of other poisons are applied to nature worldwide and all around, which have tremendously negative consequences for the entire nature, fauna, and flora, as well as severe health risks for countless human beings. Due to the immense toxic pollution in all of nature, in streams, small and large rivers, lakes and seas, as well as in all natural areas in general, through agriculture and large and small-scale gardening, as well as through private irresponsibility, everything and anything is so polluted that actually nothing exists anymore that is not contaminated with toxins. The resulting consequences are not only dramatic, but effectively catastrophic. The whole process of spreading toxins is, however, not restricted, not prohibited, and not abolished, but rather, in relation to the irresponsible growth of overpopulation, is constantly and irresponsibly massively increased year after year. Because more and more Earthlings with each new Earthling require even more food, along with many necessary and unnecessary articles of consumption. As a result, the destructive machinations and poisonous spreadings are increasing with regard to the entire nature and the fauna and flora, as well as the further advancing destruction of the climate, and ultimately of all bases of life for mankind and all life in general. The application of toxins to landscapes, forests, and waters, not only during the crop spraying season but also throughout the year for a variety of purposes, destroys and annihilates countless important insects, with many already on the verge of extinction. And this is further driven by the application of the poisons, as this is already killing off entire generations of insect larvae, ultimately leading to the total extinction of all insects vital to all life. And this life also includes humanity itself, which is effectively dependent on the insect world for its food, because they are of absolute importance for the fertilization, etc. of many natural foods. If, therefore, the lands and waters are poisoned, this is not only extremely alarming, but fundamentally and criminally destructive of existence and life, because in all of nature, in all lands, forests, moors, swamps, fresh waters, oceans and tundras, deserts, and everywhere in general, there are billions of different larvae of insects developing, which in one way or another are vital for the existence of all life forms, no matter what genus and species, on Earth. Countless genera and species of birds live on many kinds of larvae and insects, be it woodpeckers that hammer corresponding trees for bark beetle larvae, swallows that hunt for mosquitoes, etc. in low or high flight depending on the weather, or other birds whose great food requirements consist of flying insects of all kinds. Insect hunters also include other insects, other life forms such as hornets, dragonflies and wasps, etc., as well as other birds. Wasps, etc., but also aquatic creatures such as fish. Amphibians and reptiles also depend on insects for food, as do bats, etc., whereby all these life forms, along with countless other genera and species, no longer survive but are wiped out, and the entire ecosystem in cultivated landscapes and other land areas, in forests and fresh and salt waters, is destroyed by the machinations of overpopulation. And Earth humans, with their irresponsible excess, are on the best way to doing exactly that, because the effects of the machinations of natural food procurement alone, through the spreading of toxins of various kinds in the landscapes, cultivated areas, forests and waters, etc., have for some time already been causing a dramatic decline and even the extinction of vital larvae and insects, as well as of plants, animals, creatures, and other living beings. All the toxins that are being spread are damaging, crippling, and killing many living creatures. According to Plejaren studies, the world's wildlife, aquatic life, and bird life alone have disappeared by 56.8% in the last 50 years up to 2019, while a small percentage has already been wiped out by overpopulation. But what is much worse and even more catastrophic is the fact that the criminal human machinations not only affect nature and its fauna and flora, but also the planet itself, as well as the atmosphere and the climate. And this has been having an ever-worsening effect for several decades now, and is now bringing more and more destruction and inexorably increasing disaster upon the whole world. Humanity, nature, fauna, and flora through climate destruction. All the toxins alone, which are hurled onto the earth and into the atmosphere by the machinations of earthly overpopulation, thus bring immense disaster all around, be it all other diverse poisons of all kinds or pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, and insecticides, which are used as follows: acaricides against mites and spider life forms, avicides directed against birds, bactericides used against all kinds of bacteria, fungicides act against various fungi, herbicides are used against plants, algicides are used against algae. Insecticides are designed against insect pests, but also kill beneficial insects without difference. Molluscicides are used against snails. Nematicides are used against nematodes, threadworms. All of them are dangerous, deadly, destructive, cause diseases and suffering. But there are individual factors to be mentioned, of which neither Greta Thunberg nor her demonstrators and know-it-alls and those in power with their moronic ideas, decrees, proposals, as well as with their roar of protest and big mouth, slimy dumb words and speeches, etc., have no idea. Therefore, the following facts are given, which do not only refer to CO2 emissions, but also contribute enormously to climate destruction. This is in addition to the fact that a great deal or even everything is also being done elsewhere, whereby everything in nature and in the area of all its life forms of fauna and flora is being destroyed, annihilated, and wiped out. Basically, it is not just a few factors, such as cars, ships, and aeroplanes, that produce CO2, but hundreds of thousands and billions of human beings who produce greenhouse gases in some way or another. whereby the production of food is probably in the first place, through which alone, on the whole, human beings are kept alive. In this respect, food production is at the forefront, creating the most comprehensive amount of CO2 tonnages every day, year after year, in order to be able to feed the earthly overpopulation in its massiveness. Just considering the insanity of how high the daily food demand of mankind is, the measure is dizzyingly high. Vast quantities are needed every day, especially of staple foods such as cereals of all kinds. First and foremost, wheat, rice, maize, oats, rye, barley, millet, spelt, as well as soya and manioc and yams. But also storage roots, tubers, rhizomes, such as the nightshade plant potato, which originally came from the Inca Empire, or from the region in the first half of the 16th century. The potato was originally introduced to Europe in the first half of the 16th century from the Inca Empire or the Andean highlands between present-day Peru and Bolivia. In addition to potatoes, pulses such as lentils and beans, as well as fruit, dates, figs, teas, and fruits of all kinds are staple foods, as are products made from them such as porridge, muesli, and bread. In addition, there are all kinds of vegetables, especially onions, garlic, herbs, and spices, as well as salads. All basic foodstuffs for human beings, or simply the foodstuffs, are naturally different in the various cultures and therefore also make up the main part of the diet of human beings in different quantities. However, these foods must always ensure the basic supply of carbohydrates, protein and fat, as well as an adequate supply of vitamins and trace elements, which are vital for the correct functioning of the brain, consciousness, and the entire body and all its organs. In order that all the necessary basic foodstuffs for the irresponsible overmass of the earthly overpopulation can be produced and sold, in addition to all the necessary cultivation areas and work processes, beginning with the planting and sowing of seeds and from care or maintenance to the harvest, working machines must inevitably be used and deployed worldwide without pardon, which together produce enormous masses and tonnages of CO2 day after day and year after year. The natural foodstuffs produced over weeks and months of the year are then sold to consumers who have no idea how laboriously the products had to be grown, maintained, and harvested. And when it comes time to buy them, they grumble and grumble moronically and do not buy the vegetables unless they are absolutely flawless and show even the slightest irregularities. That's why the producers, farmers, and market gardeners do not buy them, regardless of whether they are cucumbers, apples, carrots, etc., because everything has to be fed to the animals or composted. But the fact that immaculate vegetables or fruit can only be obtained and harvested through the massive use of harmful toxins such as pesticides is of no concern to consumers, or only when they fall ill from the toxins and then possibly wrestle with death. Due to the bullshit of having to be flawless, the entire food-growing farmers, orchard owners, as well as market gardeners, etc., are put under very strong economic pressure, which many can hardly or not at all cope with. So they resort to poison spraying, and everything is sprayed with poison using CO2-generating motor vehicles, which is much more convenient than having a poison sprayer on your back and a poison spray wand in your hand. And it also saves a lot of money that would have to be laid out and paid for expensive labor wages. The same happens with the application or spraying of fungicides and insecticides over the crops, as well as with herbicides or weed killers, which save weeding and careful monitoring of the crops. But that's not all, because the chemical industry has long been so well equipped that it already poisons the seeds that are then sown, whereby the poison in the seed is then immediately transferred to the plant and is also present in the organic vegetables. With regard to the extremely susceptible varieties of vegetables, herbs, fruit, and potatoes, which are particularly endangered by various fungal diseases and insect infestations, seed producers also supply the corresponding chemical poison to protect these varieties, which of course at least doubles the commercial and financial profit. In addition, due to all the poison spraying, every farmer, fruit grower, and market gardener no longer has to worry about producing immaculate natural and organic products or about any pests, because the thoughts, worries, and problems in this regard only fall to the consumers, but they do not care at all, because obviously a straight cucumber is worth much more to them than one that is crooked. Another fact is that what has been said so far is only the tip of the whole poison disaster, because pesticides, herbicides, insecticides, and thousands of other poisons of all kinds, as well as the already poisoned slurry from farms and the artificial or chemical fertilizers of all kinds spread by them in the fields and meadows, are today also in the groundwater, which serves the human beings as drinking water. However, all of these toxins are also present in fresh waters and everywhere in the oceans, even if they are highly diluted and not openly visible or perceptible, but can only be detected by chemical analysis. This applies in a special way, and to a great extent also to the artificial fertilizer NH2 or nitrogen fertilizer, which accelerates the growth of plants immensely and drives it up. I do not know anything about chemistry, but if I remember correctly what Svath explained in the 1940s, the fertilizer nitrogen in NH2 is produced from a mixture of N2 or nitrogen and H2 or hydrogen. This, he said at the time, would become the most important fertilizer for natural food production in the future in the entire agricultural sector, that is to say in agriculture and vegetable cultivation. This fertilizer, I remember, would become a vital necessity for the inexorably growing overpopulation, because the tremendously increasing demand for natural food could in future only be met by the use of millions of tons of nitrogen fertilizer. This, however, says that there are also large toxic deposits of thousands of different kinds in the soil, in the air and in the atmosphere, and of course in all human food and animal feed, both in the wild and in all industrially produced feed for all kinds of animals. Against all truth, health authorities lie that certain limits of toxins in food for human beings and in feed for animals are harmless to health, when in fact even the tiniest nano-quantities are harmful to human beings and animals, and extremely harmful and in time, even lethal. And this also applies to individual active substances that are isolated, tested, and irresponsibly approved by the authorities for human food in an elaborate approval procedure. But this, as with all the health effects of the entire wide-ranging chemical cocktail of poisons to which practically every single human being on Earth is exposed today through all the diverse products contaminated with poisons, the human beings do not know. So hardly anyone knows that most of today's farms are only commercially oriented, as are the large and small vegetable nurseries, the massive cattle farms as well as pig fattening farms and the huge poultry farms. This is also true of the purely industrial food production corporations, which are inevitably exposed to the same thing, and practically no human beings know anything about it. This is also true in the sense that many industrially produced foods no longer contain any natural products, but are only produced on a purely chemical basis, and with corresponding chemical fragrances and flavors. The fact is that many foods that consumers buy as powder, porridge, fruit juice, muesli, liquid, cubes, cakes, or other baked goods, etc., never contain a natural plant, herb, fruit, or fruit product, not even a few jotas, because everything from start to finish consists of pure chemicals, as is also the case with medicines. But all this cannot be determined by the layman, because he is groping around in the darkness of ignorance and cannot determine it, just as perhaps not even the food or food inspectors can. So also the large number of illnesses of mankind is disregarded or wrongly assessed, be it cancer, asthma or nervous diseases, Alzheimer's, dementia or obvious signs of poisoning, etc., etc., which in reality cause all suffering through poisonous substances of all kinds in the tiniest quantities, because these are irresponsibly and life-despisingly permitted by the health authorities, and thus not prohibited. As a result, however, health risks and ever more, faster and more frequent health-damaging effects arise in human beings, which lead to death. But before that drive up doctors, medicines, nursing, and hospital bills to such an extent that, on the one hand, human beings can no longer pay the health insurance premiums, and, on the other hand, health insurers can no longer pay the costs incurred by doctors and hospitals. Finally, it is important to note that the entire agricultural sector, all farms, market gardens, meat farms, all production companies and production groups, as well as other companies and groups of any kind that produce any kind of food, commodities and things, etc., also produce vast amounts of greenhouse gases. Companies and corporations that produce medicines or kitchen utensils, cooking utensils, cutlery, cleaning tools, detergents and toiletries of all kinds, as well as manufacturers that focus on clothing production. Shoe production, writing utensil production, paper production, electronics production of all kinds, bed linen, computers and telephones, etc., are also more or less among the huge producers of CO2. Construction businesses, building companies and building groups are also producers of CO2 and other greenhouse gases, regardless of whether they build hospitals of all kinds, doctors' surgeries, streets, pavements, cycle paths, airports, residential buildings, factories, bridges, high-rise buildings, warehouses, school buildings, government palaces, religious buildings such as soul launching pads or churches, temples, synagogues and mosques, bathing establishments, amusement parks, bank palaces or post offices, etc., etc. Exactly, these construction companies and building corporations are almost on the same climate. Destruction level in terms of their greenhouse gas production as the entire agrarian and industrial commercial food and feed producers of all kinds. CO2 generating explosion engines and other explosion devices, etc. of all kinds are used to perform work, to move or to drive all kinds of apparatus and devices, etc. In general, these are mostly automobiles of all kinds, with the sole purpose of locomotion. They also include light and heavy transport vehicles, working machines such as concrete mixers, power saws and various explosion engine-powered manual machines, etc., as well as, on a larger scale, heavy working machines such as tractors, agricultural machines, poison spraying machines, fertilizer machines, and harvesting machines, etc. for the entire agricultural sector and also for horticulture. In addition, there are countless militarily designed vehicles of all kinds worldwide, such as normal passenger transport vehicles, armored vehicles, tanks, trucks and aircraft of all kinds, etc., which produce countless tonnages of CO2 and other greenhouse gases every day, which not only promote the further destruction of the climate, but also bring death and destruction to the direct world of humanity, nature, fauna and flora, freshwaters, oceans, forests, mountains, tundras, and deserts. And all this is done in the name of alleged security for each respective state and for peace and freedom, which, seen as a whole, in reality corresponds to nothing but illusions. Effectively, it is the case that on Earth and in its crazy humanity there is neither any security nor peace and freedom, because all these high values correspond only to illusory wishes and ideas. It is not only CO2 and the other greenhouse gases that are destroying all of nature and its fauna and flora, but also all of the criminal environmental pollution that starts with the individual earthling and goes all the way up to the corporations and the armies of all states. Very important reasons for the pollution and destruction of the environment, as well as for the consequences thereof, leading up to the extinction of many plants, animals, creatures, birds, creepers, amphibians, insects and other living beings, are numerous industrial productions through which pollution of fresh and salt waters, soils and atmosphere and air is produced on a large scale for environmental damage in forms and masses that are so destructive that they slowly but surely become irreparable. In addition, all the industrial production is transported by trucks and vans, by private vehicles, trains, ships and planes to the large distributors, then to the shops and then to the consumers, creating enormous environmental pollution in the form of CO2 and other greenhouse gases from all the transport. These toxins not only pollute the atmosphere and the air and destroy the climate, because all these toxic emissions are inhaled by human beings, who fall ill from them and may then die slowly and miserably. In the same way, however, the same thing is happening to all other living creatures, namely to all fauna and flora, as a result of which many life forms are also falling ill due to the greenhouse gases, and, in time, also dying from them and even being wiped out. Unfortunately, there are still false prophets, know-it-alls and other unteachable people who still believe or are under the delusion that the climate destruction that is now taking place is completely natural, although it is effectively man-made, about which there can be no doubt whatsoever for any rational human being. Effectively, It is either delusional, unteachable people or profit-seeking fossil fuel industry lobby groups who have always deliberately cast doubt on the truth, whereby the human beings who doubt that earthly humanity is to blame for everything feel vindicated when they hear the lobbyist lies. The truth is that the annual global CO2 emissions continue to increase tremendously, as do the productions of the corporations that produce a wide variety of consumer goods, as well as enormous masses of plastic and other synthetic materials that consumers carelessly and irresponsibly dispose of in nature after use. And in this way, tens of thousands of tons of plastic, other plastics and many kinds of rubbish end up in the fields, forests, etc., as well as in fresh and salt waters, poisoning the entire environment, with countless terrestrial, forest, and aquatic creatures then ingesting the decomposing substances, poisoning themselves with them and perishing miserably. On the other hand, many of the various living beings contaminated by toxins are captured, hunted, and eaten by human beings, who then also fall ill and often suffer long periods of suffering and then die. But regardless of these facts, the masses of the bulk of the earthlings continue to litter the entire environment and thus also destroy the climate, because all the toxins of all kinds contained in the mountains of discarded rubbish are released by their slow process of decomposition and enter the atmosphere and its air, and are inhaled again by the human beings and the entire fauna and flora, or eaten by natural food such as plants and living creatures, whereby they also fall ill in this way. When politicians are observed or asked about environmental protection and the climate catastrophe, they lie and give the impression that they or certain organizations are already doing a lot to combat environmental pollution and climate destruction. But this is nothing more than irresponsible lies and euphemisms. In particular, lies are told that CO2 emissions have decreased since the 1990s, while the truth is that the amount of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases is increasing year by year. Because every year millions of young human beings reach adulthood and, of course, start motoring again and produce masses of CO2, as is often the case elsewhere. And since far fewer human beings die than are born, the quantities of CO2 and other greenhouse gases produced by those who die are also insignificant. China, in particular, is producing huge amounts of CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gases on an increasing scale, because the population is growing particularly rapidly in this country. And the fact that in the EU dictatorship, as well as in the USA, all these emissions are supposed to have decreased slightly. According to expert Playa-Yaran research-based clarifications, corresponds not only to an impudent lie, but effectively to a malicious, people-dumbing fraud. If the overpopulation is not countered by a drastic restriction of the births of earthlings, then the already imminent dire consequences of the climate catastrophe that has already occurred can no longer be controlled. Only through a worldwide birth stop and birth control can something be done against the climate catastrophe, for which, however, official measures are required. These would have to be directed towards a sense of responsibility on the part of the population through continuous drastic education and stimulation. In the process, work-related and official payments for offspring, etc. would also have to be stopped and banned, because such financial benefits are an incentive and advocacy for many to produce offspring. But to achieve this goal, it can be said, it will not be easy, however, because the egoism of earthlings is overpowering, precisely also with regard to having children. This is why the majority of earthlings also do not care that global warming has already risen by 1.4 degrees since before industrialization, but this is denied by the experts of climatology. The fact is that the real effects of the climate catastrophe are much more serious than is recognized by all the experts on the one hand, but is also not admitted on the other. When it comes to the already existing climate catastrophe, it is still trivialized as climate change, even though enormous floods, forest fires, landslides, and many other natural catastrophes worldwide prove that the climate catastrophe is real and continues to degenerate. To many human beings who only think superficially about nature and the planet and do not care about reality and its truth, but simply rely on lies of alleged experts, everything seems alarming. Consequently, they believe that what real experts explain and what actually corresponds to reality and truth are only exaggerations. The fact is, however, that the opposite is the case, because effectively the whole thing is even worse than what real experts estimate, but only estimated, not effectively clarified. So it is also a fact that, for example, sea levels are rising faster than predicted, by an average of around 3.8 millimeters per year, which is why many countries bordering the seas are already struggling with severe flooding. The fact is that the climate is changing rapidly and drastically, in such a way that in the worst case, as 5 times before, a mass extinction could be triggered, but this time by the irresponsibility of overpopulation or by its criminal machinations on the planet itself and on its nature, fauna and flora, on the atmosphere and the climate. And should this be the case, then this would again more or less result in a strong and pronounced change of fauna and flora, as in the case of the 5 major mass extinctions that have so far been proven paleontologically and paleoclimatologically, which are known and which I will take out of the internet as exact details and insert here in my speech. Ordovician mass extinction 444 million years ago. Kellwasser event 372 million years ago. Permian-Triassic boundary event 252 million years ago. Crisis period at the Triassic-Jurassic boundary 201 million years ago. Mass extinction at the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary 66 million years ago. I have the following comment on this. The cause was that a gigantic comet impact occurred in Yucatan, Central America 66 million years ago, according to the Plejaren. Not a meteorite impact as earthly researchers claim, which triggered an ecosystem catastrophe and wiped out all large creatures on the 2 American continents, and thus also the dinosaurs. However, this did not happen worldwide, because as the Plejaren records indicate, Europe, Eurasia as well as the Near East and Asia proper were largely spared from the catastrophe and were only affected by very few climatic impacts. Another direct climate crisis impact will be that if a mass extinction does occur, virtually all life on Earth will be affected, with, as has been handed down since time immemorial, 3/4 of all genera and species becoming extinct. Normally, in geological terms, such a change happens in a relatively short time, as I have already learned from Svath. But this short time is to be seen universally in terms of evolution. Consequently, in a natural way, one must assume a few to several thousand years until the whole process is completed. This is also what has happened during the last 540 million years. But if it should happen now, if it will actually happen, which I see only as a possibility, which does not have to become reality, then it is not yet possible to foresee how everything will turn out and how long it will take. And that is because this time an unnatural change or an effective overthrow will take place, triggered by the unreasonableness of the Earthlings. Fundamentally, however, the foundation stone for the impending doom has already been laid through the fault of the exuberant overpopulation and its irresponsible machinations. Earth humans, through their catastrophic mania for destruction, annihilation and extinction of the planet itself, as well as in nature as a whole, and with regard to its faunal and floral lifeforms, the atmosphere and climate destruction, have effectively already done everything to ensure that the extinction of species has already begun. And this is so, even if all the responsible researchers and scientists still vehemently deny this, as do the religions and their mendacious representatives, who let their delusional believers erroneously believe that their imaginary God would protect them from all evil and from a downfall just as he would protect the world, nature, and its fauna and flora. This is contrary to the foreseeable fact that, on the one hand, all natural disasters will bring ever worse consequences, but on the other hand, how for some time now, through the direct and indirect fault of Earthlings, thousands of plants and wild creatures of all genera and species have already become extinct and will continue to do so. This means that in a few decades, or at the latest in 2 or 3 centuries, the majority of all plant and wildlife species on Earth will be extinct. For years now, I have been able to observe everywhere that drastic destruction and extinction of various plant genera and species is already occurring with increasing frequency, as well as population declines of wild creatures of all genera and species. It is also observable that wildlife forms are being displaced from their ancestral habitats by overpopulation, so that they move to other areas or even flee from their native areas. And this is also recognizable here at the center, where since 1977 wildlife forms that normally have their habitats elsewhere, such as a strangler falcon, have been observed from time to time, as I have observed such birds in Persia, etc. Since the center has been in existence, rare birds and wild animals have also moved in. Once even an oriole, a magnificent stag with large antlers, chamois, a raccoon dog, wild cats, and a wolf that ran past behind the kitchen and was photographed by the wildlife camera. This, in addition to various lynxes and deer that appear from time to time in the center grounds and even come as far as the buildings, or a young fox that accompanied Eva during her entire night watch all the way into the house and up the stairs into the hall, etc. But if people go out everywhere, then hardly any birds, except ravens and magpies, can be observed, just as there are no rabbits, larks, or other wild creatures. Effectively, overpopulation with its rampant machinations of destruction and extinction is responsible for the extinction of species, just as it is for climate destruction, not only indirectly but also directly in many cases. Effectively, the destruction of all bases of life is being driven forward in many ways as a result of the unrestrained and boundless needs and fulfillment of the overpopulating human race. This is due to the overexploitation of the planet, of nature and its fauna and flora, as well as to forest fires, clearing of forests, draining of moors, building on vital fertile land, the generation of CO2 and other greenhouse gases, etc. etc. Renewable energies have become an important economic factor for some time now. But they will neither solve the steadily increasing energy problem nor have any significant effect on reversing the climate catastrophe. Moreover, my foresight indicates that electric cars will also fuel the energy problem, because the more of these vehicles that come onto the roads, the more electrical energy will be needed. On the other hand, electric cars also have a poor CO2 balance. Nikola Tesla was an inventor, physicist, and electrical engineer, and his life's work was marked by numerous innovations in the field of electrical engineering. His electrical power engineering was particularly noteworthy, such as the development of what is now known as the two-phase alternating current system for electrical power transmission. Since his inventions, electric mobility has come into being, namely electric cars, which are regarded as innovative and cool, although even these can neither mitigate nor stop the destruction of the climate. Because if it were possible to save the climate, then this could only be done by reducing humanity to a reasonable level by stopping births for many years and regulating births in the same way. This alone could have the effect that all destructions and annihilations of every kind on the planet, as well as all toxic discharges into nature and the extermination of fauna and flora, would be increasingly reduced and ultimately cease. The fewer human beings would be born, the fewer human needs would arise that would have to be fulfilled. Consequently, less and less destruction would take place on the planet, just as nature and its fauna and flora would no longer be destroyed and exterminated. However, this view of the whole, as I present it, is very simplified, because the truth is that today the planet Earth, its nature and fauna and flora, as well as the climate, are in a very bad way. Effectively, a great deal more is needed to put everything back into some sort of order, and to bring it back into balance as far as possible, although it is no longer possible to do so completely. It is also a fact that a vehicle powered by electricity is not much better for the climate than a petrol or diesel equivalent or equivalent vehicle. This is precisely because it raises the question of where the necessary electricity is to come from, which is essential for operation, as a result of which an enormous number of energy generation plants are being built and put into operation. And as a result of the fact that green electricity would have to be produced, entire landscapes would be built over with wind turbines and solar energy plants. Fertile land would be destroyed and bird life would be affected, etc. Another question is how the electricity used is composed and whether enough can be produced. There is also the question of whether and when an electric car will be climate efficient at all. And I recently read a research paper on this, which I have here and which contains the following. For example, A compact class car, such as a VW Golf, drives more climate-friendly than a petrol car after only 21,000 kilometers if it is fueled with energy generated entirely from renewable sources. However, a car in the upper middle class, such as a Mercedes E-Class, which is fueled with the electricity mix commonly used in Germany, must travel 580,000 kilometers before it is more climate-friendly than a diesel ADAC 2018. In the case of electric cars, therefore, no generally valid statement can be made. For this, precise life cycle analyses must be carried out. However, electric vehicles basically have the potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions compared to conventional vehicles. Furthermore, it must be taken into account that the construction of an electric car is extremely decisive, because if I, as a layman, understand correctly with regard to car construction, then in my opinion the entire construction is of the utmost importance with regard to energy consumption, etc. The same applies to electric vehicles. In the same way, this also applies to the whole production chain of such vehicles, which do not just number millions, but billions, with the number constantly increasing due to the growth of overpopulation. Now I have digressed again. Consequently, the talk must go back to what I was talking about before, namely the incompetence of the majority of those in power, who time and again bring evil disaster upon humanity and the world. And this is so because, in reality and truth, the lust for war and power and the warmongering of certain megalomaniacal and crazy state powers lacks any security, any semblance of peace and freedom. Effectively, there is always the threat of evil and, under certain circumstances, even nuclear war from these power-mad lunatics, as a result of which security, peace, and freedom are always on a knife's edge, and the sword of Damocles constantly hangs threateningly not only over a single people, but over all Earth humans. Explanation of the sword of Damocles. The expression comes from Greek legend and goes back to a court favorite named Damocles, although it is not known whether he actually lived or not. According to legend, he was a favorite of the tyrant Dionysius I or Dionysius II of Syracuse in the first half of the 4th century. BC, the anecdote of the sword of Damocles from Cicero's Tusculanae Disputationes, 561 to 62 has been handed down. Damocles is said to have lived at the court of King Dionysius I or II and to have envied the ruler's might and wealth. For this reason, the king is said to have offered him a seat at the royal table at a banquet, although King Dionysius then placed a sword above Damocles's head and held it in place only by a single horsehair. This sword hanging over Damocles's head is said to have made it impossible for him to enjoy the evening and all the good food and amenities correctly. The whole thing is said to have been a lesson from King Dionysius for Damocles to learn that success and wealth would not protect him from danger. August 15, 2019, Billy. Well, the threat is not fictitious, but real and moreover as dangerous as never before. Because through the criminal guilt of the USA, which as the originator of the atomic bomb and its use brought death and destruction over Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, all those power-hungry madmen worldwide incited their states to the nuclear arms race and drove them to the construction of atomic bombs, which is why the danger of an all-destroying and exterminating nuclear war has been lurking ever since. But it is also to be said that enormous tonnages of greenhouse gases are emitted into the atmosphere every day and every year by the various branches of the building industry. For example, by explosion engine-driven concrete mixing and concreting machines, by stone-crushing machines, asphalting machines, excavators, tempering machines, material transporters, bulldozers, and special earth-moving machines, and by many other types of greenhouse gas emitters used worldwide. There are also countless other work vehicles and machines, etc. that are used, and it is simply not possible to list them all. This is in addition to the above-mentioned and many other things. But special mention should be made of motorbikes, sports cars, sports boats and sports planes, etc., which are moronically used for sports purposes and produce CO2 en masse, as in terms of motor vehicle racing, against which nothing is done either by the government or by local authorities or environmental protection, and the whole thing is not banned. Vehicles used for such nonsensical races alone generate enormous tonnages of CO2 that are released into the atmosphere and spread across the countryside, contributing to the severe damage to all life in terms of the health of fauna and flora, and also of human beings. Furthermore, there are millions of workplaces of all kinds, agricultural enterprises, as well as large and small garden centers, private gardens, palm forest enterprises, forestry companies, deep-sea fishing companies, but also sea and river fishing companies, as well as wood processing companies, glassworks, metal foundries, oil, gas and coal-fired power plants, forest maintenance companies, forestry operations, and so on and so forth, through which alone hundreds of thousands of tons of CO2 and other greenhouse gases are produced worldwide every day. This also includes coal mining companies, cattle farms, poultry farms, pig farms, production factories and production corporations of all kinds for innumerable human commodities, as well as building material production companies, housing construction companies and construction corporations, road construction companies, earth resource extraction corporations, etc., etc. All in all, the greatest climate destroyers and destroyers of nature, as well as the destroyers and exterminators of fauna and flora, are all food producers in relation to all and any kinds of food for the huge overpopulation. First and foremost in this respect is the entire global agricultural economy, that is to say all small and large farms worldwide, as well as all large-scale commercial and allotment gardening. But this also includes purely private gardens, greenhouses, conservatories, parks and pruning hedges, etc. if their cultivation involves explosion-powered implements or artificial fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, insecticides, or other poisons. But that's not all, because in addition to all these food producers, who are responsible for the production of all the most enormous and huge masses of CO2 and other innumerable tonnages of greenhouse gases and all kinds of toxins, there are also the industrial food production companies, which also produce huge amounts of greenhouse gases. And these are facts that are neither considered nor grasped in terms of knowledge by the little would-be climate activist Greta Thunberg, and all the climate demonstration freaks cheering and running along with her, as well as by those in power who are responsible for everything and anything. And due to this fact of their ignorance and lack of understanding, they are also unable to mobilize their intellect, their reason, and their intellect. Consequently, they are also unable to grasp the fact that their stupid ideas, assumptions, decrees and proposals, as well as their idiotic tax levies on CO2 production or on any consumer goods, etc., cannot solve the problem of the ongoing destruction of the climate. Because this can only be solved by a worldwide radical and perennial birth stop, and then by a following hard birth control. As I said, hundreds, thousands, and even 3.24 million businesses, companies, corporations, and many other factors are to blame for the climate change that has been going on for decades and has already developed into climate destruction and climate catastrophe. It is impossible to list them all, which is why I can only name a few, but they are all responsible for the production of climate-destroying CO2 and other greenhouse gases. The most important of which is the entire agricultural sector, along with the purely industrial food corporations, all of which are responsible for feeding the masses of overpopulation. But the fact that the naive little Greta Thunberg and all those who demonstrate on her behalf worldwide, as well as obviously countless stupidly talking government officials, have no idea whatsoever about this and do not know what the causes of climate destruction really are, screams to high heaven. If we take a closer look at the fields, meadows, forests, gardens and waters, etc., then they are all more or less contaminated with pesticides and herbicides, including so-called organic fields, biotopes, organic gardens and moors, whereby earthly research and studies also show and prove that 93% of organic fields and organic gardens are contaminated with plant poisons from neighboring fields and gardens. This means, however, that the pesticides and herbicides, as well as all other kinds of toxins spread in nature, inevitably also get into the natural food and cause health damage in all life forms in the wild, as well as in human beings, from which hundreds of thousands of humans and other living beings die every year. In contrast to Plejaran declarations that even the smallest nano quantities of any kind of toxins, and no matter what kind, are harmful to the organism of the human being as well as to all other life forms and are lethal in the short or long term. The earthly health authorities and scientists claim and lie to the contrary. The Plejaran statements and results prove that even tiny nano amounts of poison that get into the organism cause at least the beginnings of a susceptibility to disease. And if this susceptibility expands, then damage to health effectively arises which, according to Plejaran research with regard to earthly medicine, cannot be recognized as poisonous influences on the organism, and also cannot be defined as early precursors of disease, but only when the disease is developed and it may no longer be possible to cure it, such as cancer and other ulcers, severe organ disorders and their failure, and so on. This, however, is of no concern to the health authorities or to any responsible chemist, who therefore lie that certain small amounts of such and such toxins are not harmful to health, whereas Plejaran researches prove the contrary. To all this must be added the factor that nowadays, without exception, everything and anything in food is contaminated with at least some minimal of the health-harmless and thousand-fold toxins. This means that all foodstuffs, including organic products and artificially produced foodstuffs, also contain a wide variety of toxins, so that human beings effectively consume a cocktail of toxins with every meal, regardless of what they eat. Poisons of various kinds are also used for medicinal and cosmetic purposes, whereby on the one hand they can trigger, weaken, or heal illnesses, diseases, and even epidemics and poisonings, but they can also have short or long-term harmful effects. Once briefly mentioned, I can, for example, cite some of the most dangerous and deadly poisons, such as the following 5, about which I have recently read some.
Botulinum toxin.
Botulinum toxin is commonly known as Botox, and this is listed as the most dangerous poison in the world. It is a metabolic product of anaerobic bacteria, that is to say those that can live without oxygen. Because anaerobic means thriving without oxygen, or anaerob equals biology definitions online, the term anaerobic means under oxygen exclusion / without oxygen living or carrying out metabolism. These bacteria are unicellular microorganisms, or microbes, that multiply by cell division. This bacterium can develop in spoiled food, especially in tinned meat and fish. From a medical point of view, as always, the dose determines the effect of the poison. If it is very strongly diluted, then Botox finds various applications in cosmetics and medicine. The smallest amounts, corresponding to only 1 nanogram per kilogram of body weight, for example, are already effectively lethal for human beings. But a dose of 1 nanogram is about 1,000 times higher than a medical dose used. When botulinum toxin is injected, it is injected through the skin into a muscle, and the active ingredient then blocks the transmission of nerve impulses to the muscle. Other nerve functions, however, such as feeling, touch, and temperature sensation, are not affected, which is why Botox is also used for cosmetic purposes, such as wrinkle treatment. Medically, the drug is also used to treat strabismus and spasticity. Clear and research results show that over time, it causes a wide variety of health problems that cannot be cured, especially with regard to the function of the heart, kidneys, and liver, as well as blood pressure, etc. Doctors use it successfully against migraine, for example.
Metotoxin.
Metotoxin is highly toxic and is based on an algae toxin that is eaten by fish. And since the human being is by nature a basic omnivore, contrary to the stupid views and opinions of those who advocate vegetarianism and veganism, he also eats fish, as a result of which he can be affected by the so-called Sigwarata fish poisoning. Because the cause of the algae poison in the eaten fish then brings the most dangerous marine poison, metotoxin, to bear. This leads to an increased flow of calcium ions in the heart muscle, which inevitably leads to cardiac death.
Batrachotoxin.
Batrachotoxin corresponds to the plant toxin curare, which is used as an arrow poison by the Indians in South America. However, this most poisonous substance, which the indigenous people use for hunting, is batrachotoxin, which is taken from the skin of small yellow, red, blue, and green frogs. Even a minimal amount of only 2 table salt crystal grains of this poison leads to heart failure. Curare is a collective term for various alkaloid poisons, or nitrogenous organic compounds of secondary metabolism that affect the animal and also the human organism. Curare is also produced from thickened extracts of barks and leaves of various South American liana species. Although the recipes of individual ethnic groups are very different and are divided according to the ways in which the poisons are stored, such as tubo curare, pot curare, and calabash curare. A description for curare lists: acetylcholine is the neurotransmitter at the neuromuscular end plate, the synapse between motor nerves and skeletal muscles. This is why curare causes flaccid muscle paralysis. The final cause of death is respiratory arrest due to paralysis of the respiratory muscles.
VX.
DX corresponds to a nerve poison, which is the only one of all 5 poisons mentioned that is produced artificially. It was also used in the Cold War as a warfare agent to kill human beings en masse, because it causes muscle contractions to go out of control, leading to an agonizing death by suffocation.
Ricin.
Ricin or Ricin ricinus communis is a poison and corresponds to an extremely toxic protein extracted from the beans of the miracle tree of the spurge family. The miracle tree is cultivated specifically for the extraction of castor oil. Chemically, ricin is a lectin, and this consists of a cell-binding and a toxin-mediating component. According to the Pleeron explanation, its toxicity triggers an inhibition of eukaryotic protein biosynthesis, whereby even the smallest inhaled or injected quantities lead to death. If the toxin enters the human organism, the cells contaminated with it quickly die. If the human being ingests even a small amount of only 0.3 to 20 milligrams of isolated ricin per kilogram of body weight, whether with food or drink, fatal poisoning occurs. One description reads, in children, depending on age and constitution, even half a seed can be fatal. However, it is also reported that even after ingestion of 40 to 60 seeds, there is a chance of survival. It depends on when the vomiting starts. In case of intravenous, inhalation or subcutaneous intake, much smaller amounts have a lethal effect. For example, 43 pg/kg body weight in case of subcutaneous administration. Ricin is listed in the war weapons list of the German War Weapons Control Act.
Pesticide residues and artificial fertilizers, as well as slurry from agriculture entering streams, rivers, lakes, and groundwater, as has been the case for decades in the last century, were already proven by Plejarin investigations at the end of the 1960s. This can now finally also be proven by earthly scientists, but unfortunately only at the present time, since many human beings have already suffered health damage from drinking water, precisely groundwater, and have even died from it, which is, however, vehemently denied. All the poisons spread by the entire agricultural sector threaten stream fleas and all other vital aquatic organisms in streams, rivers and lakes, but also larger creatures such as fish, plants, crayfish and insects, etc. In addition, pesticides also reach organic vegetables in private gardens and large commercial organic vegetable production facilities unintentionally through airborne or wind-blown pollutants. Everywhere, for all kinds of purposes, often indefinable, as well as simply for prohibited and irresponsible disposal. Many tons of poisons are senselessly spread into nature, whereby diverse life in fauna and flora is poisoned, made ill and killed and even wiped out, whereby irreparable damage is caused in also many species of plants. Animals, birds, insects necessary for all life and also aquatic life fall ill and die, as do human beings, and often in a very agonizing way. And in this context, enormous quantities and tonnages of CO2 and other greenhouse gases are produced, which also contribute greatly to the poisoning of all life and to its illness, because these harmful substances are deposited in the atmosphere, and consequently continue to contribute to the ever-worsening damage to the climate. The fact is that, according to very precise Play-Yaran clarifications, calculations and data, 74.2% of all CO2 and other emissions in the form of greenhouse gases on Earth are produced by large corporations, but mainly by the entire global agricultural economy, whereby these in particular are not held responsible for the entire destruction, annihilation and extinction in nature and fauna and flora, as well as for many illnesses of countless human beings and even for their death and dying. And this is not because they are also the producers of natural food, namely vegetables, fruits, herbs, and fruits of all kinds, which are vital for feeding the enormous mass of overpopulation that could not exist without these foods. In addition to the entire agronomic food economy of all farms and large and small vegetable farms and commercial vegetable farming corporations around the world that still plant, maintain and harvest natural food, but only through the use of toxic pesticides and herbicides as well as many other poisons, artificial fertilizers and also poisoned slurry, etc. There are also the entire industrial food corporations. These produce food on a purely chemical basis, which does not contain any natural food substances. But these corporations, like the agricultural industry, also produce enormous greenhouse gases in one way or another, and thus affect the atmosphere, which in turn throws the climate out of all proportion.
English translation 722nd Contact, Part 4, Thursday, the 8th of August 2019, 20:07 hours worldwide. There are countless small and large companies, but according to Play-Yaran figures, around 3.24 million large companies, corporations and conglomerates produce CO2 and other greenhouse gases. Of these, on the one hand, the agricultural sector and the entire food industry are the largest producers of CO2, and on the other hand, in addition to all of these, there are only 136 large corporations, which alone produce 74.2% of all CO2 and other emissions in the form of carbon dioxide. According to Play-Yaran investigations and calculations, all of these are the real culprits responsible for damaging and destroying the atmosphere, and thus the climate with harmful carbon dioxides. And in the first place in this respect are all agricultural enterprises worldwide. That is to say, all agricultural enterprises and all vegetable gardening enterprises that produce natural food products for human beings and animals. This is in addition to all industrial corporations that produce artificial or chemical food and medicines. And this has been happening since the middle of the last century and has since been devastatingly destructive to the nature of the entire planet, as well as devastating and exterminating many kinds of life forms of fauna and flora. All major polluters, as well as all other polluters of CO2 and other greenhouse gases, of course deny the fact that they are mainly to blame for climate change. Consequently, they continue unhindered, but also fail to consider that they are causing themselves immense damage and, in the course of time, driving themselves to their own demise. And this will inevitably be the result, because by carrying on impure business with lies and deceit, they will not last in the long run and consequently undermine and ultimately destroy their own existence. And this will happen at the latest, when the world rises up against them, brings their productions to a standstill, and demands their downfall. At that time at the latest, the most powerful of the syndicates of this kind will have to give up their climate destruction lies. which they are still spreading at present, and can thereby continue their work of destruction for the time being. However, as has been the case since the existence of the universe and is an iron law of creation, every beginning that has come about also has an end. And this will also be the case with these huge corporations that are only concerned with profit and gain and, in order to achieve this, are themselves responsible for the death of countless human beings, the destruction of the planet, of nature, and the destruction and extinction of many diverse life forms of fauna and flora, without hesitation or conscience. The natural production of food, fruit, vegetables, and fodder produces carbon dioxide in particular, which is harmful to the climate and ejects it into the atmosphere. In this respect, the entire agricultural sector, that is to say the worldwide agricultural and market gardening operations, etc., as well as all plantations of all kinds, as the world's most comprehensive economic sector, effectively correspond to the greatest CO2 production. And this far-reaching economic sector bears the greatest blame for climate change or climate destruction, which is effectively not of normal natural origin, but has been conjured up by all the destructive machinations of the gross overpopulation in order to cover their food and necessities of all kinds, etc. The fact is that, because the world's agricultural and large-scale gardening enterprises, etc., are the most extensive sector of the economy, they produce the most CO2. The fact is, therefore, that, because the huge mass of the earthly overpopulation requires vast quantities of natural and also of artificial chemical food, all agricultural enterprises as well as all large and small commercial market gardening enterprises of all kinds, but also certain private gardeners, are the very greatest culprits of the destruction of the climate. This is because the entire agricultural sector, that is to say all farms and large-scale gardening operations that grow, cultivate, maintain, and then harvest natural foodstuffs, and have to transport them to wholesalers and large-scale distributors, are enormous CO2 producers. But this also includes all industrial food production corporations worldwide, which, as already mentioned, produce artificial chemical foods that also generate enormous amounts of CO2 and other greenhouse gases, as a result of which the worldwide food production for the entire world population, so that it can be fed, exceeds everything else that is produced in terms of atmospherically damaging and climate-damaging carbon dioxide. Growing, cultivating, tending, harvesting and distributing, as well as transporting the produce to wholesalers and from them to small distributors and shops, and also selling it to customers, produce enormous amounts of CO2, because the customers usually travel to the seller and back home again, which also produces a lot of CO2. No one talks about the fact that hundreds of thousands and even millions of large and small farms, small market gardens and large market gardens, as well as industrial chemical food companies of all kinds around the globe, produce enormous amounts and countless tons of CO2 and other greenhouse gases every day and 365 days a year, thereby polluting the atmosphere and seriously affecting the climate and destroying it through human fault alone as a result of overpopulation and its need for food. And neither does the naive, ignorant little Greta Thunberg, who now presents herself as a world savior, talk about this, nor do all her demonstrators who follow her, too, like all the know-it-alls, etc., due to their ignorance, in no way consider the real reality and truth. Nor do all the big-talking environmental protection organizations, governments and authorities, because they all have no idea whatsoever about what is really fact. And that, of course, the science gods are also part of it, and all producers of any kind of food, that is absolutely clear, because their profit-making and their striving for more and more world domination through their products knows no bounds. Which is why they deny the truth of their irresponsible destructive machinations through lies and deceit. However, it is also necessary to take into account the effective fact that overpopulation can only be nourished and exists through the use of all kinds of health-damaging and even deadly toxins and nitrogen fertilizers in relation to food production. For a long time now it is no longer possible to do otherwise, since countless farms, small and large market gardens, as well as industrial chemical food corporations can only produce all the food they need through the use of toxins of various kinds. generating countless tons of CO2 and other greenhouse gases. And if this were not so, then in short, the bulk of the entire exuberant mass of overpopulation would starve to death. So much for that. But the question must be raised as to what little Greta Thunberg and all her stupid fellow demonstrators and know-it-alls etc. would do if they no longer received their carrots and other vegetable products. All of them would probably not want to starve. So one has to ask oneself whether, if they knew everything, they would continue to demonstrate stupidly and ignorantly and loiter in the streets, shouting and making themselves important. Probably not. Then it would probably come to the point that they would all really turn to their intellect and reason, and think about personally deciding for a birth stop of several years and an appropriate birth control, because only by drastically reducing the world population in this way is something still to be saved, but not by stupid and silly ideas, proposals and measures etc., which cannot be more inane and cannot solve the huge problem. CO2 or carbon dioxide is the most important and most dangerous of all greenhouse gases, in terms of the greenhouse effect, which affects the atmosphere and causes the destruction of the climate. Nevertheless, all other greenhouse gases should not be ignored, nor should all pesticides, herbicides and thousands of other toxins which have a harmful effect on the health of human beings and animals and often cause death, and which also fatally threaten, destroy, and even exterminate various life forms of all kinds and species in nature. And all this, seen as a whole, is a criminal machination of Earth humans to overpopulate in order to obtain food, and to satisfy the need for necessary and unnecessary commodities of all kinds, as well as the mania for luxury, pleasure, and travel of the majority of the Earth humans, who have been overflowing for a long time. The entire resulting destruction, poisoning, annihilation, and extinction has already become a disaster, and encompasses the planet Earth itself, its atmosphere, the climate, the whole of nature with its land masses, forests, streams, lakes, rivers, moors, swamps, mountains, and oceans, which are increasingly restricted by construction. And the whole thing has already become an immense threat to humanity and its existence and survival. But the majority of the Earthlings in their stupidity turn a blind eye and a deaf ear, as do the criminal, commercially acting in carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas and toxin-producing corporations, syndicates as well as the farms, vegetable gardening farms and the globally operating industrial production corporations geared towards chemical food etc. CO2 alone is deadly, as are all the toxins of all kinds, as well as all the other greenhouse gases that also spread into the atmosphere that serves as breathing air for humanity and all living things of the air, waters, land, and forests. According to the relevant player in science, an increase of 6% in the CO2 content of the atmosphere is already life-threatening and even fatal for human beings, depending on their overall physical constitution. This process leads to respiratory failure and death, because the respiratory reflex becomes impaired and irregular and finally stops completely. I know from my own experience that when I fell from a great height and was cushioned on the ground, my knees hit my lungs, forcing all the air out of my lungs and causing me to gasp for breath and almost faint. When I can no longer breathe, I quickly become unconscious and die from suffocation. According to player and calculations, the carbon dioxide content, as well as the content of other greenhouse gases and toxins, is currently, according to the latest information, close to 0.09%, which does not seem dangerous, but overall is still cause for concern. This is because, on the one hand, a further increase is unavoidable as a result of the destructive machinations of overpopulation, but on the other hand, the existing level of human beings, animals, and all kinds of life forms will also inevitably cause diseases caused by the already increased levels of all kinds of toxins in the atmosphere. And that the content of poisonous substances in the atmosphere at the present time amounts to nearly 0.09% is not yet known to the earthly climatologists, who reckon with much lower values because their instruments are still too inaccurate and do not correspond to the much more highly developed Playaran ones, which show much more exact results. If the effects of the total toxin content in the atmosphere are examined, and in particular that of CO2, then this already gives a nasty result in terms of global warming and climate destruction and its consequences. This is especially true with regard to the increasingly strong and primeval weather extremes, which have already caused the destruction of thousands of human achievements and the extinction of many human lives. And this has happened so far through weather upheavals and violent primeval storms, which have brought equally violent and lightning-swept torrential rains and hailstorms, resulting in all-destroying floods. This, while the weather extremes elsewhere caused cold waves, as well as droughts and heat waves, and caused enormous damage to the entire agricultural economy, respectively in food cultivation, which also includes the animal feed cultivation of the agricultural enterprises, as well as in the vegetable gardening enterprises, fruit cultivation enterprises, and in the wine-growing enterprises, etc. Climate change, or climate destruction, which it truly is, because it is not of natural origin but man-made, is slowly but surely changing the entire Earth, not only externally but also internally, with the enormous help of the over-exploitation of resources. Of course, ever since the Earth existed, at least since the time when it produced vegetation, climatic changes have repeatedly altered the whole picture of the Earth and all the living conditions of the entire fauna and flora. Often everything that existed and life had to find a new beginning. But in the end, everything has always renewed itself in one way or another. Even if the whole thing did not go off without a hitch, and many life forms of fauna and flora died out, but new ones emerged from everything and thus came into being, often under extreme conditions. So it is not the case that everything always survived without problems, as is often claimed, because for many life forms of fauna and flora, this was indeed not the case, nor was it the case for various small and larger groups of people, and even entire human populations. However, this is still completely unknown to the whole of paleontology or the science of the living beings of past Earth ages, because on the one hand they have not yet found any fossil evidence for this, and on the other hand they also live in false assumptions and assertions, as with regard to disappeared peoples, whose caves, constructions and buildings etc., are still partly preserved and present up to the present day, about which, however, inaccurate hypotheses are made with regard to their purpose and former inhabitants. Well, many hypotheses are created by paleontology, whereby these are not always correct, but it is clearly given in this science that the human being is a climate-dependent being, and therefore very strongly sensitive to climate. And since the artificially created climate destruction was brought about by overpopulation and its machinations, not only is the entire nature and its fauna and flora slowly but surely being destroyed as a result, but also the habitat of Earth humans themselves. And if it is erroneously and thoughtlessly thought and claimed that this does not correspond to the truth, but that the whole thing is completely natural and normal in terms of planetary development, as it has always been, then this corresponds to much more than just a whitewash, but to an imbecilic assertion as well as a lie and complete irresponsibility. According to very precise player and clarifying findings, since the 1st of January 1990 until the 31st of December 2018, that is to say within 28 years, 1,768,147 human beings have lost their lives in direct connection with climate destruction, namely due to the effects of storms and their consequences. However, these incidents will increase 2 to 3 times in the future, which unfortunately cannot be prevented. This is because, as a result of personal egoism and stupid lack of insight, the majority of Earth humans will not achieve a worldwide birth stop or birth control within any useful period of time. If all the hundreds of giant cargo ships, normal-sized freight ships and other transport ships, passenger ships and ferries, etc., as well as the huge, small-town-like passenger and pleasure ships cruising the world's oceans, are taken into account as enormous heavy oil destroyers, then all these pollutants together emit not only as much toxic pollutants per day as several hundred passenger cars, but as much as several million normal passenger cars. As far as CO2 alone is concerned, a cruise ship emits as much as 85,000 to 100,000 normal cars per day, in addition to all the other toxic pollutants. Statistical calculations by the German Nature Conservation Association, I recently read, indicate that the total daily pollutant emissions of a single cruise ship are as high as those produced by millions of cars, while the daily CO2 emissions are equivalent to those of 84,000 cars. If, according to Playarin calculations, the annual emissions of the entire mass of all micro, small, medium and large ships, ferries and all giant cargo ships sailing the fresh waters and oceans are taken into account, if we add up all the giant cargo ships, full-size cargo ships and other transport ships and the gigantic small-town-like passenger and pleasure ships cruising the world's oceans, the result is such a gigantic number of tonnages of pollutants of all kinds, of toxins, carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases that everything becomes diffuse and confusing. If we now calculate the effects caused by all these emissions alone, including all shipping, all cars, working machines, war vehicles, sports vehicles and airplanes, etc., then we get an incalculable mass of toxic pollutants of all kinds as well as CO2 and other greenhouse gases. However, all these pollutants and emissions get into nature, fauna and flora and pollute everything, just as they also cause changes as well as diseases in innumerable life forms, and this also in human beings. And this results because all the life-destroying exhaust filth of all kinds gets into the air, and then all these toxins spread rapidly over the whole earth by the wind currents. On the one hand, these are then inhaled by many life forms, of course also by human beings, causing damage to the health of part of the population. In addition, the relevant Playarin calculations make it clear that millions of human beings fall ill in this way every year, with many not surviving this but dying as a result of the diseases caused by the emissions, for which the Playarin calculations give an annual figure of around 463,000 for the year 2018 alone. If we continue to investigate CO2 production, we will also find frightening results in relation to many other things, which, however, no one is concerned about, except for a few who really make an honest and in-depth effort to understand the effective reality and its truth. In the forefront is the naive little Greta Thunberg, who has no idea of the truth, nor do all the demonstrators who follow her. And also the governments and authorities, the environmental protection organizations, the loudmouths, the know-it-alls, the climatologists, and all the negatively stupid proponents of climate destruction. Limestone, which occurs in nature, has already been mentioned as a large reservoir of CO2, and it is precisely this that has a particularly important and evil role in the entire global area with regard to the increase in CO2, as well as a very strong negative impact on the climate. This is because without limestone and its binding agents there would be no cement, which is indispensable for cement production. Cement, however, is an absolute necessity for all types of construction, because more and more buildings have to be built. And this is especially the case with regard to the completely insane and irresponsible growth of overpopulation, which requires more and more housing, but which is only part of the whole. Globally, cement is an absolutely necessary product in many ways, and especially so because the inexorable growth of the already overflowing overpopulation requires more and more buildings, etc. This means that in terms of construction, cement is the only product that can be used. This means that with regard to the building industry, everything is constantly booming more and more, because without this material, neither houses, factories, schoolhouses, nor universities can be built. Also, in relation to the overpopulation growth, more and more warehouses, hospitals, doctors' surgeries, baths, railway stations, airports and workplaces are needed, as well as gravel pits, office buildings, butcher shops, slaughterhouses and stone-crushing plants, etc., etc. Many buildings cannot be built without cement, such as bridges, road tunnels, bakeries, horticultural buildings, agricultural buildings, department stores, and many other buildings that are necessary and indispensable for mankind. As far as apartment buildings, blocks of flats and residential silos of all sizes are concerned, up to and including towering skyscrapers, etc., vast quantities of cement are needed and consumed, which emits enormous masses of CO2. Cement contains a binder made from limestone, which plays a particularly large role in releasing and emitting CO2, namely in the production of the cement. If this CO2 production is measured, then it is shockingly established that, according to Play-Rn calculations, in 2018 alone, it exceeded 5.5 times the CO2 production of the entire global aviation industry. In this respect, the Earthlings concerned with this issue talk about lower values. But these are not to be trusted. Rather, it is to be understood that the much more accurate Play-Rn results probably correspond to reality and truth. Nevertheless, it is interesting to hear from the Earthlings concerned with these matters that the EU dictatorship is criminally supporting the building industry with free emission certificates because the building material cement is declared to be without alternative, although this is a lie and deception. The truth is that cement and concrete and the resource limestone could have been replaced a long time ago by a product that would also be much lighter than concrete and paving, which would also make it easier to build and avoid an enormous amount of CO2 emissions. And this would be possible by using carbon concrete, which on the one hand is lighter than normal cement concrete, but on the other hand is also a material that does not rust. As already explained several times, according to the very exact clarifications of Play-Rn research and results, and contrary to the very inaccurate calculations etc., as well as contrary claims of earthly climate researchers etc., the entire global agricultural economy is in first place of all CO2 producers and destroyers of the climate. In truth, the agricultural economy is not only agriculture as such, but also includes all farms worldwide, such as all small, medium, and large farms and vegetable farms, herb, tea, and berry farms, etc., which also include breeding and fattening farms for all kinds of useful organisms. Since earthly mankind, with its enormous overpopulation, needs not only all kinds of grain, such as maize, soya, and rice, etc., but also fruit and vegetables, in addition to the normal vegetables grown in gardens and fields, exotic vegetables and fruits of all kinds are also required, which have to be transported by ships, lorries, and airplanes, producing huge amounts of CO2. For example, cassava and all kinds of other pure root crops belong to the spurge family, are cultivated in the tropics, and their starchy root tubers serve as a potato substitute for the locals, but are also transported to Europe, the USA, and Asia, etc., and used as natural food. All these farms in the tropics, etc., which also produce vegetables of this kind, also belong to the agricultural economy, even if the agronomists themselves do not want to admit this. This also applies to the fact that certain experts are against the idea that pure industrial breeding and fattening farms for all kinds of creatures also belong to the agricultural economy, such as pure poultry farming and poultry fattening farms for chickens, geese, ducks, and pigeons. It also includes pig breeding and fattening farms, as well as all purely industrial breeding and fattening farms of all kinds for cattle, calves, sheep, goats, rabbits, horses, fish of all kinds, and donkeys. But this is not enough, because mankind also demands game meat and exotic meat. There are also game meat farms and game meat fattening to be mentioned, such as deer, roe deer, hare, mouflon, and wild boar. With regard to exotic meat, crocodiles, caimans, alligators, and other lizards, as well as snakes, turtles, monkeys, and even apes, seals, llamas, alpacas, ostriches, antelopes, emus, bison, and even rats, kangaroos, bears, dogs, and cats are on the human being's menu. They also include an increasing number of already extinct songbirds, especially migratory birds, which are caught, killed, and eaten en masse with nets and glue rods when they have to rest on their flights of thousands of kilometers. Last but not least, it has to be said that, apart from the entire agricultural sector and all related businesses of any kind, the main culprits producing CO2 and other greenhouse gases are mainly all industrial corporations. First and foremost those that produce petroleum or oil, but also those that produce electrical energy. The bulk of these segmented or subdivided companies and corporations are state-owned enterprises, which account for about 60% worldwide, operating in various modes. And as I have oriented myself through technical descriptions, another 10% or so of these types of CO2 producers are purely private, while around 30% are listed on the stock exchange. Furthermore, the earthly calculations say that these companies and corporations alone are responsible for about 40% of all CO2 emissions since 1988, with the following states and corporations listed in descending order: China Coal, Saudi Arabian Oil Company Aramco, Galpro OAO, National Iranian Poilco, Exxon Mobil Corp, Coal India, Petróleos Mexicanos Pemex, Russia Coal, Royal Dutch Shell plc, China National Petroleum Corporation. CO2 producers on a large scale worldwide are also the criminal farmers in Brazil and in various other countries, who carry out forest fire clearance with their machinations of burning down rainforests and other forests every year. The fact that this creates enormous tonnages of CO2 and thus continues to promote climate destruction is of no concern to anyone, especially not to the farmers, who continue endlessly with all their forest arson. And exactly with regard to the forests and their importance for the climate, there is a lot to mention, also because forestry is also connected to the entire agricultural economy. Subsequently, I must go into some detail in explaining this. The fact that the deforestation of the rainforest and other forests worldwide, which is not only criminal, but also criminal and absolutely irresponsible, is also slowly causing oxygen production to take on precarious forms, is something that the arsonists neither think about nor have a conscience about. And this is the case in Brazil and Argentina, as well as in the USA, in Europe, Africa, and also in Asia and Russia, whereby all these climate and oxygen-destroying crimes serve only two things. First and foremost, of course, the reclamation of land for planting more and more soya, maize, rice, emmer, barley, wheat, rye, oats, sorghum, spelt, millet, einkorn, and bicorn. However, the soil obtained is only fertile to a depth of about 30 centimeters. And as a result of intensive planting, it is completely depleted and useless after only about 3 years of use, leading to renewed forest burning and clearing. In any case, the second priority is financial profit in various ways, since the whole process of slash and burn clearing is aimed solely at horrendous financial profit. Financial profit through slash and burn clearances of huge forest areas all over the world, be it in Brazil, Argentina, and other states in South America, the USA, Europe, Africa, Russia, or Asia, also involves and interests crazy people in state leadership positions, such as the 1.85 m tall former general and current state president of Brazil, Jair Messias Bolsonaro, who is probably the craziest of all, because he not only tolerates the destruction of the Brazilian rainforest, but even promotes it. Bolsonaro, like Trump, also doubts man-made climate change, and as a friend and profiteer of agribusiness, he naturally supports and favors the depletion of the Amazon forest with his policies, as well as slash and burn agriculture, for which he too is responsible, but for which he will of course never be held accountable. Just like Bolsonaro, the lunatic of the USA, Donald Trump, will also, according to play and toy with the idea of releasing the rainforests in Alaska for logging. Monocultures such as the cultivation of soy, maize, and other products are being promoted at the expense of more environmentally friendly family farms, which of course also need more and more new land that is being cleared by slash and burn or approved commercial logging. As far as commercial logging is concerned, however, it is just as much a catastrophe worldwide as any officially authorized slash and burn agriculture for building land, planting land, etc., as well as any arson, which releases enormous quantities of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere and destroys the climate. In addition, thousands of tons of CO2 are also produced by the transport of timber, because vast quantities of wood that is felled, harvested, and cleared in South America, the USA, Canada, Alaska, Africa, and Europe, and in Asia, is transported all over the world by huge cargo ships. Thus, the timber from South America and Europe and all other countries reaches China, for example, just as the timber from all the countries mentioned is also sold among themselves and distributed by huge heavy transport ships. And these giant ships can be equally disqualified as gigantic CO2 and other greenhouse gas polluters, as can all the huge cruise ships, container ships, and giant food cargo ships that sail all the world's oceans and pollute them, not only the atmosphere with an enormous amount of CO2, but also pollute these waters with tons of various waste materials and toxic substances. Now, unfortunately, we also have other fools and lunatics, such as Bolsonaro and Trump, etc., in Europe, such as in Switzerland and Germany, who are just as much in favor of clearing forests as they are of the whole shipping industry in terms of transporting goods and pleasure cruises, etc. But all these cross-witted and insane airheads have no idea whatsoever about the significance and importance of the forests, which also have to be painstakingly nurtured and cared for. Therefore, they are destroyed by the lack of intelligentum or lack of intelligence. All over the world, the forest areas are dwindling at a rapid pace, and this is only understandable and explainable with a pure mind and clear reason, if the greed for money and complete irresponsibility of human beings is taken into account, as well as the irresponsible and uncontrolled witnessing of offspring, because of which greed for money can drive consequences that destroy not only the forests, but also nature as well as the fauna, flora, atmosphere and climate, and ultimately all bases of life. The only thing that is at stake in all the worldwide destruction is money-making, which can flourish as criminal machinations caused by overpopulation, because this overpopulation demands more and more needs, which can only be met by destroying more and more all of nature, fauna and flora, and thus also the forests, fresh waters and the oceans, as well as the climate. This results in a network of the most diverse further destructive causes and interactions between nature, the planet, and the stupidly and irresponsibly inexorably growing overpopulation on the one hand, and on the other hand with regard to the bases of life of all kinds used by it, whereby the forests, fields, fresh waters of all kinds, the seas, and all forms of land in general are of particular importance. In this respect, therefore, these factors in particular cannot be identified in various ways, but first and foremost only as malicious deforestation and destruction of all bases of life for humanity, and the whole of nature with fauna and flora, which are brought about willfully and criminally out of ignorance and irrationality, as a result of money-greed considerations. Especially the destruction of forests cannot be an unintended consequence, as it does not correspond to sustainable forest management, which means that greed is the only driving force behind all destruction, and knowledge about the consequences of human actions is also lacking. Therefore, the destruction of forests, nature, fauna and flora, fresh waters and oceans as well as the climate continues unhindered. And this is also due to the lack of consciousness, thought and feeling, as well as the lack of understanding and reason and the pathological profit thinking, with regard to the fact that horrendous money can be raked in the short term, but that enormous destruction of the entire planet is knowingly accepted. And this has nothing whatsoever to do with the fact that deforestation is caused, for example, by natural tree diseases, or if any natural external influences occur, such as pollutants from volcanic eruptions, etc. The entire causal primal driving forces of all slash and burn, forest fire and commercial forest clearing and deforestation are based on the exuberant development of overpopulation, in which human beings are getting older and older, and therefore more and more human beings are born than die. It is absolutely clear that, as a result of the ignorance and irrationality of the majority of humanity, the rapid and inexorable increase in the world's population is driving and promoting the steady increase in deforestation in every way. But it is incomprehensible that, as a result of personal egoism, people continue to produce offspring thoughtlessly and irresponsibly. Because on the one hand, the whole thing is simply dismissed as a private matter, and on the other hand, neither reason, rationality, nor responsibility are brought to bear. All those young and middle-aged earthlings who continue to beget and bring children into the world out of sheer egoism, because they simply like children, want to have children, think children are cute, or think that it is their right to have children, do not think about the fact that they are bringing their offspring into a world in which more and more destruction is occurring. Nor does it occur to them that children born into today's world will find many parts of it already destroyed, and also that their presence will inevitably contribute greatly to further destruction of the Earth, nature, fauna and flora, as well as the atmosphere and climate, which will have very serious consequences for all Earth humans. It is still being predicted by crazy researchers, scientists and other lunatics with regard to the growth of overpopulation, that the increase in the world's population will reach 9 to 10 billion human beings by the year 2050. And this, madly and completely erroneously. Because according to exact Plejaren counts, Earth humans already had an overpopulation of no less than 8,953,851,416 equal sign, or 8,953,851,416 Earth humans on 31/12/2018 and will have exceeded the limit of 9 billion by the end of 2019. This is in contrast to the illusory assumptions of the earthly population counters, who with their world population count clock at the present time, just now in the month of August, come to a current Earth population of 7,700,000,000. The fact is that deforestation will continue to increase rapidly in all countries of the Earth, especially in tropical countries, because the pressure for further land reclamation will inevitably increase in relation to the growing overpopulation. In the process, as has been the case for a long time and is also the case now and in the future, more and more political and social problems will arise as a result of overpopulation, which will play important roles and will be difficult to solve. In this respect, the entire agricultural economy will be affected, as well as the empire of the energy corporations, the entire multifaceted economic system, technological developments, as well as social norms and values, and much more. There will also inevitably be a total transformation of the existing forests, because it will ultimately be an unavoidable necessity, as well as new reforms in other forms of land use, although forests will continue to be cleared, but probably through controlled clear-cutting. And this, I believe, will be inevitable, destroying more and more of nature and fauna and flora. This, if the Earthlings, with regard to their childbearing egoism mania, do not finally learn to bear sense, reason and responsibility towards the planet Earth itself and its resources as well as nature, its fauna and flora, the atmosphere, the climate and all life in existence in general. If the whole world is considered in relation to all building in every respect, be it dwellings, bridges, soul launching pads such as churches, temples, synagogues and mosques and other delusional palaces etc., for which building land must not infrequently also be obtained by clearing forests, then Europe is almost to be praised in this respect. Because today, as a rule, forests may only be cleared in special cases for a few building projects, although special exceptions are made for military purposes, which in principle should also be prohibited. Elsewhere, however, in North America and North Asia, for example, forest areas are irresponsibly cleared for mining or for the extraction of fossil fuels, especially for oil, natural gas or tar sand, while in Latin America, Southeast Asia and Africa, agriculture is mostly practiced on cleared forest areas. Although new slash-and-burn operations are regularly carried out every second or third year, because normally after this time, the nutrient power of the former forest soil is used up and cannot be renewed. And this is also the case when the cultivated plants are soy, as is the case especially in South America, or in Indonesia, where only palm trees are planted for the production of palm oil, or palm heart production. Otherwise, land that has been cleared or reclaimed in the normal way is used for plantations, where particularly fast-growing tree species are planted, mostly eucalyptus species or pines, but especially also Monterey pines, whose wood is used above all in paper production. This is while there has been pressure on the so-called primary forests, especially in the last 2 or 3 decades. In this respect, there has been pressure on the use of boreal forests or conifers that like the cold temperate climate, which is also called boreal coniferous forest climate, snow forest climate or subarctic climate. Boreal. If I try to translate this word from ancient Greek, that is to say Boreas, then it means something like the northern one, which then means northern climate. such as that of Europe, North Asia and North America, whereby, as far as I know, the subpolar climate in the northern hemisphere is called this, which, as a northern climate, is, if I remember correctly, the coldest of the climates of the temperate zone, which largely corresponds to the boreal vegetation zone. Another point must be mentioned in the sense that the endlessly growing earthiness, the constantly increasing demand for biofuels and electricity, etc., has increased their demand just as much as the industrial demand for large and far-reaching projects of all kinds, which causes enormous changes that are connected with the production of an enormous amount of CO2. But this also applies to the small-scale shifting cultivation in Latin America and Madagascar, which can only be operated through deforestation. If we are now talking about the rainforest and all forests and trees, then I think I can also draw somewhat on my knowledge in this regard, and say that if even something is understood about the tree economy, and thus also about the timber industry, then the whole thing must also be considered from a purely economic point of view. Actually, I wanted to talk about illegal logging before I just had to mention some things because I was forced to, but now it is done. But now it is to be said that I will also have to mention a few things about wood pests, which I learned a lot about from Svath in my juveniles, and from my time working in the forest with my father and Forester Schweizer. But first I must come to the conclusion that effectively certain necessary conversions of forest areas must also be considered and carried out, because this is really unavoidable. Subsequently, it must be recognized, when the characteristics of many kinds of goods and services with regard to forests are considered, that they are by no means profitable, but only extremely intensively labor-intensive. Forests that are supposed to grow good wood require decades of diverse work and care, which takes a lot of effort, strength, and hardship and corresponds to a long-term and continuous process, because timber trees need many decades to reach a harvestable age. Moreover, there are no real markets for forests that would make their preservation profitable. Although it is also important to note that forests are also CO2 reservoirs, and that their oxygen production is also important. Good tree management is not only very laborious in terms of decades of work and care, but it also requires, which I learned from my father, from Svath and from the community forester when I was 6 years old and worked in the forest with my father and the forester. That sequencing is also of great importance for tree or silviculture. This means that a determination or formation of a sequence and production must be thought through and carried out as part of a production planning and production sequence to be determined. Forests are indeed forests, but nevertheless not simply forests, as I learned as a boy, but forests consist of trees, and these are independent life forms, which nevertheless stand in connection with the entire fauna and flora, as a result of which they are classified in a coexistence with many living beings of the most diverse genera and species, both for their own benefit and for the mutual benefit of all other life forms. And this is to be understood in this way, starting with the mycorrhiza, or the fungus root and its dense thread network, from which fungus plants emerge, with which the trees as well as bushes live together. But this is not enough, because this symbiotic coexistence of living beings of different genera and species happens for mutual benefit. Everything is included, which encompasses the entire great biodiversity of the forest flora, and the structure of the entire forest stands. This also includes the entire animal kingdom and the bird kingdom, etc., which all together form a fascinating biokenosis in the forest. The large number of diverse plant life forms, such as hair clover, arum, wild garlic and blackberries, etc. Also many insects of diverse genera and species as well as ants, beetles, caterpillars, spiders and deer, foxes, deer, lynxes and badgers, form important interactions in the forests as a whole. The genera and species diversity of forest fauna and flora, and the structure of forest stands are also vital in their entirety for the whole of humankind. The interactions of the entire forest vegetation as well as the entire vegetation of all meadows, floodplains and fields, stream, river and lake banks, as well as moors and swamps and gravel pits and mountains, etc., are absolutely vital and indispensable for all life in general. and this can only exist if everything functions with regard to the relationships between the individual plants, insects and animals, etc., and thus the entire environment of ecology, and consequently also with the interrelationships between all living beings and their environment. Therefore, the entire nature, fauna and flora destroying, annihilating and exterminating, as well as irresponsible thinking and acting of the earthlings with regard to the further uncontrolled, egoistic and excessive breeding of offspring corresponds to an unparalleled crime against humanity. Furthermore, it must be said that forests are also overexploited by incorrect management and, as a result of ignorance and stupidity, destroyed or driven into degeneration, whereby they lose the ability to regenerate and consequently become extremely susceptible to pests, as well as to the danger of forest fires. And if the forest pests are added, then a wide variety of animals and creatures come to the fore, various game and insects, as well as even plants that feed on forest trees. Although this is a natural process, it becomes problematic when the forest is no longer able to provide important services for human beings, such as when pests appear in excessive numbers and become invasive or spread widely. This is precisely the case when mass propagation occurs, such as with the bark beetle from the family of species-rich weevils, of which many species reproduce under the bark or in the wood of trees in self-drilled tunnels, and which sometimes cause great economic damage, about which little or nothing is known in the population, but which is certainly interesting to mention. For example, most bark beetle species penetrate the bark of timber and eat everything. Many species feed on the somewhat nutrient-rich part of the so-called leader bundle, which serves to transport the substances formed in the leaves within a tree. Bark beetles are not beetles and grubs that only attack conifers, because although some are only found on one group of related tree species, such as a particular genus, most wood-eating species are targeted at quite different types of wood, with a few even attacking hardwoods, and even various conifers. However, most bark beetle species that prefer and use living trees can also be found on deadwood, which they even specialize in, just as there are species that specialize in branches, twigs, and roots. Several species also live inside conifer cones, while a few other groups have turned to completely different food sources. Also in southern areas, where southern fruits grow, there are similar pests, such as the coffee cherry beetle, which does not attack the wood of coffee trees, but the fruits of date palms, and thus causes a lot of damage in southern agriculture. But this is also the case with other genera and species, such as one which, as I have observed myself in southern countries, especially in Iraq, attacks the seeds and unripe fruits of dates. Other species live in leaves or petioles, others in the roots of herbaceous and non-woody plant species. In this way, however, I know that a clover bark beetle has also spread in Central Europe in the roots of herbaceous leguminous plants. Bark beetles of a certain genus, Samsonius or so, if I remember this name correctly, have developed a klepto-parasitic way of life, which I simply translate as parasitic stealing with regard to my knowledge of Greek. This term refers to the fact that kleptoparasitism means taking advantage of other life forms, or parasitic exploitation or stealing. This can be with insects, animals or birds, etc. in terms of food or nesting opportunities, such as the cuckoo, which uses the nests of other birds and lays eggs in them, which are hatched by the other birds, which then feed and raise the cuckoo's offspring. Kleptoparasitism also exists in human behavior, when people take advantage of each other's labor or other services, but also in relation to things or financial resources. Among the quite numerous species of bark beetles, there are only a few species that are bound to living conifers, which are then brought to death by their infestation. The majority of all species are secondary pests or so-called weak parasites, because they exclusively attack and colonize diseased or dying trees, because these only have a weak resistance. However, these nail beetles, which number only about 20 species, quickly multiply into mass populations and, as a result of their rapidly increasing population density of millions, can cause entire forests to die within a few years, causing forest owners and the forestry industry to suffer losses running into millions. In addition to the bark beetle commonly known in Europe, the book printer or the large 8-toothed spruce bark beetle, which belongs to a subfamily of bark beetles, and which, as a bark breeder, inserts its breeding systems into the bark of the host trees, is also important. The boxbark beetle corresponds to a bark beetle species that also attacks mountain forests, and they can cause these to die, just as insects and wild animals can do. At the very least, however, the timber is devalued, just as important forest functions are also endangered. It is undeniable that impairments and collapses of forest stands due to insect infestation are part of the natural forest dynamics. But if protection forests and commercial forests are infested, then damage occurs on a large scale. For forestry as a whole, as well as for nature and all its harmless life forms, stable, site-suitable and healthy forest stands are a very important prerequisite, because only in this way can they be protected from pest infestation. Or at least pests of the various genera and species can be kept within limits. However, if a forest is planted in an unfavorable manner or if unfavorable extreme climatic and weather conditions occur on a permanent basis, then the risks for the entire respective stand arise or increase, which may result in considerable damage. And such damage can also result when certain invasive neophytes, that is to say foreign trees or introduced species, invade the surrounding forest stands and grow into them, driving out the native species and causing them to die out. For plants that have only been around since the alleged discovery of America in 1492, which is an enormous mistake, because Christopher Columbus was not the first to set foot on American soil from foreign lands, but very early on other human beings who came via the early still existing land connection of today's Bering Strait. This on the one hand, then, about 2,200 years ago, the early Chinese found their way by ship to the American continent, and more than 1,000 years ago, the Norwegian Icelandic navigator and explorer Erik Thorvaldsen, who was called Erik the Red, deliberately introduced into Europe. But as others were also accidentally introduced and were partly invasive and ran wild, the term neophyte, which literally means new planters, stands for. These invasive, introduced, non-native plant species in Europe have since become established and, through their proliferation, have become problem plants because they displace native plants. However, these plants are only invasive if they really spread uncontrollably and displace native plant species, thereby disrupting the interactions between living organisms and their environment in an economic or ecological way, and causing damage, but also endangering human health under certain circumstances. But let us return to the bark beetle, which in Switzerland is combated almost exclusively with mechanical measures and means, namely by felling infested trees, stripping their bark, transporting them away and using them for their intended purpose. It is also important to say that the use of plant protection products has been greatly reduced in Swiss forests. And this is also because forests are an ecosystem in which an extremely complex community of insects, animals, birds, and all kinds of other creatures and plants play a very important role. This is how I can describe the matter from my point of view. What I already learned and understood at the age of 6 and later also abroad, etc., and according to which I have also endeavored throughout my life to orientate myself with regard to my environmental behavior as it is necessary in order to fulfill my life's duty in harmony with what is right in nature. And I have done well with this throughout my life. But now back to the actual topic. Not only the illegal logging and deforestation as well as the trade in stolen timber corresponds to an international environmental crime of unparalleled proportions, but also to an equally enormous destruction of the forests, as by the criminal destruction of forests by farmers, who do this on a large scale, especially in South America, and destroy huge areas of primeval forest. The fact that the illegal logging is partly carried out with the knowledge of state powers, and even through their protection, and that they are making themselves stupidly rich from it, is probably clear even to the dumbest of the dumb. This, as well as the fact that the whole illegal logging and timber trade is such a multi-billion business that all those responsible for it not only amass enormous fortunes, but can officially buy their way out of any jurisdiction so they can neither be charged nor held accountable. And since this is the case, all those irresponsibly involved in the illegal logging and timber trade disaster worldwide can continue to plunder and destroy the forests, which are very important for human beings and all life forms, without being bothered. And it is an indisputable fact that huge areas are also deforested in this way, precisely by clear-cutting forests, and that enormous quantities of CO2 and other greenhouse gases are produced, as a result of which human beings also fall ill and die, as do countless natural life forms of all kinds and species, some of which even fall victim to extinction. But no one involved in the whole thing cares, neither the workers who carry out all the clear-cutting, nor their clients, nor the traders, nor the lorry drivers, shipping companies and railways that transport the timber to all the wood processing companies domiciled all over the world, whereby this equally illegal transport also produces enormous quantities of CO2 and other greenhouse gases and blows them out into the atmosphere. Of course, no one in charge of the wood processing companies all over the world that produce furniture, etc., from the woods, and thus also produce greenhouse gases, as is also the case when the manufactured products are sent to all countries where they are purchased by equally irresponsible buyers and transported home or elsewhere by CO2-producing vehicles. From beginning to end, the main driving forces in every single case are solely and exclusively the profits, the money and fortunes of importance, for which the forests are completely irresponsibly destroyed and hopelessly annihilated, with even state powers having a finger in the pie and raking in millions or even billions. And this is also the case in Brazil, according to Player and Data, where the state strongman Bolsonaro has done everything to ensure that jungle farmers and their ilk set fires thousands of times over in the rainforest and criminally burn down the Amazon forests. In addition, there are various unintentional forest fires which, as contributors to deforestation, favor the destruction of the primeval forests in the Amazon. Fires deliberately set by human beings, that is to say, deliberate irresponsible arson, as in Europe, especially in Germany, Portugal, Spain, and Greece, but also in Russia and in various other countries worldwide, are a deliberate irresponsible instrument of the deforestation of many forests worldwide. Only a very small proportion of the world's forest fires are caused by natural ignitions, or are the result of unintentional fires caused by human carelessness, etc. Natural ignitions of forest fires usually correspond to pure natural phenomena, with both lightning strikes, drought material ignitions due to solar heat and water droplet burning glass effects, etc. being the rule. In this way, the spread of fires can also cause huge forest destruction. However, the destruction of forests is caused by the degradation of forests or the reduction of their importance, whereby the destruction of rainforests and other forests around the world is further promoted by selective logging or by climatic destruction. And in every way mentioned with regard to any forest destruction, everything is connected with the fact that thereby enormous masses and tonnages of CO2 and other greenhouse gases are produced and blown out into the atmosphere, whereby the climate is impaired and has long since passed the stage of climate change and has already turned into climate destruction. But also the demonstrating climate freaks and the loud-mouthed rulers and authorities, etc., do not know anything about this and consequently do not talk about it, as they neither know anything about ruling nor about the truth of the causes of climate destruction. The loudmouth speeches made by the fallible, self-adulating leaders and authorities, just to make themselves important, are dumber than stupid children's gossip. Which is also true of the naive little Greta Thunberg, who is already under the delusion of grandeur that she can save the world and all life with her stupid speeches. The same is true of all those who gather around the naive girl Greta and pretend to be like-minded, but who, as stupid followers, in reality know absolutely nothing about the causes of climate destruction. Consequently, they only talk and howl about certain climate-destroying causes, and about particularly strong CO2 emissions, when they hear about them through some kind of information. Otherwise, however, they have no idea or knowledge of the whole thing, which is why they only let out their howls with regard to CO2 emitters and other greenhouse gas producers such as airplanes, cars and ships, but also only in order to make themselves important in solidarity, while allowing themselves to be transported by airplanes, ships, and cars for their travels around the world. And it is well known that the majority of governments and authorities, as well as environmental protection organizations, etc., also howl and cry and act in the same way. And all of this is done only because they are all looking for support, prestige, celebrity, profit, and money, as well as to be able to keep their positions and appear pro-people, and in solidarity with the people. It is also a fact that all those who are concerned, apart from wanting to make themselves big, are acting with lies, deceit, delusion projects and delusion ideas, as well as with empty promises, etc., and present themselves as willing climate saviors. And thus they can catapult themselves into the public eye in front of the ignorant people who are believers in them. And they can do this in such a way that they can wallow like pigs in a slimy, stinking pool in the hypocritical acclaim they receive from their supporters. But now back to the destruction of forests, where there is a lot more to be said. Because in addition to the causes for the many unintentional deforestations mentioned so far, many other causes than the pollutant emissions mentioned so far are also to blame, leading to forest damage and even complete forest death. On the one hand, this also includes gradual degradation through grazing, because farmers in many areas let countless cattle, sheep and goats, etc., bred and kept for the sake of milk and meat production, invade and destroy the forests, or destroy the forests through slash and burn to gain new grazing land for 2 or 3 years. Further deforestation and forest destruction is caused by intensive firewood extraction, which is permitted and not controlled in various countries for the populations, whereby, as elsewhere, valuable and important nutrients are removed from the forest soils. Because all broken wood and many plants are also removed from the forests, which would otherwise rot and provide nutrients, thus choking off the food and material cycle for the trees. If efficient, sustainable management of forests is considered, then such management is only possible if their care is fully secured and exercised, because otherwise conflicts arise in the forests with forest nature and to its detriment. Natural forest destruction occurs all the time and is unavoidable, as evidenced, for example, by the volcanic eruption at Mount St. Helens in 1980, which also released tremendous amounts of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, as has always happened since Earth's existence and will continue to happen. This is a part of the destruction of forests, which, as I said, is due to natural disasters, including forest fires and violent storms, but which is only a part of the total destruction of forests, because in many cases insects are also to blame, destroying whole forests by eating them bare. And with regard to the natural occurrences of forest destruction and total deforestation, it is also to be said that although the importance of forest fires, droughts and tropical storms, etc., as factors of deforestation tends to increase, because the human-induced climate destruction causes more and more damage to nature, the criminal forest robbery and forest destruction machinations by the needs of the overpowering overpopulation make everything much worse. And at the same time, they are also causing CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gases to rise ever more violently and enter the atmosphere, causing climate destruction to become ever more violent. Ever since the existence of the Earth, as already explained, small and large volcanic eruptions have been associated with the destruction and devastation of forests and other vast areas, as well as sometimes devastatingly destructive impacts all over the Earth. But what is caused by the tremendously irresponsible machinations of overpopulation with regard to the deliberate deforestation, destruction and annihilation of huge areas of forest, this corresponds to a non plus ultra, respectively to a thing that could not be worse, namely a criminal conduct unparalleled. As for the conversion of forest areas by clear-cutting or slash and burn etc. to other forms of land use, this is criminal and destructive even if it is done legally. Because every square meter of forest habitat corresponds to an oxygen lung, which is a necessity for every life form, because each is dependent on oxygen, which is produced both by forests, but mainly by the oceans to the tune of about 70%. Through the legal and illegal conversion of forest areas, the existing forest ecosystem is replaced by another ecosystem that is not typical for the location, which not only destroys the relevant oxygen producers, trees and plants, but also the habitats of the species of living beings that originally lived there, as well as the socio-economic functions of the forest for human beings. If not everything is completely destroyed and annihilated, then when the forest is converted into planting and grazing land, the local communities of the forest and the traditional natural use by human beings are at least destabilized, but usually completely destroyed and annihilated. The tropical rainforest does exist as the so-called Amazon rainforest in South America, and it must also be made clear that when the rainforest is always or frequently referred to as the Earth's green lung and oxygen supplier, and the rainforest in Brazil is meant by this, this is not entirely correct, because there are various other rainforests on Earth. There are several other huge primeval forests or rainforests in the world, namely in Central America, Africa, South Asia and Southeast Asia, but also in Australia and on both sides of the equator, where there are rainforests up to about the 10th degree of latitude or even beyond, while there are no rainforests in the trade wind monsoon zone of East Africa. Whether primeval forests, rainforests or other forests of any kind, the fact is that they all harbor numerous mammal, animal, insect, beetle, bee, bumblebee, bird, reptile, amphibian, and diverse plant genera and species in their habitats, and that these are only native to the respective forests and cannot be found anywhere else in the world. It is also a fact that only a very small part of the life there has been studied at all so far, but this is also the case with regard to all genera and species of life forms living in the air, on the land, in bogs and swamps, steppes, deserts, in the mountains, fresh waters, in the salt seas, as well as in the Arctic and Antarctic, and so on. Up to now, scientists have used a new method for the mathematical calculation of all life forms on Earth, according to which a very precise estimation of the diversity of species on our Earth is supposed to be possible, thus proving that a multitude of about 8.74 million different genera and species of living beings exist on our planet Earth, of which only about 10% are supposed to be known. This, however, Playaran statements call ridiculous, because in this respect, Playaran data clearly show that on all land areas of every kind and in all waters of the Earth, there are about 12 million further genera and species of life forms still unknown to human beings, to which must be added many millions more, which belong to the microorganism area as well as to the areas of spores and fungi, etc., as well as to the area of the spores and fungi. I translate the term archaea from Greek into German, where it means original or old, which is also called archaic in the German language. The fact is that a great many life forms are still completely unknown to Earthlings, such as mammals, animals and insects, beetles, poultry, bees, bumblebees, as well as amphibians, birds, reptiles, snakes, aquatic, forest, rock, ice and air creatures, as well as a wide variety of other living beings that cannot simply be called animals, but rather their own genera and species. And this is so because, as the Playaran and ancient Nocedemian science of nature lifeforms correctly records and teaches, only a living being can be called an animal and be so called if it is one that corresponds to a mammalian living being and precisely to a lactating genus. This, while all other lifeforms according to their genera, correspond to other living beings, which have a life habit peculiar to them and adapted only to them. Now, with regard to all known lifeforms of the forests and rainforests, it must also be said that not only these extremely diverse and innumerable ones are threatened, but also all those that are still unknown to human beings. However, it is also a fact that as a result of the massive destruction of large areas of forest and rainforests, the atmosphere and thus the climate are effectively extremely threatened, which not only has devastating consequences for all forest life forms, but also for the entire Earth's climate and humanity itself. Unfortunately, the majority of the world's population is not interested in this, just as they are not interested in how the fascinating forest and rainforest ecosystem functions. So they also do not know, for example, that nutrients for the tree are produced in the leaves of the trees. Needles are also leaves and have the same tasks. Through the process or photosynthesis, vital oxygen is released for all life forms, whereby the chlorophyll of the leaves or the green dye in the daylight produces food for the tree from air and water and enables it to convert nutrients for the tree under the influence of light and the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere or air and water, rain, dew and humidity, whereby these are built up by the leaves themselves. In addition, every tree breathes and sweats with the help of the leaves, while the roots suck up water from the soil, which rises through fine pipes inside the trunk, whereby the nutrients are transported through the tree by the fine pipes located under the bark. So the tree takes in water through the roots and pumps it up the trunk through fine channels into the leaves, and when the water has released the nutrients, it transports into the leaves. The process of evaporation takes place through small pores or stomata in the leaves. For example, a single birch tree, which normally carries about 250,000 leaves, can store several hundred liters of water in its underground, as is the case with practically all trees. This water, which is absorbed by the roots and transported into the leaves, can evaporate through the leaves depending on the prevailing climatic and thermal conditions, which on a single hot summer day can be 300 to 400 liters of water, which is also the reason why it is always cooler, fresher, and more breathable in the forests than in the open fields and meadows, in villages and towns. Through their entire life process, the trees, forests and rainforests also cleanse the atmosphere, filtering out harmful particles from the atmosphere, creating the breathable air so necessary for all breathing life forms, so also for human beings. All the tropical rainforests of Asia, Africa and South America, as well as all the forests of all species in Europe and in all countries of the world in general, are very important for the climate of the earth, as well as for all existing life forms of all genera and species in all countries. Now, something must also be said about the importance of the waters, whereby not only the fresh waters are meant, but especially the oceans must be mentioned, which, as the largest producers of oxygen, are the actual basic regulators of the climate and in relation to the production of oxygen. But also the various greenhouse gases, which are of a different nature than CO2, must be mentioned, all of which have a devastating and destructive effect on the climate. But also in this respect, the naive little Greta Thunberg knows and understands nothing, as well as all her fellow demonstrators and the majority of the government and authorities, who nevertheless all mouth off loudly. This, instead of thoroughly dealing with the effective facts and facing the truth that it is not only the CO2 that has already destroyed the climate, but also the entire environmental pollution that has contributed and continues to contribute and will make the whole thing much worse. The effective fact is also that the pollution of the entire environment, as well as of fresh waters, and especially of the oceans, affects the climate. Even though unfortunately climate research and other ignorant scientists have apparently not yet recognized this. All waste products such as plastics, other plastics, artificial fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, manure in excess, all the thousands of toxins, all kinds of waste and all kinds of rubbish develop enormous tonnages of greenhouse gases that affect the climate and destroy it more and more. And that this is so, that all these waste materials also develop enormous masses of greenhouse gases, in addition to carbon dioxide CO2, which serves as a reference value, is something that neither various scientists nor all the climate demonstrators, and also the naive little Greta Thunberg, who, like her followers, has been banging on about CO2, seem to know. However, the fact that the entire environmental pollution in the landscapes, forests, fresh waters, mountains, tundras, moors and everywhere, and especially in all oceans, also produces CH4 or methane as well as other substances, is generally not known to the public. And this is clearly also unknown to the naive child Greta Thunberg and her fellow howlers. Methane is an abundant substance, or rather a gas that is non-toxic in small quantities, and is also an important basic material for the chemical industry, and therefore an extremely useful and sought-after gas, which is nevertheless not without danger. Methane is clearly more harmful to the climate than CO2. Its content in the atmosphere continues to rise inexorably. Methane gas escapes from natural reservoirs at the bottom of the oceans, from the mountains and other areas where it was previously bound by permafrost, but is now being released as a result of global warming and precisely the climate destruction caused by the thawing of all frozen areas, and at a steadily increasing rate in line with the climate-induced warming of the Earth. At present, according to Procreation data, more than 65 million tons of methane gas are released every year as a result of climate destruction in the areas mentioned. However, this is only part of the natural sources of methane, for there are other sources of methane gas, as many more of this gas is emitted from wetlands that exist naturally, such as bogs, marshes, and tidal flats, etc., although an enormous amount of methane gas is also emitted worldwide from flooded areas. In addition, all inland waters as well as forest and bushfires produce enormous amounts of methane gas, just as other forest and field fires produce methane that are of anthropogenic origin, that is to say, ignited by human beings burning materials of any kind. In addition to the considerable methane emissions, however, other greenhouse gases also result from everything. Nearly as large as the mass of purely natural methane gas emissions is the mass of anthropogenic methane gas produced by the overpopulation of the Earth, which today has already exceeded the 9 billion mark, but which is vehemently disputed by all the short-thinking experts of the Earth's population counters, whereby at present around 2/3 of this is due to the cultivation of rice, landfill sites, and agriculture. In particular, the focus is on livestock farming, mainly cattle breeding, because these animals are the largest methane gas producers in the entire agricultural economy. Another large part of methane gas is produced by the use of fossil and natural fuels by Earth humans, about which there is also something to be said, namely the following. Since the last centuries, mainly from 1763 of the last millennium, the overpopulation began to increase rapidly after the First World War of 1756-1763, which, according to Procreation, was brought about by secret malicious false consultations and machinations of the USA with European powers, and was fought in Central Europe, Portugal, North America, India, the Caribbean, and on the oceans of the world. At that time, the Prussians and Great Britain Hanover fought on one side, the Imperial Austrian Habsburg monarchy, France and Russia, like the Holy Roman Empire, on the other side, as did all the major European powers of the time, although all the medium-sized and small states were also involved in the armed conflicts. At that time, the Earth's population stood at around 998 million. After which, however, it increased rapidly, and consequently its increase amounted to around 1.8 billion until the Second World War of 1914-1918, when the war was waged in Europe, the Middle East, Africa, East Asia, and on the oceans, which according to Procreation figures, cost the lives of more than 19.3 million human beings. This war had come about because Austria-Hungary issued a declaration of war against Serbia as justification for the Sarajevo assassination of 1914. Wikipedia, heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary, Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife Sophie Chotek, Duchess of Hohenberg, were assassinated by Gavrilo Princip, a member of the Serbian nationalist movement Mlada Bosna, while visiting Sarajevo on the 28th of June 1914. Further on, overpopulation then increased more and more rapidly until the Third World War of 1939 to 1945, to the mass of 2,550 million human beings. Then, after the war, the real great evil really began, because since then, from the end of the war in 1945, the number of overpopulation rose faster and faster every year, and is now in the month of August 2019 in just under 75 years, to little more than 9 billion. So, through the steady and ever faster growth of overpopulation, the beginning of the destruction of the Earth's climate began, and that already after the First World War from 1756 to 1763. What is also to be said about methane gas is that its content in the atmosphere is constantly increasing in the course of human activities, just as it is in the case of the greenhouse gas CO2. This is already a cause for concern today, especially in view of the climate destruction already underway. Because in reality, methane gas contributes much more and much more strongly to the greenhouse effect than is the case with the same mass of CO2 or carbon dioxide. And this is also a fact of which neither the naive little Greta Thunberg and all her hooting and hollering supporters and climate demonstrators, nor the government officials and so on, have any idea whatsoever. Consequently, they rant and swear stupidly against something they know absolutely nothing about. In the overall picture of global methane emissions, even a major leak like the one in California looks minor. If it were to continue bubbling for a whole year, as it is doing now, this would increase total anthropogenic methane emissions by 1 part per thousand. For human beings, methane is non-toxic and largely harmless. However, in high concentrations it can become quite dangerous in various ways. Not only is methane very flammable, but it also forms explosive mixtures with the air and, under certain circumstances, with other substances. And this fact has always led to catastrophes, such as many mining accidents in the past, where many miners lost their lives due to methane explosions and methane poisoning. And because there was always the danger of deadly methane gas concentrations in mines, which always caused fear, the miners took a canary with them into the tunnel, which served as a warning signal of a fire damp or explosion. Because if a concentration of methane gas rose dangerously, the bird would tip over unconscious. This then indicated the danger, which enabled the miners to save themselves and leave the mine quickly. What happened to the miners can also happen to other human beings in a similar way. Because methane gas displaces oxygen from the air we breathe, which leads to shortness of breath, numbness in the arms and legs and impaired memory, but not to permanent damage. Flare-ups, also called hammering weather, and in former times also detonating weather, I learned in mining school, are considered wildfire or fiery vapors, and these occur in underground mining when a special gas mixture of methane and air forms. And when this mixture is ignited under normal mine conditions by some source of ignition, it cracks violently and results in what is called a fire damp, such a fire damp explosion being oscillatory, causing first a violent blast of pressure and then an equally violent recoil. Flare-ups occur when a concentration of methane naturally arises and flows from the working gallery of the mountain into the mine workings where work is being carried out. Methane occurs mainly in coal seams and their surrounding rock in coal mines, but also in other rock formations, such as the zechstein of potash mines. Methane gas can enter the mine workings in 3 different ways. Firstly, through a regular outflow from the coal and the adjacent rock. Secondly, through so-called blowers, methane gas escaping for a long time from an unintentionally drilled gas accumulation, which escapes under often high pressures. Can also be other gas and also toxic or explosive, and thirdly through gas eruptions. Returning to greenhouse gases, it should be said that, in addition to CO2, nitrogen dioxide Wikipedia =NO2, and nitrous oxide or laughing gas Wikipedia N2O also have a climate-destroying effect, as do hydrofluorocarbons Wikipedia HFCs, perfluorocarbons Wikipedia HFCs, and sulfur hexafluoride Wikipedia SF6, etc., compared to carbon dioxide or methane, nitrogen dioxide. Wikipedia NO2 has a weaker earth-warming effect. But now back to the waters, because in this respect the fact is that they, and mainly the oceans, together with inland waters, forests, mountains and landscapes, etc., are completely polluted and poisoned by the majority of irresponsible earthlings with plastic and other plastics, but also with all kinds of toxins and enormous masses of rubbish and refuse. In the oceans, all these substances decay into nanometer particles, picometer particles, and even tinier particles, down to yotta particles, which, with the number 1024, comprise a unit of 1/4,000,000th of a millimeter. Through these tiny and minute particles, all aquatic life forms become contaminated, because they inevitably ingest these substances suspended in the water, with or without food, and become ill as a result. And if these aquatic life forms are then caught and eaten by human beings, this also causes them to become variously ill, often incurably, and consequently die. Marine ecosystems comprise over 70% of the entire planetary surface, with their global natural forces keeping the entire habitats intact, but which are increasingly being compromised and destroyed by the criminal machinations of overpopulation. As a result, earthly humanity can no longer expect a healthy future, and can also neither preserve nor guarantee the security and existence of the earth itself. The fact is that it is not only the huge production of CO2 and other greenhouse gases that causes and brings about climate destruction and the entire destruction of nature, but also the enormous poisoning and pollution of the oceans, which are vital for the production of oxygen and a healthy climate. Without the oceans, all other ecosystems are doomed, and this is indeed at stake today, through the criminal actions and all the equally criminal, destructive, annihilating and exterminating machinations and stupid behaviors against the planet, its nature and fauna and flora by the massively overpopulated Earth humans. In fact, everything is already at stake today, because everything that is being done in an evil way towards the oceans, the Earth itself, its atmosphere and climate, as well as the whole of nature, fauna and flora, will sooner or later lead to its downfall. The oceans act across all borders and continents as carbon reservoirs, but also as immense heat reservoirs and balancing factors and regulators of continental temperature differences, producing practically 75% of the Earth's oxygen at the same time. Furthermore, the oceans are also responsible for securing drinking water and, above all, for regulating the climate, as Svath taught and instructed me, and also allowed me to see and experience all the workings and interactions in the depths of the oceans, as Simyase, Asket and Quetzal then also offered me further opportunities to do. In this way, I was able to learn an immense amount about the interrelationships with regard to the whole of earthly nature, the waters, and with regard to all fauna and flora, the atmosphere and the climate, as well as with regard to their influences on each other and on each other, as well as the influences on everything through the weather conditions, the moon, the sun, and even the swinging waves and radiations from the universe. Unfortunately, however, Svath has forbidden me to pass on any great information about this, because the Earthlings would use much of it to accomplish a great deal of evil. Evil, destroying, annihilating and exterminating, which they would also otherwise already do in the times to come through their own knowledge. And if I only think of what is being destroyed, annihilated and exterminated throughout the earth by the evil and wicked machinations as a result of the needs of the erroneously bred overpopulation, then it was well done that I took his advice and kept silent, and also continue to keep silent. The indisputable fact is that on Earth there is a very species-rich and species-rich diversity of life forms, and that in the entire large planet-wide habitat a dazzling variety of flora thrives and immensely diverse fauna exists, which altogether, when I consider everything with other worlds that I was allowed to see, experience and learn about, I would like to call paradise. I can only draw an equivalent comparison with Era, which has a normal planetary population, but where Playaran humanity behaves and lives according to its planet in a correct manner, while the majority of Earthlings, through overpopulation and their machinations regarding their needs, are criminally destroying the Earth and its entire nature, fauna, and flora. The large ecosystems of the oceans with their diverse plant life, mainly plankton, as well as all rainforests and other forests throughout the Earth, all small and large streams, rivers and lakes, and all of nature with its extensive plant life in general, guarantee the fresh air we breathe and regulate the weather conditions, the atmosphere, and the climate. The large ecosystems of the oceans alone are of the greatest and most inestimable value with regard to the function of the entire regulation of the Earth, for it is these that fundamentally bring about all the necessary connections through their tides, which are necessary for everything to remain in orderly motion. The oceans alone contain more than 90% of all algae species, which is why Playaran data state that a total of 412,000 different algae species exist in all terrestrial seas and inland waters, of which not even 19% are known to terrestrial marine biologists, and especially not to taxonomists, whose task it is to classify the diversity of organisms into scientific categories. And if the algae are examined more closely, then quite significant differences can be seen in their structures and biochemical processes, as Foth was able to show and teach me on the spot of their growth with his apparatus and devices. I was able to recognize many different levels of organization, as well as structural differences and pigment patterns, but through Svath's teaching, I also learned about the chemical composition of the cell walls and the life cycle of the algae, etc. So I also know that all algae and all other plants existing in all seas, inland waters and everywhere on all land masses, mountains, caves and in pits and everywhere else are given certain criteria according to which everything can be classified. But as I know, there is still a huge lack of knowledge and also disagreement and argument in all the sciences responsible for this, because some want to know everything better than others. Therefore, it is also better to remain silent in this respect, and to keep acquired knowledge to oneself. Well, the indisputable fact is that day after day, countless millions and billions of these tiny creatures in the oceans and other waters produce most of the oxygen available on Earth. These, as I learned from Svat, are designed from the ground up to break down the mineral salts contained in the oceans, and also in other waters, as well as the carbon. And they do this when the sun shines and lights up and warms the waters, thus creating certain necessary processes for the breakdown. What then results is the oxygen necessary for all living things and other vital organic substances, which then serve as food for many independent aquatic creatures, such as fish, etc. Only once this one ability of the plant plankton is considered, can its uniqueness and enormous importance in relation to its function be recognized. And effectively, no other living creature can be found on Earth, on land or in water, that is capable of what the plankton is capable of and what it achieves. In its way, the plant plankton is unique, singular and absolutely unsurpassable, for as the largest terrestrial natural oxygen producer it can be said, it is absolutely irreplaceable. Basically, all the world's oceans together, as well as all the large lakes and other inland waters as a whole, compose the Earth's climate which, however, has already been destroyed in its normal function by the criminal machinations of overmassive overpopulation as a result of its insatiable greedy needs. Effectively, this is not only climate change, but actually climate destruction, because the natural course of periodic climate change has been so affected by the serious destructive, annihilating and exterminating interventions in the planet, its nature and fauna and flora, that it has got out of control and is now having a destructive effect. And according to Playaran climate change assessments, this is now occurring more than 42,000 years earlier than the next normal natural climate change should be. In addition to oxygen production by the plankton, sunlight and solar heat are also what make the climate possible in the first place. Cold and warm layers of air meet and create cloud formations everywhere, which move over the Earth and bring the necessary precipitation for all the different types of vegetation in all parts of the world. The oceans are also the actual heat reservoirs of the Earth's surface, because they store an enormous amount more heat from the sun's energy and its various rays, more than twice as much as is possible for the atmosphere and all land and mountain masses, etc. The oceans, therefore, not only regulate the climate, but also the seasons and the climatic conditions all over the world. So the oceans not only regulate the climate, but also the Earth's surface heat balance. And this is possible because the water of the oceans and of all bodies of water has the property of retaining the stored heat of the sun for a long time and releasing it gradually and slowly. This is the secret of heat retention on Earth, because the oceans and inland waters effectively correspond to highly qualified climate regulation systems, which prevent excessive temperature fluctuations from occurring on Earth and climate catastrophes from occurring. Pollutant emissions of various chemical types, but all created by human beings, are further factors that lead not only to forest damage, but also to the complete death of entire forests, as well as any gradual grazing by livestock, which deprives a forest of nutrients, and also to the intensive collection of firewood by populations that cook and heat with wood fires. But this also applies to any nutrient deprivation through other wrongful, harmful actions and machinations that bring about a destruction of the material cycles of a forest. When we speak of deliberate deforestation for conversion, we are talking about the destruction of forest areas, be it through total slash-and-burn clearing or slash-and-burn agriculture, in order to open up other forms of land use. In this case, an existing forest ecosystem is converted into another land use, whereby this action creates an ecosystem that is not typical for the site and replaces it with a new one, but the original habitats of the species living there are destroyed and lost, and the socio-economic functions of the forest are also destabilized, which are particularly important for human beings and on which they depend. Such deforestation, together with the burning of fossil fuels, is one of the most significant causes of global warming, and is clearly the fault of human beings. But regardless of the fact that the rapid acceleration of deforestation of tropical forests and rainforests, especially in Brazil, is precariously endangering oxygen production, none of those human beings gives it a second thought or even feels any remorse, especially not Brazil's lunatic president Bolsonaro, who is only interested in his power and money. But this means, and the whole world community can do nothing or hardly anything about this, that the tropical rainforest in Brazil is being cut down and completely destroyed faster and faster. But this clearly means that the Earth is being maneuvered and forced into a geochronological epoch that can be called, for example, the human unreasonable epoch, the human stupid epoch, or the human irresponsible epoch, or the human destructive epoch, etc. That is to say, into a time of destruction that is solely caused by the irresponsibility mania of the Earthlings. However, this delusion will take its revenge, because in the long run, the Amazon rainforest and also all other forests on Earth will be plundered, destroyed and completely annihilated in this way, and the entire continued existence of Earth humans will not only be called into question, but will meet its demise. Unfortunately, the entire powerful agricultural industry as well as the majority of those agricultural operators lack all sense and reason, who consciencelessly destroy the vital forests of all kinds, or who just as consciencelessly work with diverse poisons and also thereby cause destruction, destroy everything and likewise consciencelessly exterminate diverse life of fauna and flora. And as far as the destruction and annihilation of the Brazilian rainforest is concerned, the fact is that, according to Playarin data, it has shrunk by a total of around 14,800 square kilometers between August 2018 and today's August 2019 as a result of overexploitation. The fact is that in Brazil, the rainforest is mainly cleared for meat production, namely to gain new land for 1 to 2 or 3 years, after which it becomes barren. On this land, cattle, pigs, horses, chickens and turkeys are then fattened in record time under often cruel conditions for large animal factories, which are then slaughtered and the masses of meat transported especially to the USA and Europe to be bought and eaten by the populations. Just as there are meat farms in South America that fatten their animals and fowl en masse in this way, there are also such farms in Australia, as well as in the whole of Europe and in Asia, etc. The fattening food for the animals and the feathered cattle consists of concentrated feed, which contains a lot of protein-rich soya, which is mainly imported from South America, where the soya plantations and the cattle pastures are also spreading more and more, precisely in such a way that the irresponsible farmers etc. burn down and destroy huge areas of rainforests in order to create savannas or tropical grasslands with trees and bushes standing singly or in loose groups. And the fact that not only the rainforest areas are destroyed beyond repair, but also that the human beings and animals etc. living there are driven out of their traditional areas, is of no concern to the irresponsible farmers, the meat factory owners, or the governments and authorities. Not to mention that meat consumers in the USA and Europe etc. would also grow a single gray hair because of this as a result of a guilty conscience. The fact is that especially in Brazil and also elsewhere in South America, there are an unbelievable number of cattle farms. The reason for which is that rainforest is simply cut down and burnt down so that everyone can get hold of land cheaply and breed and fatten cattle. This is indeed the reason why Brazil has become the world's largest producer and exporter of beef since the beginning of the new millennium. But this has happened and continues to happen at the expense of the rainforest, which is cleared, destroyed, burned and annihilated for the sake of gaining pasture, on a huge scale, with Playarin calculations showing that the entire criminal machinations there generate around 23% of all global greenhouse gases that contribute to climate destruction. The fact is that the annual increase in overpopulation of around 100 million newly born earthlings also means that more and more cattle, pigs, horses, chickens and turkeys, as well as other living creatures have to be fattened for meat production as food for humanity, but also that domestic animals of all kinds, especially dogs and cats, have to be fed with such meat. This inevitably means that more and more feed for them must also be grown and transported all over the world, especially soya. So it is clear that because overpopulation is growing inexorably by around 100 million human beings every year, more and more meat is being eaten worldwide, which means that more and more cattle, pigs, horses, chickens and turkeys, as well as other living creatures, have to be bred and fed, with cattle in particular, being particularly large producers of the greenhouse gas methane. And since soya is particularly suitable as animal feed because it contains a lot of protein and energy, large areas of Amazon rainforest are also burned down for huge soya fields, whereby their biodiversity is also destroyed and will ultimately be wiped out one day. Furthermore, the cultivation of soya unfortunately has many negative consequences. Not only that the rainforests are destroyed, but also other forests, because all of these are the green lungs of the earth, and without all these forests, if they continue to be destroyed, a worldwide catastrophe is pre-programmed. And the malicious and irresponsible poisoning of the soils and waters around the soy plantations also contributes to this. Because huge amounts of pesticides and herbicides are sprayed on the soy fields, along with various other pesticides and artificial fertilizers are also applied. All these chemical toxic substances poison everything. The human beings who fall ill and waste away, all the water and the water creatures that are then caught and eaten, which also makes many human beings ill. According to Playarin research, soya is a product that has many negative characteristics and also has corresponding consequences. Even in terms of cultivation, because huge areas of forests that are necessary for all life are cleared and disappear. This means that the Earth's green lungs are being destroyed more and more, which means that a further part of the oxygen development process is being stifled, while on the one hand the atmosphere and the climate are being further and further damaged by the loss of forests and oxygen, and on the other hand also as a result of the CO2 and the vast quantities of greenhouse gases produced by the destruction and burning of forests. With regard to soy cultivation, the human beings, the soil and the waters around the soy plantations are also affected in a very bad way, because in order to promote the growth of the plants and thus also keep them free of pests, the entire plantations are sprayed with large masses of pesticides, and the soil is soaked with herbicides to kill the weeds. The fact of the matter is that all these chemicals are poisoning the land and water all around, because the wind carries the toxins, and they also get into the groundwater. This is in addition to the fact that some of the toxins that are applied to the plants in the soil also evaporate again and thus enter the atmosphere and the air through the winds, which means that they are spread far and wide across the country and inhaled by many human beings and wild creatures who sooner or later fall ill as a result. But this is not only related to the immediate surroundings, because according to Playarin research, these exhaled toxins drift hundreds and even tens of thousands of kilometers everywhere, not only as far as Europe, but all around the globe. As a result, human beings and other living beings also fall ill in Europe and all over the world due to the toxins they inhale with the air. Admittedly, these substances are very diluted and hardly measurable, but in South America, as well as everywhere else in the entire world of the earth in all so-called natural and agricultural or horticultural enterprises, they are sprayed and abused in connection with soy production, polluting the air and the atmosphere. With regard to toxins of all kinds, be it in any form of natural or artificial food production, be it with regard to medicines, work or in the air we breathe, etc. According to Play-Yaran research and findings, even the tiniest minimal amounts of toxins in plants, food, water, and in the atmosphere and air we breathe are absolutely harmful to health, both for human beings and also for all life forms in general. And this fact is also valid when the still extremely primitive earthly measuring possibilities, etc., are no longer able to recognize or measure any toxins, because the Play-Yaran research and findings state that all measuring instruments of all kinds invented and in use on Earth up to the present time can only be used to a certain extent, but are insufficient and unsuitable until perfection. Accordingly, the Play-Yaran statements say, for example, that the latest research results of the ETH or the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology and the University of Zurich are false, because they're all clear for crops would pretend that food crops such as rice, maize and the like are not a danger to consumers. These false claims are irresponsibly misleading, because consumers of natural foods are thereby maneuvered into a deceptive security and seduced into imprudence. All this is the case because the primitive technology of today, which is still in its infancy, cannot produce effectively profound results that correspond to reality, which is why it has not yet been possible to determine the correctness of the pi number. According to the Play-Yaran data, the false claim of the ETH and the University of Zurich is examined closely, then it boils down to the fact that it is falsely assured that toxins of all kinds are not transported from the outer tissues into the deepest layers of near planting. This assertion, however, corresponds neither to truth nor correctness, and can even be called a lie and a fraud, because toxins are effectively transported into the innermost marrow of all plants and are stored in their innermost layers. This false assertion is based on the fact that the ETH and the University of Zurich have only inferior and, for many decades or even centuries to come, absolutely inadequate technical apparatus, measuring instruments, etc., which are obviously only designed for this purpose, which are obviously only just sufficient to carry out measurements down to the range of nanoparticles, while even smaller particles of the sizes pico, femto, atto, zepto and yocto cannot be detected, let alone even tinier ones, because the fact is, as Foth taught, that the very tiniest forms existing in the universe are so tiny that they have no size at all, but are merely givens, and consequently, so tremendously inconspicuous that, because they are incapable of collision, no matter how powerful and tiny they are, they cannot even be reproduced by particle collision. According to his explanations, the very smallest of such realities are so super ultra tiny that they can only be called inconspicuousnesses, and are tremendously much smaller than any elementary particle. What the ETH and the University of Zurich inadequately researched was published on the internet, which I can roughly reproduce in the following way. By means of a flame spray synthesis, I looked this up and found out that it was a novel synthesis of magnetic nanostructures. ETH researchers sprayed around 50 maize plants for 20 minutes each and produced nanoparticles from them. It was explained that when it comes to synthetic nanoparticles and the dangers they pose, there is still a great deal of uncertainty in society. Furthermore, an interdisciplinary group of researchers from the ETH and the University of Zurich has now contributed to the clarification. In the laboratory for inorganic chemistry, the team studied one of the world's most relevant food plants, maize, which reacts when sprayed with nanoparticles and irrigated. The research was based on whether nanoparticles could penetrate the biological barrier plant and distribute themselves within it, and possibly also get inside the plant. Well, as is to be expected, the researchers were of course unable to determine anything that would have corresponded to an effective result due to the measuring equipment available to them, which was primitive and unsuitable for precise analyses. As a consequence, it is now claimed that a reassuring and most important result of the study has been achieved, as was the case in previous studies on human lung cells. It should also be said that the researchers also used cerium oxide nanoparticles for the plant experiments in sewage treatment plants. That is to say, a ceramic abrasive material that is used especially in the production of silicon chips and which, as far as I know, is made from the chemical elements cerium and oxygen, if I am not mistaken. While this material is not as common as other metal oxides on the nanometer scale, it offers a special advantage in being able to detect even the tiniest concentrations of a substance in a plant, although this detection capability obviously does not extend into the sub-nanosize ranges. It was further explained that the measured amount represented the actual particle input during the experiment. In the experiment, the researchers succeeded in using inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry to determine the particles down to a detection limit of only 0.4 nanograms per plant leaf. Now, this may obviously be a huge success for the researchers, considering the primitive technology that still exists today, but in my opinion, this does not allow me to see and assess the whole thing as a real success. This is precisely because, when I look at the technology and its possibilities alone, as I got to know them at SFAT, and was able to learn a lot through them, because they have yielded many times more than the little that the ETH and the University of Zurich have recognized down to the nanosize, then the researchers have not even been able to look into the real beginning of the matter, but only at the superficial, which can be halfway proven today with still tremendously primitive means. It is also worth mentioning that before the experiment, the researchers had exposed the maize plants to a downright violent nanoparticle storm, for which they placed a total of about 50 plants in a special glove box, and then sprayed them for 20 minutes with cerium oxide particles that they had produced in another box using the so-called flame spray synthesis. Afterwards, the researchers deposited one part of the plants aside while they washed the other part with deionized or demineralized water, simulating rain, and then put some of both parts of the plants back into the greenhouse where they could continue to grow. Then leaves were taken from all the green test plants, first some freshly treated, then later some of the new ones that had only grown after the treatment. What was then found was that although the older leaves had accumulated nanoparticles, these had not become more deeply embedded and had not been transported further, with no cerium oxide being found in new leaves either. To which Quetzal explained that this was completely natural because the nanoparticles first applied to the plants simply fell away and, moreover, would not transfer to newly growing leaves and would therefore not be inherited. The maize plants were also watered with water containing cerium oxide particles to determine the uptake via the roots. But the researchers could not detect any particles in the maize in the plants irrigated in this way, to which Quetzal also explained that such particles were nevertheless taken up by the plants, but on the one hand to a degree that was far below the nano limit, and on the other hand, various plants would convert certain substances taken up via the leaves or roots, that is to say also poisons, into other substance structures, which would however still be toxic and very much diluted. But there is something else that must also be mentioned in relation to climate destruction, namely factory farming all over the world, for which the feed comes from South America, in order to produce cheap meat, milk and butter on large farms, which is then nevertheless sold to consumers at overpriced prices. For the production of feed alone, enormous amounts of chemicals are used, poisoning everything and also consuming vast amounts of water, while countless tons of CO2 and other greenhouse gases are produced in the process, which continue to affect the climate and destroy it more and more, causing the forces of nature to become more and more degenerate and primeval. This is in addition to the fact that the animals and all feathered fowl that are bred and fattened often suffer great agony until they are slaughtered. And the fact that a lot of harm is also done with regard to the cultivation of fodder does not bother anyone. And the public is not even aware that this is an irresponsible and unparalleled destruction of nature, which is even taking place worldwide. The fact is that around 70% of all fields and pastures worldwide are used solely for animal feed. In addition to the fact that rainforests are being cleared and burned down to meet the ever-increasing demand for new land, for feed production and for new pastures. And this happens every year again and again and more in relation to the unrestrained further increase in overpopulation, whereby, in addition, ever greater masses of CO2 and other fuel gases are produced, as a result of which the atmosphere is polluted ever more severely, and climate destruction continues to progress until one day a collapse occurs. Through all these criminal machinations, which arise from the insatiable needs of the inexorably growing overpopulation, all the destruction of nature, its fauna and flora, as well as of the planet itself, and thus also all the destruction of a large number of species-rich habitats forever, as well as the extinction of many life forms of diverse genera and species, is taking place. The cultivation of soya alone, which is being promoted more and more, mainly in Brazil, Argentina and Paraguay, for animal feed and as food for the overflowing human population, is growing steadily in relation to the overpopulation growth and the resulting increase in the mass of slaughter animals and feathered fowl, etc., because the growing human population is increasing the demand for meat more and more. Soya, which is used for animal feed and as human food, has been planted for decades where there used to be rainforest or savanna, and the areas on which fodder soya alone is planted for the EU dictatorship now cover more than 125,000 square kilometers, with cattle pastures with huge areas of land also being added. Brazil alone now breeds the world's largest mass of cattle, currently numbering more than 185 million animals. And for this, several 100,000 square kilometers of the Amazon rainforest have been cut down to date, also producing countless tonnages of CO2 and other greenhouse gases and contributing to the destruction of the climate. All the effects of all this madness and total irresponsibility, which is the fault of overpopulation as a whole, have so far resulted in a loss of great biodiversity, which cannot be repaired. And if the primeval forest in South America, as well as others of a similar kind in Asia, etc., and normal forests worldwide are destroyed in favor of the growing overpopulation, then more and more wildlife forms of all genera and species of fauna and flora are also becoming extinct worldwide. Meat production alone produces massive amounts of CO2 worldwide, that is to say not only in South America, this as well as the clearing of tropical forests, as do greenhouse gases such as nitrous oxide from fertilizers and methane, as well as during digestion in cattle stomachs, whereby these escape into the atmosphere and destroy the climate. And this is also a fact of which the naive little Greta Thunberg has no idea or knowledge whatsoever, nor do all the demonstrators around the world, nor do the majority of the government and members of the authorities who, as a result of Greta Thunberg's mania for climate and environmental protection, mooch around in a loud-mouthed and stupid manner and invent CO2 taxes and other nonsense taxes in order to fleece and terrorize the population. Also the breeding, mass keeping and mass fattening of countless cows, calves, oxen, bulls, reptiles, pigs, horses, donkeys, farmed game such as deer, bears, rabbits, chickens, geese, fresh and saltwater fish, birds, even dogs, cats, kangaroos, mealworms, grasshoppers and beetles, and everything else that is served up on the dinner plates of earthlings all over the world, create enormous masses of CO2 and other greenhouse gases, and contribute enormously to climate pollution. This, however, is obviously not known to the naive little Greta Thunberg, as well as to all the climate demonstrating followers who follow her, including the majority of governments, public officials, and environmentalists worldwide. They also have no idea or knowledge whatsoever of how contemptuous of life forms the whole process of breeding, mass keeping and mass fattening is, whereby everything goes hand in hand with unimaginable catastrophic torture of animals, birds, feathered creatures, and all other life forms. Many of these creatures effectively die miserably in excruciating pain on pastures, in stables, and on transport to slaughterhouses, where they are usually beaten and viciously tortured even more. In the breeding and fattening farms, all the creatures destined for slaughter vegetate in cramped conditions and are often trampled to death by each other. In reality, these farms do not correspond in any way to effective agricultural enterprises, but rather to breeding, keeping, and fattening factories, in which all living creatures are mistreated not as such, but only as objects of use, and are completely polluted and stressed in the process. Horned animals have their horns brutally sawn off and wounds inflicted. Chickens have their beaks cut off so far that they can barely eat their food. While piglets have their teeth brutally torn out and their tails cut off without anesthesia so that they cannot hurt each other. In addition to the catastrophic breeding, husbandry and fattening for meat production of creatures tortured from start to finish. However, human beings are also harassed in every possible criminal and wretchedly inhumane way through land theft for plantations, with forest dwellers and small landowners driven from their homes. Their land is simply stolen from them, and this is usually done with brutal violence, and if they do not allow themselves to be evicted from their land and do not comply, then they are simply murdered. And on the one hand, this happens all over the world where plantations are set up, so not only in South America, and on the other hand, neither the governments of the countries concerned do anything about it, nor their security organs, because plantations of all kinds bring bribes and taxes for those in power, and the security organs also profit through bribes. But all these facts are hushed up by governments all over the world, as well as by so-called aid organizations and many other bodies that can enrich themselves through bribes, which of course is denied just as vehemently as other facts. So the misery of land evictions for plantations but also for agriculture and grazing land continues all over the world. The resulting consequences for the displaced or partly murdered families are not only abject poverty, but also disease, misery, and hopelessness. The same or similar things also happen in the industrialized countries, etc., where land and house owners are also evicted. This happens when they are forced to sell their land and homes, or sell them for the sake of lucre, which is usually due to the fact that new building land for houses, etc., is needed for the enormous increase in overpopulation. But as far as the breeding, keeping and fattening of living creatures of various species is concerned, almost every piece of meat today, especially in the supermarkets, comes from mass breeding, keeping and fattening farms. These, however, exist not only in South America and Asia, etc., but also in the USA, Canada, and in various European countries. Only a small amount of meat still comes from normal breeding and husbandry systems. Meat with the Newland seal is also widely available, but clean meat is effectively becoming rarer and rarer. Although there are often justified doubts about this cleanliness, even in the case of organic meat, which is labeled as such, but nevertheless contains toxic substances from the environment that are transferred to the organic products by wind, air and rain, as a result of which there is also no such thing as absolutely poison-free organic meat and organic vegetables, as PLAYR and research results clearly prove. This means that even if organic farms only feed fodder from their own fields and from the surrounding area and grow vegetables and fruit without using any chemicals, etc., everything is still contaminated with toxic substances through the air, wind, and rain, albeit in smaller quantities than when chemicals are applied directly. The fact is that many people want to save money and buy meat as cheaply as possible in supermarkets, but they do not consider that all the criminally bred, tortuously kept, fattened, and horribly slaughtered living beings, as well as the planet Earth, which is slowly but surely being destroyed just as much as nature and its flora, have to pay the price. The production of meat alone is one of the main causes for the criminal deforestation of the rainforest, especially in South America, while in Asia, Africa and Europe, other huge forest areas are cleared for the timber trade, and the various huge masses of timber are transported around the globe by rail and ship, thus also producing huge amounts of CO2 and other greenhouse gases, which also contribute to further climate destruction. If we look at the Amazon rainforest, most of it is destroyed by cattle farming. But cattle, pigs, chickens and turkeys, etc., are also fattened in record time in large animal factories, very often under cruel and torturous conditions for the creatures. All the feed for these creatures is only concentrated feed, which contains a lot of protein-rich soya, which again comes mainly from South America, and is exported all over the world, especially to Europe. And since this brings in an enormous amount of money, the soy plantations are spreading more and more, and also the cattle pastures, which in turn leads to even more Amazon rainforest being cleared, burned, and destroyed. So in relation to the growing overpopulation, further large areas of rainforests and savannas have to give way to soya cultivation, as of course do all the forest dwellers and all the other human beings and life forms that live there. Factory farming promotes cheap meat, cheap milk and butter and cheap cheese, and these products can only be produced in large-scale farms that exist not only in Europe but also in other countries of the world than just South America. But the fact is that the feed for all animals, cows, sheep and goats, and also for many other living creatures, is produced in South America and transported to Europe and all over the world, polluting the atmosphere with CO2 and other greenhouse gases. The whole production process uses a lot of chemicals and water, but the animals that are bred, kept, and fattened also suffer. And in relation to soya production, which is not only for the animals that provide the meat, but also for other life forms, besides the human beings who also eat soya products, the animals provide milk, from which butter, yogurt, and cheese, etc. are produced. As has been explained many times, there is a tremendous destruction of nature, whereby, said another time, 70% of the world's fields and pastures are used only for animal feed, whereby the rainforests and other species-rich habitats are not only displaced, but destroyed, annihilated, and wiped out forever. Due to the machinations resulting from the needs of overpopulation and the criminal, destructive, annihilating and exterminating machinations in relation to the further unstoppable growth of overpopulation, there is an unparalleled loss of biodiversity, from which the planet, nature, and its fauna and flora can never recover. Fundamentally, the Amazon rainforest in particular is one of the most biodiverse regions on the entire planet, although many life forms are threatened with extinction as a result of criminal as well as authorized logging, criminal clearing, forest burning, and chemical destruction of forests, etc. These life forms are being studied in the Pleiadian Zoo. In Pleiadian zoology, these are not simply called animals, and the whole thing is also not called zoology, but are called according to their genus and species, because according to Pleiadian exactness, each is to be called according to its particular characteristics and properties. Consequently, only genera and species whose genre belongs to the category of mammalia, or mammals, can be named and listed under the term animal. This, while birds, for example, according to taxonomy or the classification of living beings into systematic categories, are considered to be vertebrate life forms of the classification tetrapods or tripods or triceans, if I translate the term correctly from my knowledge of Greek. The birds, however, both the flying ones and the runners, which are the only surviving dinosaur genera and species in this respect, correspond to a subgroup of those ancestral reptile-like creatures that lived about 70 million years ago. Now, the Pleiadian zoological designation system names exactly each life form according to its effective genus and species, and thus not all living things simply as animals, as is erroneously done in terrestrial zoology. Thus, animal species are those that are mammals. Further, all animals or a number of uncharacterized life forms. Then also birds, lizards, snakes, beetles, butterflies, moths, fish and dragonflies, etc., as well as thousands of genera and species of insects, all of which are threatened with extinction. And in addition, I will briefly point out a small number of life forms that may soon no longer exist, such as the pink Amazon dolphin and red-throated brilliant hummingbird and hummingbirds in general, the golden poison dart frog and other poison dart frogs, as well as armadillos, lizards, snakes, tarantulas, parrots, sloths, the gibbon species siamang, the northern spider monkey, etc., etc. The Brazilian Amazon rainforest is, as explained, the largest contiguous rainforest in the world, and an absolute paradise for countless plants, as well as genera and species of living creatures, and I was allowed to see all of this as a boy together with Svath and gather, experience and learn impressions which I will never forget in my lifetime and which have led me to perceive nature and its fauna and flora in their entire reality, and to learn from them. I have also experienced and learnt all over the world that in no other region of the earth does such a fantastic and extensive diversity of plants and independent living beings exist as in the Amazon rainforest, which in the 1940s was still an effective paradise, but today is a hell of destruction due to the needs of the exuberant overpopulation as a result of their criminal and irresponsible machinations. It is already the case that more than 100 life forms of various species and types are becoming extinct every day. But neither those responsible for this, nor the majority of Earth humans or governments give it a second thought. And neither do the majority of public officials, nor the big-headed religionists and alleged gods representatives, who should effectively be particularly concerned about this, because they are supposed to teach and spread the divine will, which, if this alleged God's will were to be scrutinized, would have to be such that the Amazon rainforest would also have to be protected and preserved. And any sacrilege against it would have to be forbidden and punished, because it would then have to be a work of will by the alleged God. But this God nonsense can be left aside, because where there is no God creator, such a God cannot also prevent crimes, as in the case of the destruction and annihilation of the Amazon rainforest, and the extermination of its creatures. But the fact is that also the naive little Greta Thunberg and all her followers and demonstrators, as well as in truth, the majority of environmentalists etc., do not give any really profound thought to this. Their true profession is only to make themselves important and possibly to profit financially, travel-wise or otherwise. Once again, if the rainforests are destroyed, many independent life forms of various genera and species will become extinct, as will an immense amount of plant life, including precious medicinal plants that are irreplaceable for human beings. Furthermore, due to the criminal machinations regarding the destruction of the rainforest, the pollution of the atmosphere by CO2 and other greenhouse gases is also becoming worse and more destructive, whereby these toxins, which are produced during the clearing of tropical forests, are destroying the climate more and more. What is still to be said now relates to the fact, as I have already mentioned but only briefly touched upon, that the forces of nature are becoming ever stronger and more extensive, long-lasting and widespread, as I already described as a prediction towards the end of the 1940s and sent to many newspapers, radio stations and magazines with the help of Pastor Zimmerman and my teachers Karl Graf and Gustav Lehmann, but never received an answer to it, nor was anything published by anyone who wrote to me. What is to be said now relates to the present and coming times, as I have already described them at that time, for now the predictions are coming true, both at present and in the future. So in the future, the storms arising in the south of the planet will become more and more violent, more primeval, and will greatly increase in their velocities and extend their works of destruction further and further into the north of the earth. However, this will not only be the case in the Atlantic, but also in the Pacific regions, resulting in tremendously increasing mass destruction of human beings worldwide, wiping out entire villages, completely destroying many life existences and killing more and more human beings. So the violent storms and tempests will become more and more devastating and destructive everywhere in the Atlantic, on its islands and all around in all countries of South America and U.S. America up to Alaska and Canada, but also in all of Europe, Eurasia, Russia, and all countries far into the east. This will also be the case in the Pacific, on its islands and in all countries around it. Consequently, the whole of Asia, Australia and New Zealand and all of Indonesia will also be hit more and more by primeval storms, which will also cause havoc, destruction and devastation in the primeval forests there, and claim many human lives everywhere in all countries. But Africa and Arabia will not be spared either, nor will the Arctic, Antarctica and Greenland, which will lose their ice as well as all mountain glaciers worldwide. The fact is that all of today's devastating and catastrophic happenings in all of nature are solely due to the criminal machinations of earthlings, as a result of the needs of all kinds demanded by the infinitely unreasonable and selfishly increasing overpopulation, which is destroying the planet, its nature and fauna and flora, as well as the atmosphere and climate. And this is happening not only out of irrationality, but primarily out of sheer imbecility and egoism on the part of earthlings who live under the delusion that offspring are all the happiness of a marriage and family, and therefore, contrary to all reason and all responsibility towards the whole of earthly existence, there is a right to produce offspring. And effectively, any such egoistic view and opinion is not only imbecilic, but thoughtless as well as boundlessly irresponsible, whereby it should also be borne in mind that if offspring are placed in the world, they on the one hand, also have needs that must be fulfilled and which consequently contribute to the further destruction, depletion and annihilation of the earth, its resources and the extinction of fauna and flora. According to Playaran calculations, a birth stop and birth control should have been introduced in a controlled manner from 1980 onwards. Because with the Earth's population of 4.5 billion at that time, this would have been effectively successful, and humanity could have been reduced to a level suitable for the planet. And this should have been done through efforts of the authorities to educate the populations, that is to say through a governmental and official educational campaign, which should have lasted for a long time, and should have stimulated the Earthlings to reason, which would have corresponded to a non-violent official order and decree. But this was not carried out, and thus the Earthlings were not encouraged to reason and to fight their imbecilic egoism, and to behave responsibly towards all earthly existence, the planet, its nature and fauna and flora as well as life itself, and to bring humanity back to a normal state suitable for the planet. But this was not done, because today, a 9 billion strong humanity with its boundless greed for all possible and impossible bullshit needs, has already irreparably destroyed the planet. Its nature, fauna, and flora, as well as the atmosphere and the climate in many ways, and is also continuing to do so in a criminal manner. So the ultimately unavoidable final catastrophe is already pre-programmed, and can no longer be stopped unless reason and rationality are brought to bear. This, however, could obviously only happen through the power of government and the authorities. But that is also questionable, because for that to happen, the majority of governments and authorities would have to be governed by people with the gift of reason and rationality. But that is probably an impossibility, because such people do not exist there as a majority, and the few who try to do their best in these positions, as people gifted with understanding and reason, cannot be heard and cannot do anything to lead everything into better and good, as well as wholesome paths. So in the end there will be a huge crash, which will be as certain as that no God can bring help. Because no such imaginary delusional creature has ever existed, and no such creature exists today, nor will it exist tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or at any time until the farthest future. Effectively, the human being alone is the being he considers to be God. Consequently, he is responsible for everything and anything himself, which is why he alone conceives, executes, judges and creates everything, thus also the climate catastrophe and possibly his own and overall human downfall. Effectively, a God never created the world, nature, fauna and flora and the universe or anything else. But all this happens solely through the creation of universal consciousness, while the human being exists with all life in it, and is supposed to care for and administer it justly and rightly. Unfortunately, however, the human being is dominated by his egoism, imbecility and by his greed and by all that is evil, bad and destructive, and is irresponsibly bent on destruction in order thereby to be able to satisfy his degenerations, addictions and vices, etc. But as he does this to the detriment of all existence and all life, he could and should, on the contrary, direct and do his thoughts, feelings, ideas, needs as well as all his ability, actions and behavior etc. in the way for the best, good and positive by responsibly putting everything in order again through understanding and reason. In fact, there is no other God than the human being himself, which is why since time immemorial, every rational human being has never relied on religious faith, and therefore also never on the help of an imaginary God, but has always done everything himself and helped himself. This is still true today and for all time to come, for only the human being is God and only he can help himself, which applies to every earthling, as is also brought to bear in the age-old proverb, "Help thyself, and God will help thee." But now back to the destruction. Annihilation and extinction caused by the criminal behavior of Earthlings to planet Earth and its nature, fauna and flora, and also causing catastrophic turmoil in the atmosphere and climate. Something also needs to be said about the mountain worlds, because these are not only being degraded in their natural state, but their fauna and flora are also being destroyed by hiking trails, cable cars and associated buildings, hotels and homes, etc. Mass mountain tourism disturbs, drives away and deprives of their habitat the entire world of the birds that are native to the mountains and the lifeforms that live on and in the ground. This happens not only from spring to late autumn, when countless hikers in the mountains throw all natural life into turmoil. Crazy people with mountain bikes destroy the entire mountain tranquility and majesty. But it also results in winter, when ski slopes are used and masses of Earthlings disturb the tranquility and majesty of the mountains as well as the habitats of living creatures. Last but not least, there are also the disturbances to the mountain environment caused by climbing. And all these machinations, which impair and destroy nature and its fauna and flora, and which also produce greenhouse gases in various ways, are just as bad and completely pathetic and devoid of any intelligentum, as are also all those with their completely idiotic claims, ideas and proposals who see themselves as so-called researchers, environmentalists and scientists, and think they can avert climate destruction and save the world with their nonsense. All of them, like the naive little Greta Thunberg and all her followers as well as the loudmouths in the governments and authorities, are completely blind to reality and its truth. Namely that it is not their stupid, naive ideas and proposals etc. that can solve the problem of climate destruction, but only and solely a worldwide long-term birth stop and strict birth control, in order to drastically reduce overpopulation. Only in this way is it possible to contain and ultimately end all the destructive machinations of the Earthlings, precisely when there are fewer and fewer human beings, and thus fewer and fewer needs that can no longer be met, and consequently the resources of the planet are no longer exploited. The rainforests are no longer cleared and burned down, and the fauna and flora are no longer destroyed and exterminated, etc., etc. Only a mighty reduction of overpopulation to a number suitable for the planet is the only true and correct solution to all problems. No matter whether researcher, expert, scientist, doctor or professor, all those who bear such academic titles and make their stupid sayings about what should be done against the destruction of the climate, which they still call climate change in a lying, trivializing manner, effectively correspond to their academic education, which is based on nothing but hypotheses or assumptions. Accordingly, their crazy, stupid, muddled and ill-considered ideas and proposals for ending climate destruction are also very much in line with this. In fact, they are all as ridiculous as the proposals and ideas of the naive little Greta Thunberg, and all those cheering and demonstrating for this child, because all of them, with their unused minds and their lack of reason, fail to recognize, find and think about the real crux of climate destruction. Consequently, they also fail to come to terms with the fact of an unavoidably necessary birth stop and rigorous birth control, as well as to remedy their personal and overpopulation egoism in order to avoid procreation themselves. When a Professor Dr. Quashning for Regenerative Energy Systems at the University of Applied Sciences in Berlin loudly exclaims and claims, the technology is already there. In order to become climate neutral by 2035, we must quadruple the installed capacity of wind power and increase solar power tenfold. Then this is just as absolutely illusory as many other nonsense claims. Moreover, all renewable energies are basically sabotaged because huge energy corporations want to continue selling their expensive energy, which they produce by producing huge amounts of CO2 and other greenhouse gases. For example, as Playar and clarifications explain, the IEA or International Energy Agency produces studies that do not correspond to the truth. And this is because the IEA only estimates the growth of renewable energies, which means that the data on the number of climate-neutral power plants does not correspond to reality and is therefore incorrect. Interestingly, I have also found an earthly confirmation of these Plejaren statements, which says the same thing in a slightly different way, in the magazine Welt der Wunder, which explains the whole thing as follows. How are renewable energies sabotaged? When the International Energy Agency IEA publishes new studies, governments take them at face value. In fact, however, the IEA has been systematically underestimating the growth of renewable energies and the associated potential for climate-neutral power plants for years. For example, the agency calculated a global photovoltaic capacity of 200 gigawatts for 2030, but the real value was already twice as high in 2017. Governments nevertheless continue to use the flawed reports as the basis for their political decisions, and energy companies like RWE take advantage of this. Because if the performance of alternative energy sources allegedly falls short of expectations, there is also no political pressure on the energy companies to change their previous strategies. Well, also in the so-called fight against climate change, which effectively is climate destruction, there are numerous studies for this, which have been working for years and decades to produce something concrete against change. Their glorious result, however, is ultimately only that many trillions of financial sums would have to be invested for the climate until the year 2050 in order to take the necessary steps against climate change, whatever is meant by that. The destruction of the climate also produces criminal blossoms, such as corporations enriching themselves through it, and even raising the price of CO2, as can be explained as follows. Certain reinsurers, for example, have been researching the consequences and costs of climate change since the 1970s, when it was already well underway. It is calculated that 1 ton of emitted carbon dioxide causes damages in the amount of more than CHF 200 or approx. 180 euros. The actual damage caused, however, is much higher than what the polluting companies have to pay for the air pollution they cause. In Germany, for example, a so-called CO2 certificate for the emission of 1 ton of the greenhouse gas will cost around 25 euros in 2019. In addition, it must also be said that in Germany, contrary to any sensible climate protection, the mining of fossil fuels is idiotically made attractive, and the climate killer coal is promoted and subsidized by the state with taxpayers' money, also in order to make oil consumption less attractive. What is happening now, since the little naive and completely ignorant Greta Thunberg has been in charge of everything concerning the effective causes of climate destruction, as well as her demonstrative followers and the majority of government officials and civil servants, as well as certain environmental protection organizations, are extremely strange idiocies, especially proclaimed also by leading climate researchers, such as, if we still want to stop climate change and the accompanying catastrophic consequences, each human being must in future only emit a maximum of 2 tons of CO2 per year. Or, under no circumstances may the average temperature exceed the pre-industrial value by 2 degrees Celsius by the year 2100. Otherwise, the Siberian permafrost will thaw and release billions of tons of CO2, a fatal tipping point in the global climate system that would be irreversible. The problem, apart from Brazil, China, and Japan, the G20 countries are currently far from achieving the nationally set targets for 2030. If the worst-case scenario is to be averted, efforts would have to be tripled with immediate effect. Now is the time to act, says climate researcher Johan Rockström. When you read such nonsense, your blood rushes to your face and your hair stands up. Because how can a serious scientist write such nonsense and be so blind to reality that he does not realize that, on the one hand, since the pre-industrial level, it has already risen by an average of about 1.4 degrees. And on the other hand, with regard to the Siberian permafrost soils, they have been thawing for some time and releasing huge amounts of CO2, nitrous oxide, methane, and other greenhouse gases. And this is in addition to the fact that my predictions from the 1940s and 1950s, etc., have also been coming true for some time now with regard to landslides and mudslides all over the world. Because the permafrost is also thawing in the mountains, and large parts will fall into the valleys and even sweep away entire villages. This is what I once had to say in detail.
That was good and correct, even if it was a marathon interpretation. It is now after 2:30 hours and you look tired. Nevertheless, I still want to say that you should write out all that you have explained as a special time sign and spread it out into the world.
Yes, I can do that. But if you permit, I have one more question regarding the unpleasant matter that has arisen, namely, whether there is still consultation in this regard.
Yes, that is so.
What about the Takarana thing?
We are still deliberating on that as well.
Then it is just a matter of waiting. I will go to sleep then, because I am really tired now.
I am also, so goodbye then, Edward, dear friend.
Good. Take care, and goodbye again, dear friend. Goodbye, Ptah.